We like to call it a my first time actually acknowledging. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular commission meeting this August 19th, 2025. If the clerk could please call the roll.
Commissioner Markert.
Here.
Vice Mayor Long.
Here.
Commissioner Cassell. Here. Deputy Vice Mayor Burns.
Here.
Mayor Carney.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. If you could all rise, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. You guys finished here?
Yeah, we're
checking. Okay. Agenda approval. Are there any additions, subtractions to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to pull item 6H1, and I'd like to ask for a consensus to move item 7H, which has to do with the traffic control devices, further up on the agenda. I think there's quite a few folks here that are here to speak about that issue, and I'd like to not have them have to wait several hours till we get to discuss it up here, if possible.
Okay, so we'll make 7H1 7. Why don't we make that 7BB and allow the people that are here for that other thing to be 7AA? So if we can move, what was the number you said, Mr. Long, Commissioner Long?
7H.
Are there any traffic control non-compliance? Is there any other? Is there consensus to move that up to 7AA? Fine. And we'll make 6H1 7BB. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Well, no, everyone's ready to move. So I need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Any
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Great. We are approved. We now have presentations. The first presentation, I am happy to say, is a proclamation for Coco Gauff. Some of you may have heard of her. You know she's actually from Delray. She plays tennis a little.
A little.
Let me read the proclamation. Whereas Corey Dion Coco Gauff has made remarkable achievements in the world of tennis, most recently winning her first French Open singles title in 2025. Whereas in 2024, she secured the French Open Grand Slam doubles title along with partner Katrina Siniakova. Whereas Coco Gauff is the youngest American female to win the French Open singles title in the past decade. And whereas in 2023, she captured her first major singles title at the U.S. Open, becoming the youngest American woman to win the tournament since 1999. And whereas she has been honored with the ESPY Award for Best Tennis Player in both 2024 and 2025, a testament to her excellence and consistency. And whereas in 2024, Coco Gauff became the youngest WTA Finals champion since 2004 and the first American to win the title since 2014. And whereas beyond her achievements on the court, Coco Gauff uses her platform to advocate for social justice, including racial equality and climate change, inspiring millions around the world through her leadership and activism. Now, therefore, I, Thomas F. Carney, Jr., Mayor of the City of Delray Beach, on behalf of the City Commission, who hereby recognize and congratulate Coco Gauff for her tennis accomplishments and advocacy, and extend our deepest admiration for her contributions to tennis, her community, and the global conservation on justice and equality. Thank you. If I could ask my fellow commissioners to go up for a photo op with we'll make the presentation and then we'll go sit down. This is as close as I've ever gotten to Coco Gauff. rhetorical question to ask her if she'd like to
Now,
say
you
words,
know,
so-
I have to, this is my time.
Hey, that's right.
But I just want to say on behalf of Coco, they're on their way to where. And she could not be here. I want to thank Kizzy for accompanying me here. She's like a family friend that just does everything. Y'all know how much Coco loved Delray. Y'all know how much I love Delray. I got on our Coco Delray shoes. Go buy you some. But thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, and all of Delray for this, because she does not do this for awards. It took a long time to get them to do this, because remember about the parade? She didn't want a big deal, but you guys did the parade. And on behalf of the entire family, both sides of her family, because both sides of her family grew up here. Her mom and dad, they played Delray Rocks, who's gonna be here. The mom was a cheerleader and all that kind of good stuff. And y'all know how much I love Delray. So thank you so much on behalf of the Gauff family. And as they fly out to New York, y'all better cheer for my baby. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, I'm going to be asking Chief Martin to come up. We're going to recognize the life-saving action by Captain James Bast of the Delray Beach Fire Rescue Department and his son Quinn. There we go.
Captain Bass, Quinn. Thank you. Good evening, mayors, commissioner, and city manager. This evening, it's my distinct honor and privilege to present to you tonight Captain James Bast, a veteran of the Delray Beach Fire Rescue Department with 18 years of dedicated service, along with his son Quinn, age 11. What began as a simple family getaway to Breckenridge, Colorado, meant for rest, laughter, and bonding, quickly became a moment to showcase courage, skill, and true spirit of service. On the morning of July 9th, as the Bast family prepared for a fun day of hiking and fishing, Captain Bast noticed an elderly gentleman lying face down in the parking lot of his hotel. Without hesitation, both father and son jumped into action and rushed to his side. Through a rapid, complete, and thorough patient assessment, it was discovered this man was in cardiac arrest. In that moment, young Quinn, drawing upon the guidance, example, and values instilled by his father, took charge and directed his father to start CPR. Following AHA algorithms, when Captain Bast asked about an AED being available, young Quinn again didn't pause. He ran over 120 yards to a neighboring adjacent property to retrieve an AED, and this was all at a 9,600-foot elevation, and we all know how much elevation we have in Florida. With steady teamwork, father and son applied the device, a shock was delivered, and the gentleman's heart began to beat again. Due to their swift and decisive action and selfless actions, this man was stabilized, transferred to Denver, and continues a path of recovery today. Tonight, we not only celebrate the life-saving efforts of Captain Jim Bast and his son Quinn, we celebrate the very best of what it means to serve. Their story reminds us of the power of early CPR and defibrillation, but also the character, compassion, and caliber of people who wear the Delray Beach Fire Rescue Badge. Captain Bast, your professionalism and leadership continue to make us proud. Quinn, your courage and quick thinking are an inspiration, not just to your father, but to all of us here tonight. We'll be holding an application for you in a few short years when you're ready. On behalf of our city and the fire rescue chief and our entire department, we extend our heartfelt congratulations and most profound gratitude and warmest wishes to both you and to the man whose life you have so profoundly touched. And I have these recognition plaques for that.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much for the commission. We're honored to receive the recognition, and just want to express my thanks. And Quinn, did you have anything you want to say?
Come on, Quinn. Come on, Quinn.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. You make us proud. For C, as this is going to be this is a discussion of Delray Rocks by city-funded nonprofit organization and the cheerleading organization. So representatives from Delray Rocks are here.
At this time, they're forthcoming, Mr. Mayor, so they'll be in position to offer their brief presentation.
Oh, you didn't get strategic seating on the aisle there. I see that. So, okay.
All right. And to be mindful for good measure, you all approved the agreement between the
Yes, we
City of
did.
Delray Beach and Delray Beach Rocks and organization a week ago today, resulting in a brief presentation from leadership. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Commissioner, Mayor, City Manager. My name is Claretta Pickett. I'm a City of Delray Beach resident. I'm also currently the President and League Park Representative for the Delray Rocks. I have been a volunteer for the Delray Rocks since 2006, since my son was old enough and able to play for the Delray Rocks. Just a brief history of the Delray Rocks. We were brought into existence in 1966 by William Bill Smith. To date, this is our 59th year that the Delray Rocks have been in existence. I think we are the longest standing program within the city of Delray Beach. This could not be possible with our dedicated volunteers, our parents, the participants, and the support from our city and community. Moving forward, our organization currently have 8 football teams and 5 cheer teams. Fast forward to the past few years, 2020 to 2024, we have won 7 Super Bowls. Our cheer teams have been rocking the mats with several first place championships as well. We recognize and we are appreciative of all of the support from the city of Delray Beach. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Vicki Hill, and I have been with the Delray Rocks since about 2010. I am a Delray Beach resident, and I want to get into the presentation. What Claretta was saying, a little brief history about the Delray Rocks. This is our 59th year. And we came into Delray in 1966 by Bill Smith. Oh, that's the thing. Okay. By Bill Smith, and he named us after his squadron. Those are the pictures. If you look hard, you'll see Bill Smith to the right, and you'll also see Red Odom and a host of other people. Those are just as old as it is. Just old. Go to the next one. Go to the next one. Okay, we just want you to know what, no, go back. Okay, right there. Your support helps us build confidence, provide mentorship, and open the door to academic excellence. Go to the next one. Okay, we didn't want to be before you long, so our budget requests, we just wanted to show you things that we have to pay for. Our fees for the referees, run a little over $15,000, or $15,750. Dues to be in the league, we're in the AYFL. Football, $6,700. Cheer, $1,600. USA football dues is $750. Now, this is the big thing that you guys have done for Delray, our travel. Because a lot of children can't get to where we go as far as Kendall, you provide a bus for us. So for a cheer competition, it's going to be about $4,000. Super Bowl, $2,800, because we're going to Super Bowl again. And for our regular season, it runs about $36,000. Next, please. Little things that we need to play: football, mouthpieces, girdles, helmets, shoulder pads, helmet reconditioning, uniforms, knee pads, replacement uniforms. Runs us about $46,000 a year. Next. We get end of the year trophies, little supplies. We do, for AYFL rules, we do have to provide tent and drinks for the referees. So we have to pay for little things like that. We have to make sure it's very hot outside. So we have to make sure the kids stay hydrated. We do have to pay taxes. So we have to pay for our CPA to do our taxes, insurance, the light towers, because on the visiting side, there's no lighting. So when we play at night, we have to have those light towers. And we do fundraising, so we do ask anyone, and we're still accepting donations if anybody wanted to do that. So we do have little dances. We probably don't make as much as we should, but we made about $2,000, and registrations $30,000. So what you gave us in this fiscal year was $97,000, and we didn't want to ask for much more than that, because we know that you do give us a lot. So we were just asking for $100,000. Click. Okay, the list of our executive board members as Claretta Pinkett, Terrence Thomas, Mariette Pickens, myself, and Michael Charles. Here are our coaching staff, and most of them are Delray Beach residents. We have some that work for the city of Delray Beach. We have 2 coaches that also coach at Atlantic, Ercus Hill, Wendell, Jarrell, Edwin, Derek, Eric, Hot Rod, and Woody. I know you guys are accustomed to Hot Rod because he's been here with the Super Bowl, and also with Eric Davis. And Coco Gauff's brother is number 8 on 11U. He is the quarterback. Okay, and then Woody, 13U. This is our schedule, just in case you guys wanted to come and check us out. Our home games, we've already had 3. We have 3 more, September 6th, the 20th, and October 11th. And we're at Seacrest Soccer Complex. There are some more pictures. More. You see there? You see how we have a team there that already got recognized by you all. Next. A huge thank you to our biggest supporter, that's the city of Delray Beach. You are a lifesaver, and your dedication and partnership make everything we do possible. And we just wanted to leave a little treat. And we're just thanking them for being lifesavers. So, if you can pass the treat. That's it.
Thank you very much, and I fully expect to. If you're at the Super Bowl last year, I expect it this year too. I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
We
Yes,
have
sir.
expectations now.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You have any questions of us? Or we're done?
Sure.
I want to say thank you for the presentation. We haven't had this in the past, so when we see the amount of money you're getting, we obviously wonder, but you're doing a lot for the community, and we appreciate you. And I can't believe these kids are playing in August. It is so hot.
Yes, it's very hot.
Unbelievable. So thank you for the presentation and the information, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the presentation now by the Downtown Development Authority regarding Old School Square activities and the 2025-2026 proposed budget. There we go.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, everyone. My name is Laura Simon. I'm with the Downtown Development Authority, and I'm with Suzanne Boyd, our Director of Marketing. And we might have some board members here, but just wanted to recognize our board of directors, Al Costello, Brian Rosen, Jewel Ghilardi-Zellman. We have also Jim Knight, Cole Devitt, Anthony Barber, and Aaron Halliburton. So I feel like I'm naming my children. But thank you for giving us the opportunity to present the program and activation of Old School Square campus, which is under our purview is the Cornell Art Museum, the amphitheater and lawn, as well as the vintage gym and the grounds there. So we're just going to share with you some highlights, taking you through a little bit of the history. Just really take the opportunity for us to present and just share with the community really what's going on at Old School Square campus and why the Downtown Development Authority as an organization is working closely with the city on activating and programming this cultural arts campus. So in August 2021, you'll see the city terminated the lease with the Center for the Arts, which is the nonprofit on the campus managing that for decades. October 2022, the city and the DDA held a workshop regarding the campus and regarding the necessity for keeping that campus open and active as it's the center of in the heart of our downtown and our city. So the DDA worked collaboratively with the city as a funding operation for us to then program and activate an interlocal agreement to open up first the Cornell Art Museum, which sits on Atlantic Avenue, on the Swenton and Atlantic Avenue, the building which is the 1913 elementary school for Delray Beach, now is the Cornell Art Museum. It's open now with exhibitions, and it isn't a closed building. It is actually open, and we invite everybody to be there. December, we opened up the Cornell Art Museum with a new exhibition. February 2023, we signed the interlocal agreement, and then we started producing events in March and April, managing the campus for private events that are rentals, as well as creating events on the campus. September, we started out with the entire campus, and then in September 2023, the city took over the management of the Crest Theater building to execute the renovations and move forward there. In October 2023, the DDA also acquired the vintage gym for management and programming. And in 2024, in September, we are now in our 5-year term, working and managing that campus. In the interlocal agreement, the why, so the DDA agrees to handle administration, setup, operation, maintenance, programming of activities, exhibitions, and special events for the use and enjoyment of the city residents and the public at large in order to encourage economic development and promotion of the downtown area of the city. So this is what we're doing. One thing, our responsibilities with the funding provided by the city and funding that we raise on the campus is we host series of exhibitions and programs that we produce and create on our team, as well as and with our partners in managing the campus. So when we have rentals or private events that are such as the Green Market or the Cocoa Market, other events that actually happen on the campus, our team is there to manage and execute and oversee the execution of those. And then the marketing of the campus. When this was closed for many years, it was really important for us to ramp up the marketing for this campus to really let the public know that the campus is open and active and available for use and enjoyment. So just a little bit about the visitor traffic. Just by year, you'll see we had 220,000 in 2021, 228 in 22, and just growing on 23 and 24. We continue to grow in events. Just recently, we had a free concert on the campus, hosting close to 2,800 people, which is significant. And I know the city just hosted the drone show with over 5,000 people at that event in the middle of summer, which is really when we need it here in downtown. So just a snapshot of the events that are produced by the DDA. on the campus. So just looking at these are all a multitude of events, from free exhibitions and hosting events in the Cornell Art Museum, as well as ticketed events. We had the Pop 2000 with NSYNC, O-Town, and Ryan Cabrera in July, as well as yoga and health and fitness events this summer. So just going to do a shout out for the
and we
highlight we did.
The left hand picture is actually the Harold Caudio talk, where he unveiled the portrait that he did of Coco Gauff, and Mrs. Odom was there, as well as Coco's family. About 300 people inside the museum that night, so it was a really, really beautiful night. And the right hand picture is Full Moon Yoga. We had about 700 people register for that, but we had 1,100 people show up. So that was another free event that we produced on campus just this year.
So going into this current year of 25-26, as we start what we're calling the school year, the Delray High School, which is the Crest Theater building, and the gymnasium celebrate 100-year anniversary of the campus. So it's a milestone year, and we're embarking on really a year of centennial celebrations on the campus, and really want to focus on being inclusive and telling the story of Old School Square and our community through all of our events. So our goal is to obviously launch the celebration in the fall, and just carry it through the year, and really highlighting through that history from the Cornell Museum all the way through the campus, making it a full tour and like travel through time, if you will, and then our next, preparing for the next 100 years.
Yeah, and part of the priorities and part of the 100th anniversary of the campus is the launch of the rebrand. As you all know, we went through a call to artists. The public voted 10,000 votes. They chose the artist, Patricia Torres. She is right now working with our graphic artist to come up with the final logo, and we hope to launch that when we during one of these centennial celebrations. Some of the other priorities: bringing more revenue generating events to the campus, bringing back Art on the Square, which was an event that was a money maker outside of the Cornell Art Museum, more family events, constant activations, low impact activations, and stronger summer programming. Some of the priorities that we hope the city will consider are just capital improvements to the campus. The restrooms need to be redone, some facility enhancements. There's some flooding issues on the campus. And then also working with us to create a comprehensive plan for the entire campus, a strategic plan of what we want this campus to be and how we want to move forward with it. And then now taking a look at the numbers. So this is a look at the projected revenue for the fiscal year 25-26. We are hoping for $800,000 as we got last year from the city. The rental income is about $50,000, program income about $170,000. We get about $25,000 in donations and sponsors, and then you see $10,000 in museum store sales, which puts us just over $1 million to run the campus. We wanted to break that down into buckets so you can really see what we're doing with that money. Operations, that's staff, is about $427,000, and that includes security on campus, legal, all kinds of administrative services. Then you see the marketing and advertising. That's really getting people to know about what's happening on campus. The Cornell Art Museum, those are the exhibitions. The amphitheater, those are the concerts and all the activations. And then the low maintenance budget, which is about $26,000. Now we want to break it down for you so you can see specific what that looks like. Payroll, facility expenses. And we did want to go into the next slide because I think that there have been some public comments about the DDA making money off of Old School Square, and we just wanted to kind of lay this out so that we can put those inaccuracies to rest. This is a look at the OSS budget on your left, and on the right is what the DDA pays for. And those services the DDA pays for are loaned to Old School Square because it is in the heart of our downtown, and we really believe that this is an important piece of the downtown. So on the left is what comes out of the Old School Square budget, which is the city funding and the money that we make at Old School Square. On the right, the executive director, the marketing coordinator, those salaries are all paid for by the DDA. And that is not, we don't take any salary from Old School Square. As far as expenses, this is the marketing and advertising. You can see the buckets, how that breaks down. Let's move on because I think we're on a timer.
Oh, sorry.
Then we go to the Cornell Art Museum. You can see what those events and activations. Mariska is constantly programming the Cornell Art Museum. So it's always got something happening new. And this is a look at the amphitheater, and we kind of break it down between winter programs and summer programs, outdoor games and activities, and then we are hoping throughout all of these programs to have the Centennial be a part of all of the programming. And then this is just a small maintenance budget. We do some painting around campus and lighting and different things to just keep the campus looking nice. We did want to lay out the Creative Arts School because it is a part of the campus, and this is part of the budget for your fiscal year 26. And right now you all have budgeted $426,000 for the Creative Arts School. That, of course, is under the city purview. It is not under the DDA. The Crest Theater and the Creative Arts School are under the city management. And then we just wanted to lay out the final numbers, and you can see that the Creative Arts School, that one program is costing the city more than half of what the entire campus costs in your current budget. So any questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a bit of clarity. I think it's prudent that I do so at this particular point in time. So the purpose of this engagement, one of the provisions of the aforementioned agreement between the City of Delray Beach and the Downtown Development Authority, is to offer an annual update in terms of activities, record of achievement as it relates to the services being provided at the OSS campus. Separate and apart from the Creative Arts School, that's distinctively a separate operation of the City of Delray Beach. We've updated the commission in terms of what our path forward is in that regard. Additionally, perhaps more cogently, I'd like to refresh everybody's attention. I hosted a meeting with leadership of the Downtown Development Authority. It would have been Tuesday, June 24 of this year, 4:30 in the afternoon, to talk a little bit about revenue analysis, particular forecasts, etc., what the opportunities are in that regard. And that brings me to the specific request of $800,000 being made available for the upcoming fiscal year. I openly talked about the prospect of a $700,000 recommendation as part of the aggregate proposed budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. The commission may very well recall, and some of the details of presentations haven't been offered, that was actually the recommended consideration. So bottom line, the current proposed budget process does take under consideration a $700,000 commitment towards this relationship and not an $800,000 one. So that is you all's formal request. However, the proposed budget process takes under consideration $700,000, of which we were fairly open about that as we went along. So thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, just so I can, just if you don't mind, just on that city manager, that conversation was actually tagged on to another meeting that we had. So I knew we had a dialogue on that. I didn't realize that was the formal request for that or recommendation by you. I know that there was going to hopefully be another follow-up conversation, and so that's why we're here with our presentation, following our meetings that we've been having publicly as well with the board. So again, we have activated the campus this year. We're working, based with a partnership with the city collectively and our residents and community to make sure the campus is open and active in the downtown. And it does require a lot of, and even more than what we are actually doing here. It would really require quite a bit more to make sure that campus is fully operational and should be operational 365 days of the year. So. But I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
To the commission, Mr. Long, any comments?
None for now.
Mr. Markert.
Yeah, I just want to thank you ladies and the whole DDA team for what you do. I think the downtown has been unbelievable the past year. We've had more events than ever. We've had paid events. We've had free events. We're obviously driving a lot of traffic into our downtown area, which is what our merchants tell me every day they want, and I don't blame them. If I had a restaurant down there, the more we can drive in, the better our city is. I want to be very careful with the DDA. I think the work you're doing is really good. I think it's critical to the success that we've had as a community. And I want to be mindful of any and all cuts that we're contemplating because I don't want to go backward. We've worked too damn hard to get here. And we're the envy of every city in Florida and many around the United States, and I want to stay there. So the work you guys are doing is contributing mightily to that. So I want to say thank you. And like I said, I want to be perfectly mindful of anything that we're thinking about cutting because this is too valuable to mess around with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Casal.
Yeah, I would say thank you for the presentation. And, you know, I sat up here when you weren't running the campus, and you're doing an exceptional job, and people recognize that. And we are still in our budget process. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Burns.
Yes. Just thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the work that you do in our city and our downtown area. And that's it.
Thank you.
A lot of brouhaha was made about my doing a public records request to obtain all the financial statements. I do have one thing to start off with, and that you continue to try to point out that you, for $800,000, do all this, and somehow that the city is spending $426,000 on the art school when you were told yesterday by this deputy city manager of exactly what that means, and that you know that we know that money hasn't been spent. You know it's been budgeted for teachers. You know the teachers are going to be paid out of the payments. So you're trying to sit there and make this.
Well, that's not what your budget from last year says.
Yeah, well, that you can't understand and read a budget and what doesn't get spent and stuff, because your budget doesn't mean it's spent.
Tell me what it says.
Well, you were told yesterday, and you're continuing
You
the
said that-
fable.
you said that that's
You are
so-
continuing
Mayor,
the fable.
That's
Excuse
gonna
me.
be made back.
Excuse me. So I have the chair.
That's
Mayor.
not going to be made
Excuse me.
Mayor,
back.
You
point
have
of
the chair
order.
yesterday. I got
Okay.
the chair today.
Mayor,
Yes.
it's Lynn. So this is commission discussion. I think the presentation's over. So
Yep.
I don't think you're directing questions to them. I think you're directing it to your colleagues.
Okay.
So unless
Okay.
you have specific questions, I think you can just direct to your colleagues.
Well, I'm only correcting because addressed to my colleagues was this, and we all received an email this morning from Gina Carter on what the true numbers are, and to suggest that it's some bigger number than that, and how great you are at 800,000, how lousy we are for our 426,000, and how we're overspending is truly disingenuous. But I have a lot of questions. You know, I'm not saying there's anything wrong. I got a lot of questions. You know, I want to know why the DDA budget has gone up 100% in 5 years.
Can I answer that question?
I'm-
When you're directly asking them a question, that's fine, but I think if you're just speaking
Okay,
in
I'm
general,
directly
they
asking,
should
I mean,
respond.
it's gone up in 5 years.
Our millage has stayed the same, but so we are set our millage based on the value of the downtown. So the value of the downtown
The
is also.
value of the downtown has gone up.
The properties in the downtown. So
Right, but that-
we have
Property
remained our
values
value
have
based on.
increased.
And I acknowledge that, and you
You
love to
understand
say
how a millage
that you're
works,
entitled to sell,
right?
you're given 1 mil and you're allowed to spend it. You know, we could do 10 mils here at the city.
Yes.
We're allowed to do 10. We don't. Why? Because we give the taxpayers a break. And my point is, $1 million increase in revenues over 5 years without any other cuts, to me, is not being very taxpayer friendly. But that, you've answered the question, so I understand why you've got it. That doesn't mean you have to spend it. That's my first point.
So it was also.
Sorry?
It was also approved through the proper process through
Oh,
the
I'm
city
not
and the
suggesting,
budget.
I'm not
just saying.
suggesting that, because nobody else has been
reason.
getting the financials, and I'm, first one, as everybody now knows. Okay, so I'd
We
like
had
to
a
know
town hall
why
last week where we
administration.
gave all the financials.
I'd like to, oh, please, don't go down that road.
We didn't see you there.
Please, I'm not,
Stop.
I'd like to know why the administrative costs are at 60%, 68% of your 66% of your operating budget. And let me go through it. Salaries and benefits. Now, please, you explain
Can I
that.
just clarify? Are you speaking about the DDA budget, or are we talking about Old School Square budget?
I'm talking
at this
about, well, I
time?
don't know, because if I look at what your auditor says, and this is going to be my next question.
So, Mayor-
Why does your auditor comment on do the sufficiency of your internal controls.
Can I say that?
No, you may not.
That's in our statement, page 172 of our audit report. It's on page 59 of the
Yeah,
CRA.
I understand. But
It's
our
boilerplate.
internal
You know what
controls are brought up as part of our
boilerplate
audit.
means.
Our internal controls are brought up as part of our audit.
They have the same exact terminology in our audit.
Yeah, I read
They
it.
have the same exact terminology in the CRA audit.
Right.
I saw your email. I heard what you said
Can I
yesterday.
continue?
That's not accurate
You have to-
information.
Okay, it is accurate information.
inaccurate.
Well, let's go with accurate
So
information.
Mayor, can I ask a question, please? We came here tonight to talk about the Old School
Well,
Square
I'm
budget.
talking about Old School Square too, because I happen to think that before we give you another 700, 800, 900,000, whatever you're
Okay.
asking for, that we should have our auditor make sure that you're spending the taxpayer dollars in accordance with what I think.
Okay, that would be fine.
I'm sure to be fine, because I think we need to understand that, because the person programming our shows, there's no contract for this person. They're paid a monthly fee, but there's no contract with them. He gets $5,000 a month for booking shows that are local. That may be great, but when you speak to the booking agents that do this for a living, essentially we're paying him what you would be paying them, but
Right,
getting a better
exactly.
quality show, because
Okay.
we can go through that list. Happy to do that. Tonight's not the night. But as it relates to the salaries, which you use a portion of it for, I understand that you're doing all that. You include in the salaries, you have 2.5 marketing people, but you have 3 marketing people that you pay as vendors. You have security people you pay. The way it works is your operating budget is your operating budget. You can't deduct or average down your payments based on what you pay third-party vendors. You just can't, that's not the way it works in terms of determining what's the organization's salary construct. So we can look at that, and I'm still looking at it. But all I'm saying is, before the first banner is put up, a lot of money goes out the door internally. Is all I'm saying.
Sure.
And I'm troubled by the fact that when I looked at some of the statements yesterday, that you have pages and pages of things on your bills which are no receipts provided. None. Now, yes, you got your audit, but audits, as we all know, are just to determine whether he gave me a bill, I paid the bill, the audit says, yes, you paid it. I don't know whether he spent his money correctly. I'm not saying you didn't spend it correctly, but that's what receipts are for.
Right.
And
And we have them.
you're asking me to turn over another $700,000 to an organization that doesn't keep receipts.
We have the receipts.
Can she explain
Well-
that? That's you're making serious accusations
you-
at
you-
their
you-
meetings and here. At least
I
allow
got-
her the opportunity to
I'm looking
explain.
at their bill where it says no receipt, no receipt, no receipt. I sent you a copy. Look at it.
I looked at it. You sent it 2 minutes before the meeting, and I did look at it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's
And
fine.
that's
Well,
where
it's
I saw
there.
your
assure
notice.
I assure you the auditor saw it.
Can I ask, what is it you're trying to accomplish?
I am trying to
You're
accomplish
going to their
that
meetings.
I want to make sure that the money we're giving the DDA is being properly accounted for. I want our auditor to look at how they're spending for the money. I want to make our auditor look at whether or not the contracts they have that we're paying money for
You
to
need a
develop the
consensus
talent,
for us to do that.
develop the talent is appropriate under the circumstances and has been competitively bid out. It's not being competitively bid out. So everybody talks about transparency. I talk about transparency and accountability.
It feels like you're going after them. I want to be
I'm not
honest.
going after anybody.
You're
I'm
not doing that
I'm representing
here.
the taxpayers.
You're not doing this in the CRA. You're going to their meetings. You represent all of us as the mayor. You're sitting up there, and the members are saying there's a tension and a hostility up there that's uncomfortable with your presence.
Thank you.
And I want to
making-
chime in
I'm
too.
not
I feel the
I'm not
exact
done.
same way.
Good. I'm glad you do.
You've got
And you'll
bits
be
and
able to-
pieces of information that you are making decisions on. That is not strategic. That is being tactical. You do not have all the information. And if you went to the events that the DDA has every Friday and Saturday, and you don't, we are jammed down there.
Sure.
That $1 million that we're spending is the best $1 million we've ever spent. And because
Well,
you don't like what they do does not mean for
You'll have
1
the-
minute
you'll
that
have
you
the-
should be driving this process, Mayor. I'm sorry. I don't get mad at anybody.
Ladies and gentlemen,
All I'm saying to you is, I want an accountability of the money being spent. Well, the taxpayers
It
deserve
doesn't
an
feel like
accountability.
that.
do that.
Everyone is saying this feels very personal,
It does.
very
It's
targeted.
It's not personal.
It is.
Then-
I
Ladies and
represent
gentlemen.
the
It is
taxpayers.
personal.
Mayor,
Why?
Mr. Moore.
Ask the people. This is the most personal thing I've seen
People
in the
came
15
up,
years
we
I've been
went-
in
I
Delray.
don't care whether the people paid by the organization applaud.
Well, you should care about those people. They voted you in.
No,
I
Ladies
care
and
about
gentlemen.
them.
ladies and gentlemen.
Well, my point is, there's a lot of questions on the things. If you
Happy
want
to
to vouch
answer
for
those
all their
questions.
expenses,
Mayor,
go
I'm
ahead
happy
and
to
vouch.
answer those questions. We can go right now if you'd like to. I'm happy to answer everything you want.
Sorry. Yes.
I think Mr. Moore wants to contribute.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So, in response to Ms. Simon's expression of willingness to work with everybody involved to alleviate any concerns that might be expressed, I
Happy
think
to
you're
do it.
amenable to that. You've expressed a general interest to that effect,
Yes,
and I think thank you for
Be
offering that on
willing.
the record.
No
So,
problem.
I would suggest that
let's bring it on. Let's do it.
the Elena Georgiev, as internal auditor, given an opportunity to engage and
Yes,
connect with
I'd
leadership
love
of the
to.
Downtown Development Authority to help
Hang on, we
alleviate
didn't
any
get a
concerns.
consensus on that.
I'm making a suggestion, ma'am.
So you're
Commissioner
saying you
Casal,
don't
I'm
want our
simply
auditor
making a
to-
I want to
suggestion
have
in
a
response
discussion
to her
about
interests.
what you have. You're hoarding information. You're going to the meeting with a packet of papers, but you refuse to hand them out. You're dropping little crumbs that are super suggestive and rather insulting. The way that you're implying people that have been partners for a long time are acting. It's not appropriate unless you really have information. A part of your information was that sheet on page 1 of the CBIZ report, which is exactly the same as ours on 59 in the CRA, and on page 172 in our own audit. I think that you have something in your mind that's happening that may not be. And I'm the first one who will go after the finances, but I don't love your approach. Sending out letters, thousands of letters to residents demanding they come to an event and voice their concern about the millage. By the way, if I may, I'm not done. The reason why they always got a 1 mil was because our city attorney presented to us at the time the understanding that they were entitled to 1 mil.
Well, we're entitled to 10.
When Mr.
Are
Franco
you
wanted
advocating
to
a 10?
take it away,
I
Mr.
never said
Franco
that they-
wanted to take it away,
I've
and we
never
were
said that
told
they're
we couldn't.
entitled
If you let her answer the question, you brought her
Was
into it.
discussed. Forgive me for interpreting that way, but Mr. Franco wanted to reduce it, and
Mr.
we were
Frankel's
kind of
here.
told, yes.
No. So let me be very clear. I've never said that they're entitled to 1 mil.
Maybe that's a bad choice of
They're
word.
entitled
That is
to
a bad
up
choice.
to 1 mil.
Right, so they're entitled to up to 1 mil.
And we're entitled to up to 10.
Right.
But what do? Do we spend up to 10? No.
Mayor, if
We
you
measure
have
what the
an
taxpayers.
issue with what they're doing, please produce the documentation because it feels like
It's
a
coming.
witch hunt.
So,
You
Mayor,
didn't go to their meeting.
If I-
Over 200 people showed up in support saying, we
I know. I saw
appreciate
the people
you.
there. I saw the yellow shirt people.
You're
and
on the
people that
board,
worked
you
there.
didn't go to the event.
Mayor, can I make a point of order just to clarify the record? So under 411 on the duties of the internal auditor, the internal auditor shall review any matter related to city business upon the request of a majority of the city commission or the city manager. So just
No,
to
I
be
understand
clear,
that. I
if
What I
Mr.
would like-
Moore,
I
if
will
Mr.
agree to
Moore
it.
wishes to do that, he has the ability to direct that.
I would agree to it, Mr. Moore. I think the consensus should be that our mayor, Mr. Carney, produces the documents of concern to all of us so we can all review them. Then we give Miss.
Oh, so before we give her money, you
them
don't
the
want to make sure they're
opportunity-
spending the money
We're not
correctly?
giving her money till October, so we have plenty
me.
of time for you to put out these
Has nothing to do with
allegations.
Isaac. Has nothing to do with
Can I
Isaac.
make a quick
Can I
comment,
make-
guys? I haven't spoken up at all. I just want to make a quick comment. If Ms. Simon's on board with speaking with our auditor, which you are, right?
yes.
So then can we just agree with that to allow her to meet with our auditor? And,
Which is
Why
my
would you want
suggestion and
transparency?
recommendation.
can we
Why
just
would you
do
want our
that and
auditor to
move
look at it?
along? We're just
I want to
arguing
know
now.
what your accusations are. Where's
Can we
the
move this along?
documentation?
So can I also just make a point of clarity here, as the Downtown Development Authority was put in this position to run the campus, right? We don't have to be here.
I agree.
We truly do not have to
I
be
would
here.
do it.
And we're happy to give the keys back if that's what you guys want.
No, you
But
rescued
clearly-
the campus.
But
You
clearly,
rescued the campus for us.
To suggest that
it's
the-
just
to
flat
we're
out
here-
true.
To suggest that the city doesn't have the ability to run that campus is
That is
disingenuous.
not our
They all just said how
suggestion.
wonderful.
Say that.
It's
they
a
want-
suggestion.
Well, I did not
of
say
the amount
that.
of
Again,
money.
here you are making up facts. I didn't say
not
that.
making up facts.
You just
Excuse
made
me,
it up.
Excuse
Ladies
me.
and
Play the
gentlemen.
record
That
back.
is-
You're making
our
crap
point
up.
of our point of that
You're
of
right.
that slide to show you how much is being invested in this campus is to show that this campus takes money to run.
Of course it does.
It takes a lot of money to run.
Mr.
Way
Mayor.
more than we're investing at all. And I think a lot of people invest money in this town for this campus to be alive.
Mr.
And we all have to take responsibility and passion for this. So
Yes,
I
Mr.
appreciate that. And we honestly, we don't have to be doing this. Our team has got a lot to focus on. And I know that they've given a lot more
I
than
agree.
what you see on paper.
Listen.
That they're being paid is a lot
I
of blood,
agree.
sweat, and tears for this place, because they love it.
I acknowledge that you don't have to be doing it. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. So once again, I'd like to support the professional merits for Ms. Simon and her team being able to engage with the city's internal auditor, Yelena Georgiev, who's actually standing right behind Ms. Laura Simon at this time, ready to make a connection as well as to proceed accordingly. I think that's
Perfect.
the
Thank
cogent,
you.
structured approach. There's an agreement to proceed in that regard. I'm part of Ms. Simon. I appreciate Ms. Jellin for offering the clarification in terms of what the city manager's capability and authority is with respect to questions or concerns in this regard. However, I would like for the commission to offer their support as well, which I like to think is fair considering the fact that Ms. Simon expressed the interest and willingness to
She's been
support
asking to
that.
sit down with the mayor
So
the
you-
entire time.
That's not what I'm talking
Are
about,
we
Commissioner.
asking for consensus because we need to move on?
Yes,
from
ma'am.
this? Okay, so I would just like to say that, you know, we don't want another old school square of the arts situation here to happen. So in light of transparency, accountability for everyone, you're agreeing to sit with our auditor, let's do that. And so I'm in favor of that.
Fine, we have consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's that. Otherwise, the budget process continues. The recommendations have been made known. And I'll appreciate your willingness, Ms. Simon. So Ms. Yelena Georgiev, be kind enough to engage and connect, and you make arrangements accordingly.
It's been lovely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simon.
I think she does.
Follow-up, clarity, direction, and trajectory regarding downtown parking plan implementation. Missy Barletto, you have the stage, or the platform, or the table, or the floor.
It's not gross, it's just not sweet.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Missy Barletto, Director of Public Works. Very happy to be here this evening to talk to you about follow-up direction from the July meeting's presentation on, ooh, what did that do? Let's do this. On the parking. There we go. They give me all kinds of tools up here, and I can usually get one of them to work. Okay, so in July, I gave you a very long and exhaustive presentation on implementation of the parking and curbside management plan. Tonight, there are a few items of clarity following the meetings in July where there was not a complete consensus on some of the items. So what we talked about was the various tiers in the performance-based parking plan. Tier 2 is the side street parking. Tier 3 is surface lots, and potentially changing the rate structure in the parking garages. We also talked about establishment of a parking benefits district and a centralized valet program. Neither one of those issues are on the agenda tonight. Tonight we're just going to talk about. You're welcome.
We're having a workshop on that next week, Rob, just so you know. I'm kidding, everyone.
Yeah, I have a 2-hour presentation on that for tomorrow. No, I'm kidding. So, from the initial meeting, we talked about the city manager by resolution has the authority to raise the parking rate on side streets from $2 to $3. That met approval from the board. The surface lot metering, generally the board seemed to be in favor of that, but the holdup for giving full favor toward metering the parking lots depended on finding a solution to employee parking in the downtown area. And then by the time we got to the rate structure in the garages, we did not come to consensus.
Fair assessment.
So tonight, we're only going to talk about the performance-based parking program and the employee parking permit. And because the Tier 3 parking is dependent on arriving at a viable solution to the employee parking program, we're going to talk about that first. So the parking and curbside management master plan does lay out a recommendation to provide a month-to-month permit for downtown employee parking. Staff has tentatively offered $15 a month. That would be an available online permit, just the same as the other parking permits that we have. You can buy it online, or you can buy it at the one parking office that's in the Old School Square parking garage on the first floor. There are two options for this permit. The first one is the one that was already on the table, to utilize the top floors of the Old School Square and Fetterspiel parking garages, to limit those to only employee parking. That option has not received a favorable response from the DDA in the past, because there's a very limited number of spaces, and it's pretty far away from most of the places where the people work. So walking back to their cars at 2 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning was problematic for that. What staff has proposed for this evening is to have an employee parking permit that is structured similarly to the city resident downtown parking permit, where employees can buy the permit for $15 a month. They can park in any available parking space in the downtown area for free, other than Atlantic Avenue. So only the premium parking would be off limits to them. And we're going to recommend opening up both the Orange Grove lot and the Sandaway parking lot on the barrier island later in the evening, to provide with additional parking in that area.
Can I ask a question, Mayor?
Yes, please.
You're saying they could get a pass the same way we residents get the pass at the garage.
Yes.
The pass would allow them to park in any metered parking in the city, but not on Atlantic Avenue. So
Yes.
any,
That's the way, yeah.
and that would be for $15 a month.
Yes, they can park in any available parking space.
I feel like we're gonna lose money in the long run, because if I had a pass, I mean, I'll be
look,
down there every night.
I'm not the one who's pushing that point. I mean, I
No,
think people should pay. I think people should pay for their own parking like they do in every other city, and we're leaving
We need a
hundreds of thousands
program,
of
but
dollars on the table.
I don't see
and asking
how we
taxpayers to pick
can,
up the
I don't
cost.
see how we're gonna regulate this. What will people bring to the garage to show they're an employee? How will we know?
So they will have to renew their parking pass every month. Part of that renewal process will be a letter from a downtown employer saying that they are indeed employed. And
Those are gonna be, I would have a letter tomorrow for myself if I were living here. I'm concerned, Missy, I'm being very honest, but I feel like we will just have a bunch, I don't know how this.
It's not going to solve the problem.
I don't think this works, no offense. I think I would have an employee letter from somewhere, some restaurant. I will bring it over there. If I were a kid, no, not now. And I would get that pass. I would be downtown every night.
Missy, have you guys modeled this after other programs in other cities? Do you have any sort of data that shows an approach that's worked before that's similar to either of these?
we have looked around at other cities. There are very few employee parking programs available out there. We have tried to everything we can possibly think of to accommodate.
You've tried so many
this.
things.
We have tried, and so far nothing that we've brought forward has passed approval. So
I'm sorry.
I'm at a loss.
I know,
honestly.
and I appreciate your effort. I do.
Ms. Burns, yes.
Is there there's a parking board, isn't it? Advisory board?
Not
There
anymore.
used to be.
They
No
weren't
longer.
showing up.
So there's
That's
no
correct,
longer-
Mayor.
because
In the process of being
Tomorrow's
eliminated.
in the last meeting, isn't it? When is the last
Because
meeting?
I would think that
No,
that
they
would be
won't
where we
meet
would
again.
get advice from residents and from the businesses to get from a parking advisory committee on, trying things and not being able to come to. Because I don't think, you said you would run down, we can get a city pass for cheaper than that. So why would that be something that?
City pass you pay, but you.
Yeah, but you can't use it in certain
The city
local
pass
use
is
it on-
actually $12 a year.
It's $12 a
No,
year.
but
This
you
is
don't-
$15 a
They're
month.
parking for free. When I park with my city pass, I'm parking at a reduced rate. I'm still paying for parking.
How are they parking for free if they're paying $15 a month?
They're
not
parking
pa-
for
they're-
free.
They're not parking for free.
Oh,
They're
that's
paying
not clear.
$15 a month. It's
park
$180 a year
Yeah,
if they're
$180
employed
a
year
year.
If you
round.
park for 2 hours, that's $8.
I
As you
park on
recall-
the side streets and I pay $12 a year.
As you recall, my idea was to have the metered parking because, in my opinion, I do understand the importance of patrons to restaurants and shops and everything, but all of these businesses downtown don't have parking requirements, and in this special little area here, and I really believe that it's up to the restaurants and the stores to make sure that that to pay for their employees parking as they do everywhere else. And we keep kind of saying, the restaurant saying, we can't get people. Well, I will tell you, in Boca Raton, they did provide in their garage some free parking. That was pointed out, and I actually checked it, and it's correct. But on all their surface lots, if employees park there, they think, and they put in a reimbursement to the restaurant, and they get paid back. That's part of the deal, and so that the city can generate the revenues. And that was my proposal. Nobody liked it, but my proposal is that it's a user fee. People that use the parking lot should pay for the parking lot. Someone's got to pay to have it striped. Someone's got to pay to make sure that there's the patrols there. Someone's got to pay for all that, and it should be the people using it. I think that having a program for employees is a good idea. How it gets monitored is a separate issue, but whether or not I think $15 is very, very generous.
Right.
$15 a month. It's
$15, I know $15 a
$180 a
month,
year.
but $180 a year is still very generous in a spot that spot could earn that in a day. So we're giving up that daily for someone else to park
Right.
there for 30 days. And I think that that's not fair to the rest of the residents who don't do that, and who yet we go to when we need millage change because we have a union problem, or we have this problem, or a road problem. We just go to the taxpayers when we're not maximizing our own assets, like everybody else.
If I
So
may-
I'm more concerned about the actual rollout and execution of the program than I am about losing money on it. That's the part I'd like to hear more about, Missy, if you don't mind. You and your team have dug into this, and these are the solutions you came up with.
I'll tell you-
Now, do you think, from your opinion, based on the work you've done, that this is going to be possible to actually monitor this? Because my colleagues raised some real issues here. Like, how do we enforce this? How do we make sure that someone that's an employee is a real employee when they're getting one of these permits?
So they will be required, just like we require city residents to provide proof of residence within the city boundaries, so that residents in West Delray, even though they have a Delray Beach address, they are not entitled to the city resident discount on parking. So they have to live within the boundary. Just very similarly to that, we will require them to provide proof of employment, whether that be a letter or
Checks.
whether
A W-9 or a 1099 or something like that, maybe?
whether we can double check with the employer on the letter to make sure those people are indeed employed.
Mm-hmm.
We can require it to be to have that delay for verification time, so that we can double check with the employer and make sure that that person is indeed employed. Their permit will be just like all the other parking permits that will be tied to a license plate for a particular car, so they can't they can't share with it's not something that they can hand someone else and say, hey, throw this on your dashboard.
Right.
We will do our level best. Am I going to guarantee that there won't be any cheating? Nope.
Right.
I think that cheating happens,
Yeah.
but we can do our level best to patrol that and make sure that it's as minimal as possible.
So, Missy, why don't you finish your presentation? Because we've interrupted you.
Well, really, this is where I was going to pause and
Oh,
ask
fine.
to have
Okay.
this.
I didn't want you to
this
have a poignant
discussion.
pause while we derailed you.
But I did want to address Deputy Vice Mayor Burns's statement that we really need to go back and talk to the public. We have talked to the public so much on this topic, and this is probably the fourth iteration of an employee parking program that we've brought forward. So far, there has not been any interest
like it's
in
been 3
actually
years to me.
buying the permit. I mean, we offered a permit where we had a special trolley that ran at night, and the employer actually bought the parking permits and handed them out to their employees, and the trolley would drive them back in the middle of the night directly to their parking space, and that sold 0 permits. We've tried so many things.
So does your plan, and I know you're not finished with your presentation, does it include the parking garages having free parking after 4 p.m.?
If you approve the employee parking permit program tonight, then they can park in any available paid parking space or free parking space. They don't have to pick a paid parking space, but they can pick any available paid parking space and park there for the duration.
But where are the free parking spaces?
There are time limited spaces on the side streets. There are just the only paid spaces are 1 block north and south of Atlantic, and there are plenty of ask the natives that go down in the evening. And I don't want to give away all the secrets, so there are places.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Would you tell us later, though, just so we know?
You know.
You know where they are.
I'm sorry, Mayor, if I may. So what I'm saying is, when I said free, meaning there's no meter charge. Once you hit the meter, you enter your number in as you would. Your pass is registered. It's a $15 a month charge. But what about the limited lots where you can only be there so many hours? What happens to the individual who stays in those an extended time?
So there won't be time limits associated with it either. Otherwise, they're going to have to leave halfway through their shift and move their car.
The problem is, though, Missy, and I had a gentleman approach me from my neighborhood. He has property down in Pineapple Grove. They can't find places to park. So even with this, I don't know. I mean, I suppose if you're coming to work during the day, this is a great incentive. But if you're coming in the evening, it doesn't necessarily help. I mean, I like it better than, because they can still use the lots that we now call free lots. They'll just be metered and they can pull in there. They can really go anywhere.
I would say that what the industry standards would answer, how they would answer that is that if the tiered parking, if it is paid parking, there should be more spaces available for them to park in than it would be a free time-limited parking as our surface lots are now. Our surface lots are the first to fill up because it's free and they have 9-hour time limits.
That's with the study. You had that study done that you presented 6 months ago.
Can we just put a little thought into this? Do we have to decide this evening? I just want to, I think, I don't know. I want to do a little looking around.
Could we consider like a pilot program version of this so we can actually see how it's rolled out in real life? Because we're not going to know until we sort of try some version of this, frankly. We're not going to know how many people actually sign up for it. We're not going to know if you're able to implement it based on all these different variables. I'd be open to trying some version of it for a limited time and then coming back to it and see how it worked and how we can potentially tweak it. Is that like an option? Would that be something we'd be amenable to up here? Because like you said, how many times have we talked about this? I don't want to kick the can down the road anymore.
For 3 years.
You're right.
Like forever.
Well, this is
Right.
3
I
out
was on
of
the
4
commission in
meetings in the
2012
last 2
when we
months.
spoke.
I know. I'm sorry, Missy, and I
And
really
we were building
appreciate all
the
your
better
ideas.
building the old school square garage. That's when we had
Next
that
time, by the
conversation.
time we decide, there'll be like 3 more parking garages in Delray. Let's just
That's another
try
topic
it.
I'd love to discuss. I mean, getting more parking garages.
The one thing, Missy, that I know you and I have talked about this, I heard loud and clear from all the meetings, and I've been to way too many on parking. I do feel for the restaurants and the bars that have, workers that don't make a lot of money, and most of them don't live in our city, and they come into our town to work as servers and busboys and cooks and other low-paying jobs. I've heard the restaurants and the bars over and over again saying, look, we really need to find a place for them to park, and it really needs to be free. So I know we're talking about a compromise plan here, but I'm empathetic to what I've heard as a former market researcher. The bars and the restaurants are all in unison that these are people that we have to attract to keep our restaurants and bars opening, and if we don't provide them with parking spaces, they're going to go work in the suburbs. We don't want that. So I know we're talking about a compromise here, maybe $15 a day. I think I'm kind of with Julie on that. Maybe we should run that by a few of the restaurants and the bars just to see if that's an acceptable alternative. I also am in agreement with what Rob is saying, Commissioner Long, sorry. Maybe we should pilot something and do it for 6 months and see if we got it right. And if we did, great. And if we didn't, well, then we can redo it. I don't know.
If you do 6, I won't be here, so it's not my problem anymore. Perfect. Yeah.
Oh no. We can blame you because you won't be here.
I'll be here.
But,
Lest you forget.
Yep.
But would you consider also that in trying to do this, that don't you think the restaurants have any responsibility to provide parking for their people?
They do, but I'll tell you what they told me. It's going to be reflected in your menu prices. Somebody's got to pay for it.
No, but that was our fault for not.
I don't know if you looked at the menu prices recently down there. I'm not sure the $180 a
They're
year.
pretty high, but I've owned bars and restaurants. I know where the money's going to go.
But I'm just pointing to what they did in Boca, and everybody had the exact same complaints in Boca Raton.
You're not wrong.
And
You're not wrong.
those restaurants are all full. Those restaurants, and they're making a heck of a lot of money off their paid parking program. And I will say that the problem with restaurants keeping personnel is not a Delray problem.
No.
I mean, it's
Industry.
It's an industry problem. So, I mean, I obviously understand their thing, which is why I'm saying if we're going to have a compromise, I wanted them to pay or have the DDA pay for all the employee parking, and that would be fine too. They care about people going downtown and supporting restaurants.
See, that kind of comment is not unnecessary, though.
Fine. That's it.
So, ladies and
That's the first time
gentlemen.
that's been floated. It was floated several years back too.
They're not going to pay for the.
So, ladies and
podcast
gentlemen,
for the
I would like
employees.
to have some sense of consensus because, again, there's been numerous discussions about this. We've also clarified what the administrative abilities are and are not as it relates to parking plan implementation features. We are proceeding in that regard, as Ms. Barletto communicated in her early part of the presentation. So, a couple of you all, as I recall, maybe even several of you all seem to support the observation of a test case program so that we can bring back appropriate data. Would that be an appropriate approach so that we can have some sense of direction?
How about a 3-month pilot where we try both options? Is that possible? Can we do both concurrently, or is it like one or the other?
Is there how
I
much is
think
there a
it should
setup
be
cost?
one or the other, just
Okay.
to cut
Yep.
down on confusion.
Which would you suggest is the more viable option?
I
You're the
believe
expert.
the downtown parking permit is the only actually viable option.
Okay.
Simply because of the limited amount of spaces available in the garage. Even though the garage is underutilized right now, we don't have a trolley system. We don't have we would have to add freebie into much later at night than what it is currently offered in order to get people safely back to their cars. And if we don't do that, then that's going to be the objection.
That creates another issue. I understand.
I mean,
Okay.
I agree with Commissioner Long and Commissioner Marker. I think I'd rather get started, at least instead of kick it down the road again, at least get something started. And if it doesn't work, we'll obviously have ample time to address this issue again, because it won't be the
Okay,
last time.
so what I'm hearing is that we want to do a 3-month pilot project. What do we want to charge, if anything?
3 months, shouldn't we try to have a pilot program like through, 3 months takes us to.
I was just saying so I could be here whenever it comes back.
Okay, well,
I
we'll
don't
invite
care.
you back.
Whatever
We'll
you want.
invite you back.
Yeah, I'll just come sit out
But I'm
here.
thinking 3 months is really not enough of a.
Six,
6
whatever,
6
huh?
months is kind of really a
Sure.
It's enough time.
Yeah.
to really see how it goes, because you're going to get into season, you're going to have the summer thing, you're going to have the season, you're going to be able to see how it all plays out
We're
with
gonna
all
have a
the.
3-month update and then a 6-month.
Yeah,
time.
you can update us in 3 months.
So
how
if
it
we
goes.
proceeded with a
So-
6-month
so Mr.
program-
Long can participate in the update.
So if we were to proceed with a 6-month pilot program to this effect, so I would suggest beginning early September. So Tuesday, September 2nd, roughly. So that will take us
You
until
need to
March.
give us
That's
a
coming
little
up
bit
in the
of
next
time.
couple of weeks.
A little bit of time. That's a little bit ambitious.
I apologize. October 1st. That would be
Thank you.
Wednesday, October 1st. That gives us several weeks in which to prepare. So between October 1st, 2025, and let's say April of 2026. So in April 2026, we'll come back before the City Commission, offer you all the update reports. Perhaps we can offer a 3-month update circa January in terms of progress thus far.
That works.
Sounds
That's the
good.
beginning of our fiscal year. Works fine. It's a good date.
Yep.
Why not?
Can I suggest starting out with a lower rate? I don't even know if I'm like embracing this, to be honest with you. I appreciate, again, Missy, I know you've worked tirelessly to try and bring us options. I know we can sit up here and say $15 is too, drinks at Starbucks, but for some of these kids
I was
working.
aiming at a 1-hour salary. Is where I aimed at. So
I'm just, I don't know. I'm not.
how about if we try $10 a month to begin with?
That's ridiculous.
It's
The
ridiculous.
space will generate $50 a day, and then you want to do? I mean, come on.
$14.99. Do I hear?
I can't multiply that fast with the number
are
of
people
hours.
that
I
are
mean,
going-
I'm sorry. I mean, I got to take my.
I know, but they're going from paying nothing to now they're paying $15 a month. A lot of go down on the Ave and see who's working in these restaurants.
$15 a month is 1 hour pay over a 30-day period. And you're really saying that really? $15 a month? So does the city. They have taxes they're paying. They have to stripe the stuff. They have to, they're a city. We have to insure the lots. We got costs too.
Given that we're talking about a pilot, though, and we want people to sign up so we can test it out, maybe starting out at a lower rate makes sense. And then if you get buy-in, you raise it after 6 months.
Yeah, they can know
I don't
during
care.
the pilot, it's $10
I
and
don't
then
care.
it will be up.
Right now,
Just wanna
that's
move
better
on to the
than-
next item.
It's better than free, so fine.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's for 6 months. It's just a test.
Okay, so you're going to try it out for $10, whatever it is.
Okay, we have consensus. A 6-month pilot program
These are
for the
$12.50.
employee
So I'm
parking
with
permit.
Mark.
Commissioner Solomon says split the baby at $12.50.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I'm for $12.50.
He's joking.
$12.50 a month? Come on. The park downtown?
Split the baby.
Really? We're fighting about this?
For kids working and young adults working.
I understand
and
there are
people,
kids and young adults working.
You're the
I'm
one up
working
here
too.
yelling about how everything's expensive and eggs are
$12.50 a month to
$7.
park downtown, and this is
They're
like
accustomed to
being
pay.
discussed.
They're accustomed to
Ladies
getting
and
it
gentlemen.
for free.
A dollar value, please, so that we can move forward. So I appreciate the consensus. 6-month pilot
I'll
program
support
incentive
that.
to
I'm
my
at
down.
10. I'm at 10.
10 it is. You got
$10 it is. Thank you very much.
Get it started.
Thank you
I'll
so
get it
much.
Get it started. $10. Good. What the heck?
She
And
slides into
reactivate
home.
the advisory board.
Oh God. Be careful with.
Oh,
Okay,
Be careful what you
so
wish for.
now we're going to talk about surface lots prices. Okay, so I want to remind you all what our current parking program is on Atlantic Avenue. It's $4 an hour. On the second tier parking, the side streets is $2 an hour. Commission has already approved moving that to $3 an hour. The third tier parking is the surface lots. Right now, it's free with time limits, 9 hours in most of the lots. And then we have the periphery parking garages, which is free until 4 p.m. and a flat $5 rate after 4 p.m. What we proposed last month was to leave our premier parking rates alone at $4 an hour, to move the second tier parking to $3 an hour. We have approval for that part. To meter the surface lots and charge $2 an hour with a 4-hour time limit for people paying at the meter, but not necessarily for permit parkers. And then changing the rate structure at the parking garages to $1.50 an hour, 24 hours. This does a couple of things for us, and one of the things it does is limit the amount of people who are parking overnight in our parking garages and using that as shelter. So what I did not have to share with you prior was revenue projections that are associated with the changing in the performance-based parking program. So if we were to do the changes that we suggested, including moving the parking garages to $1.50 an hour, that actually brings in $1.5 million of additional revenue into the city, which brings our total revenue for our parking program to just over $8 million. The side street parking, that literally impacts 150,000 transactions annually, which means that there's still capacity on the side streets to park. So the Tier 3 changes at the surface parking lots, that will increase the revenue to the city by about $364,000 annually. And that's based on an average ticket price of $4 and 2 turns per day. 2 turns means that 2 different people will park in the same space during a single day. So that would be 2 different people parking there for 2 hours each. So just running through the lots, the railroad lot has by far is the largest amount of spaces at 162 spaces. The current occupancy rate at that parking lot is only 57%. Gladiola lot has 74 spaces with a 30% occupancy rate. So it's full during particular times of the day, empty a lot of the rest of the day. Village lot has 40 spaces and a 44% occupancy rate. And the Veterans Park lot has 79 spaces, but right now the average occupancy rate is only 50% because a good deal of that parking lot is being affected by an adjacent construction project. So not all of those spaces are utilized on a daily basis. The periphery parking garages, changing that rate structure to $1.50 an hour actually brings in about $390,000 of additional revenue to the city per year, also based on 2 turns on each parking space. But what's interesting about changing this rate structure is right now everybody who parks in the parking garage after 5 p.m. pays a flat $5 fee. The average ticket price for parking in the garage at $1.50 an hour lowers the average ticket to $3 per person parking in the parking garage. So actually what will come out of an individual's pocket would be less. And we would also see increased revenue. So just a reminder, our goal before we start having to add additional parking areas in the city is that our total parking occupancy gets up to 85%. We have the ability to adjust the rates and hours as needed. We monitor the occupancy rates constantly, and we can bring those rate adjustments back to commission as needed. And that is the end of the presentation.
Do we have any more questions? I think we kind of exhausted it.
We did, and ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the direction to proceed forward. Again, much of it is administrative. However, your policy guidance relative to the 6-month pilot program is valuable. So thank you very much, and we proceed accordingly, and we'll provide updates.
6 months,
Yes.
April to April, whatever that date was.
And based on the
April
the
1st.
employee pilot program, we will be moving forward in the beginning of the year with metering the surface lots. That will probably not happen until November because we need to order the meters at the beginning of next fiscal year.
Let's hope this keeps us orderly in the parking lot.
Makes sense.
And we have consensus on changing the parking rate structure at the parking garages to $1.50.
I do. Yes, we do have consensus to do
Yes,
that.
we do.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you very much.
Great work, Missy.
Somebody's gotta pay for
Thank
this
you.
parking lot.
You're welcome.
We're gonna have to begin we're gonna have to, with all this applause, we're gonna have to hand out playbills here so people can, follow along with the dialogue. Anyway.
So, Mr. Mayor, we're now in the city manager items.
Yes, we are.
So I have one.
Manager. City manager.
West Atlantic Neighborhood, do you have comments first before the next?
No, my only item is this item, and we'll be brief about this. And this is being added for today's discussion simply because I did have a dialogue with a couple of you all regarding the existence of the West Atlantic Neighborhood Improvement District, how authorities are involved in a review process in terms of performance activities, etc. And a principal basis for this update is to remind the commission that this actually does exist as a legal entity. So for that reason, working closely with leadership of the Department of Neighborhood and Community Services, we thought it'd be appropriate to offer a brief update in terms of what this looks like, why we are where we are, and potential direction moving forward. Ms. Pryor, if you would, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, City Attorney. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me for a few minutes. I won't take too much of your time. I'm Jerry Pryor. I'm the Director of Neighborhood and Community Services. So the West Atlantic Neighborhood Improvement District was created in October of 1988. It's been in the ordinances since 1988. The purpose was to be able to apply for grant money. This is a special taxing district that's under our ordinance to participate with the Florida Department of Commerce to use the revenues generated from this authority to get grant money to do community redevelopments. So here's the footprint that's in the ordinance. It's a 236-acre footprint. It is I-95 east to Swinton Avenue, Southwest 2nd Street, north to Northwest 2nd Street. So you can see it's a big rectangle in the downtown area. So shortly after my employment here started in January, the first phone call I got was from an auditor from Malden and Jenkins, who was hired by the state to audit all these special taxing districts. And he audited through October 21 to April of 25. And there's been no activity in this program for years. There is no revenue collected, there's no programming, there's nothing in this program. So recommendations from the auditor is what's the statutory purpose of our ordinance? And it's generated to improve community districts, or to improve districts in the community and address the needs of the community served by the district. The recommendation is, do we keep this in the current form with nothing, or do we introduce programs and activities, i.e. activate this area? And then what does that look like? The biggest thing that I want to portray here is, as you can see, there's overlap. There's overlap on CRA and there's overlap on DDA. And then those are special taxing districts as well. And so as we're talking about, do we activate or do we dissolve the West Atlantic district, that's a consideration. If we activate, then we have to consider the overlap on the other taxing districts. The second recommendation is, if the city decides to move forward to activating this district, you have to develop a strategic plan, clearly. And we have to decide through the community and community input as to what are we going to do. If we do a special taxing or special assessment through the ad valorem, and I'll get to that side, is that what do we do with the funding? And how is it going to be spent in this district? And of course, that's all community input. You, as the board of directors of this West Atlantic Neighborhood Improvement District, you would be required under the ordinance that if you activate it, then you will need to appoint a committee or board, an advisory board, no less than 5 members of the community and representative of the folks who live or in businesses in the district. So as you're thinking about these things, if we activate, or if that's what we're going to do moving forward, that's going to be one of the first things that is going to be required, is to activate an advisory board. And then here's a couple of the other recommendations, of course, included in our financial audit report, and then put everything on a web page so it's transparent to the public as Florida statute. So where's the funding? So it's under the Code of Ordinances. It's through ad valorem. of a tax levy up to 2 mills or special assessment for any real or personal property within its boundaries. And then the district would be authorized to apply for and receive grants through the Florida Department of Economic Opportunities and the Department of Commerce, what it used to be. So in a nutshell, that's what I'm asking for you all. You have the backup in your commission agenda item is what are your recommendations and what are your thoughts and feelings about maybe exploring, do we want to activate this district? Keeping in mind, it was set up for in the event if CRA dollars were no longer available or if there was no other revenue available, that this district was set up to help the community within those boundaries. So my question, and through city manager and through Jeff Orris, is where do we go from here? Because the state is asking us, the city, to let them know what we're going to do moving forward.
And if I may contribute, Ms. Pryor.
Yes.
We are not in position or at liberty to give an immediate answer today. No. However, at some point soon enough, we do have to respond to the state of Florida to the point that Ms. Pryor just offered relative to the continuation thereof or some other direction pertinent. So we thought it was appropriate that we get together with you all as soon as possible, bring this to y'all's attention publicly so that we can get our arms around why we are where we are. Of course, I would like to see us come back in the coming weeks or so to have an answer from the City Commission with respect to what our response to the state of Florida shall be. However, there will be a requirement that we offer an update to the state of Florida as to the path forward or no. So here we are.
Do you want any thoughts from us now? Or
sure.
Can I have a question? What is the timeline for responding to the state?
So I believe we have.
So in the audit response, I had asked the auditor if we can have 60 to 120 days.
Thank you.
To allow from the date of the audit, which would have been in July.
So that would give us until the end of November.
We have until the end of November.
Yeah,
okay.
And they're pretty amenable. They're very, very kind. So if I needed to call to have an extension, as long as we put that in writing and is working towards a resolution, then I think they would be okay with that.
Okay, Commissioner Casale, any comments? You.
No, I'm not done.
Yeah.
Can I offer you a lifesaver?
Yeah. You might need one. So I wanted to ask, how soon can a community, I don't think that we should make any decisions about this until we can get the community input and especially considering the area that this is supposed to serve. How soon can you set up a community meeting so that we can have some input prior to this timeline?
So upon consensus being offered by the commission to that effect, we can proceed within the next few weeks. So today is August 19th. So perhaps by a month or so from now, we can engage a community visit no later than the early part of October.
Yes.
Offer a presentation to the city commission in the aftermath of something to that effect. And that will enable your consideration process accordingly. So I would actually encourage probably the beginning of the new fiscal year. That's fair enough. So early October or so, that's plenty of time to help respond to both the commission as well as the state of Florida.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would probably say, just knowing what I know now, that we should not continue. It's just going to require a lot more resources and what have you. It was implemented because we were thinking the CRA was going to go away. Now we know at least we have the CRA to a period of time. I think, look, we hope by the time the CRA is sundown, I think we'll have done our job, and those who serve beyond us in terms of getting rid of the slump and blight and addressing the issues with the development of the West Atlantic. So I'm concerned about if this is going to create a scenario that we are using resources and we would be duplicating the efforts of the CRA in the process. I don't know that we should continue on. Thank you.
Commissioner Law?
Yeah, if this was created as kind of a backup in case we lose the ability to or for our CRA to be functional, I think now it might be more needed than ever, because I don't think we're out of the woods in terms of threats to our CRA. You know, we whistled past the graveyard this session with that bill that threatened to more or less dismantle it. And there were different iterations of it that were less intense, but we don't know what's going to come back next session. So until we're out of the woods with that, I'd be inclined to keep this in place so we have it as a sort of a backstop. But if we get to a point where a bill does pass regarding CRAs next session and we're safe, then I would certainly be on board with, discussing sort of dissolving this if it's unneeded.
Commissioner Marker?
Well, I think this is another one of these big issues that our community is facing, and I don't think we should take our feet off the gas on this one. I think we should plow forward and try to come up with a plan that's acceptable. To your point, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. We don't know, but this has been on the docket for a very, very long time. It hasn't gone away. It's not going away. So I think we need to get some resources behind it, huddle, come up with a plan, and have something that we can show.
I think that having, are you finished?
Yes, sir.
I think having a statutory enabled district is something we should not give up lightly. All right, it's hard to get, and whether it was related to the CRA or not, the DDA did a great job in developing downtown, and I view this really as kind of like what they did for West Atlantic, and I think it's long overdue to have an agency that's with some ability to raise some cash to redevelop that portion of Delray Beach that will be their sole focus.
Yes.
And I think that it's an opportunity, and I've often thought that maybe you split the DDA over to this side and maybe use this as the west of Swinton to be the taxing district, because their sole focus would not be downtown. Their sole focus would be the redevelopment of this. And as we develop properties along there in the 600, 700, 800 block, there's going to be revenues. And I think that there is a way to create a vibrancy on West Atlantic. I don't think we should give this up. I'm hoping we can actually try to figure out a way to use it and try to help with that redevelopment, regardless of whether the CRA stays in business or not. I think that there's two separate functions, because this function could also be after it's there. It's not the slum and blight, but also to help, keep with the redevelopment and bring exciting stuff to this neighborhood. And that's why I don't want to give up our special tax district that easily, because they're not that easy to get. Right. So I think we want to at least see where we are and see whether or not we can fashion something and put together some kind of a board to say, look, what can we do here? What are your ideas? And get community engagement on how they want that neighborhood to look. And that's with some cash behind them. Yes. Because of the taxing capability.
And I can tell you, I've spoken to quite a few folks already about this that are impacted in this district. They either live here or they have businesses, and they're overwhelmingly in support of this.
I would bet they are.
And I'm 100% behind them.
Absolutely. Jerry, can I also say, I was going to talk to you about this later on, but open to the public is fine. I talked to Renee Jadising this afternoon, who's the executive director of the CRA, and I went to the meeting at the library last night, and there was a lot of really good input in terms of ideas for West Atlantic. Maybe I'm coming at this from the corporate side again. I apologize. That's my background. But one of the things that I think would be really helpful to us as we figure out the West Corridor is to get some idea of what businesses we might be able to attract to the West Corridor. Because as you know, we had this conversation. Just because we want a grocery store does not mean a grocery store wants us. And I think it would be really helpful for everybody who's making decisions if we could iron out, like, what are the types of businesses that we have a good chance of attracting as we rebuild this. And I think we've never gone that way. We've always just sort of spitballed it. And I think it's time now that we see what businesses might be a fit, and then we can contact them. So it's a little bit of a different path than we've been on. But I said to Renee, I think it's
exciting.
I think it's the way to go.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just to take us forward, given the feedback being provided at this time, I would like to work with all involved to schedule a public engagement to this effect. I'm contemplating tentatively Tuesday, September 30th, so the last day of the current fiscal year, and that will enable us to provide a follow-up update to the City Commission via the October 21st regular City Commission meeting. So that would be ample time for us to offer a response to the state of Florida. So your City Commission meeting schedule for the month of October is the 14th and the 21st, two Tuesdays consecutive back-to-back to one another. So a couple weeks in advance, Tuesday, September 30th, Ms. Pryor, you and I will work collaboratively to offer a path forward, and we'll facilitate that meeting, offering a presentation of that experience via the October 21st regular city commission meeting, enabling the commission to offer its direction at that time.
Great.
So thank you very much for your time. Ms. Pryor, thank you. With that, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, I yield at this particular moment at this time.
Thank you very much. Are we finished with the executive, the managers?
I yield at this time.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We are now, this meeting is now open for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on any topic or agenda item other than a quasi-judicial or public hearing item would be welcome to come to the lectern, give your name and address for the record, and you will each have 3 minutes.
Montre Bennett, 323 Northwest 2nd Avenue. I want to thank Commissioner Markert and Commissioner Burns for showing up last night to the update meeting.
I'm sorry, if we could just keep it down to a mild roar so we can hear people, that'd be great. Thank you.
As we know, this special taxing district will benefit the community, to set the neighborhood as a whole. Some guys met with you earlier this year about a special taxing district, if you remember. If you go downtown, I used to work downtown for several years. We used to hate paying for parking. I worked at BurgerFi and iPick. But I would suggest that railroad parking lot should be beneficial to employees. Maybe put a gate there in a key card so that just employees park there and not other people. Furthermore, I would like to talk about how all these camera systems was placed within the set around schools. However, I believe as I ride through the city, they have not been placed on Seacrest yet or Lake Outer Road by Plamosa or Spady. So I would like to know what's going on with that. Next, with the one that's on North right here, on the corner right here, it's in the wrong spot in my view. It should be right there by the school, Doziers, Daughters of Zion's, because those cars, my son bust out right there, and those cars repeatedly almost about to run that stop sign all the time. And they should catch those cars that's driving directly past the school and not up MLK. And I don't agree with paying the park at Veterans Park. If I don't take my child to the park, well, I got to pay $1.50 an hour to take my child to the park. Furthermore, it's all that construction over there. Who want to pay the park next to all that construction, at least right now? And if I have an event out there, I'm going to have to charge all my guests $1.50 an hour to park to come to an event to use that event space. I don't think that's accurate. I'm already got to pay to use the event hall already. And with this street, if the city don't remove the paying, what would be the issue from the state side as funding? What would be the budget benefit or the budget loss if we lose state funding to this beautiful city? That's what I want to know about that. Because to me, it's deeper than just the street. We all trying to live here. We already in budget restraints in the city of Delray Beach. So why do we want to risk more budget restraints? Yes, I get power. Yes, I get we want control. But do we want to risk to pay more taxes from residents?
Thank you very much, Montre. I wasn't cutting you off.
Okay, I would like to start with a question. What's the commission?
Name and address for the record, please.
Oh, Lucica Suarez, 115 Southwest 11th Avenue. I guess I want to start with a question, like, what's your position on ICE? Because they are in our neighborhoods, and I just want to know, like, the commission's position on ICE.
We actually don't answer questions from comments. This is your comment. You can tell us what you think and what we should think and all that stuff.
Well, I just want to bring to your attention that they are targeting certain areas only, specifically on 10th where Presidente is and another plaza where there are known to be immigrants, a heavy population there. And that's where they're hanging out at. And so I want to bring that to your attention, because if we're talking about crime and some of this other propaganda, then it shouldn't just be concentrated. They shouldn't just be concentrated in one area. It should be all across. They should be at Trader Joe's. They should be at Whole Foods. They should be everywhere. If we're talking about crime and everywhere else, but no, They are only concentrated in one place, and that's a problem. And I know I'm not even going to appeal to humanity. What I am going to appeal to is your dollars, right? So Black and Hispanics and Haitians make a lot, not even just in the Caribbean, period. Like, we are a diverse, we like to say we're a diverse city, right? And it's a heavy tax base here. So once they are targeted and you lose breadwinners, we lose contributors to households, we lose owners, what's going to happen to that tax base? We're so concerned about budget, and we're cutting here, cutting there, and talking about charging for parking. Well, when these people are removed from their households, what do you think is going to happen to the tax base? What is going to happen with crime? What is going to happen with homelessness? All of these things that we're so passionate about in Delray Beach. If we allow these folks to come into our neighborhoods and snatch up tax-paying residents, take them out of their areas, what is going to happen? Right? And another point, we already, our police force is already strained. We have all of 12 police officers. Do you think they can afford to actually support ICE here? What's going to happen to Atlantic Boulevard? We're talking about these great restaurants and all these great events. Who do you think support, who do you think make the show run? We have organizers, yes, but who do you think are the boots on the ground to make things happen here? And they're snatching them up. How is that going to benefit us, having them gone? We're going to lose a labor force. We're going to lose taxes. We're going to lose all. Break up families. We love to blame break up families for other things, but then we're not talking about what perpetuates what breaks up families in the first place. And so, as a tax-paying Haitian, I would like the commission to make sure they take the same energy that Broward has, take the same energy that we want to disband the DDA, and direct that same energy to ICE, because they are not welcome here.
Thank you very much. Just to let you know, your child is the best looking one in the room. I'm sorry? Just to let you know, your child is the best looking one in the room. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about the Rainbow Crosswalk. Okay?
Your name and address, ma'am.
My name is Robin Ponce. I was going to say that. It's in. My name is Robin Ponce. I live at 801 Southwest 141st Avenue in Pembroke Pines. My name is Robin Ponce, and I'm a native Floridian, living in South Florida for 66 years. I live in South Broward, and I've driven up here to speak to you all about voting in favor of keeping your Rainbow Crosswalk in place. I am standing here as the extremely proud mom of a gay son, my only child. My husband and I raised him to live his best life, to reach for the stars, and to never let anyone or anything stop him. He's grown up feeling loved and respected, which is the way all of our children should grow up. The rainbow sidewalk that you have here in beautiful Delray Beach stands for your city's commitment to equality, much like Delray Beach Pride, which I have been at. And as a welcoming sign to our son and the incredible LGBTQIA+ community, to their allies, their family members, their friends, and all who walk across its path. By voting yes on keeping the Rainbow Crosswalk, your city sets an example and inspires other cities and towns to do the same, not only here in the U.S., but around the world. The Florida government in Tallahassee has nothing to offer its citizens except hate and division, persecuting any population, especially minority groups, is only done as a distraction to the nothing burger they have to offer us. Erasing the sidewalks will never, ever erase all of us. We will never give up our fight for equality for our children, for your children, and for future generations. We all come from different walks of life, different backgrounds, different religions, but in the end, we are all humans. We all deserve to live our best lives and love who we want to love.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time and consideration. We appreciate your being in this fight to stand with us for what's just and what's right.
Thank you very much.
My name is Echo Moore. I am a resident at 21047 Russellwood Avenue in Boca Raton. Thank you for the chance. I would like to also talk about the Rainbow Crosswalks. So, the Rainbow Crosswalks were unveiled in 2021, as many of us know, as a way to honor the Pulse nightclub victims. I myself am a transgender gay man. I've come into Delray multiple times for the Pride, for the events in Old Town Square, and it has always been one of the most welcoming places in Palm Beach County. A very beautiful place, and I have never once felt unsafe here. The crosswalk has served as a way as well to remind drivers to slow down around that intersection, making it safer for pedestrians, for bikers, and drivers alike, especially in the Arts District. That is important. Censorship as well. That is something that is being pushed on us by the governor. Censorship is just a way to bully people into listening, into hiding away. It does nothing to stop people from being themselves, from being queer. It does nothing but just make them wonder if they're the only ones around. The mural has served as a reminder that Delray Beach is one of the most welcoming places. It has served as a reminder that it is safe, that it is beautiful, and it makes me want to come down here often. Along with that, street art has a deep-rooted history in Florida. It is celebrated in many towns like this, such as Pompano, such as Miami, and Boca Raton even. Fort Lauderdale as well also has such an amazing amount of street art. By erasing it and covering it up, you would be covering up history, you would be covering up a mural that is a way to honor victims of our community that are no longer with us. You would be covering up something that is known to make the streets safer. All for what? Because one person does not want a rainbow on the streets. I am urging you to vote yes to keeping it and to not follow this bullying. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Janet Cohen. I own a home at 885 Flanders S in the Kings Point community in West Delray. Mr. Mayor, commissioners, and most importantly, the distinguished guests here in the chambers, I especially acknowledge you for being here to observe and witness what's happening. I need to give you a fair warning. I used to be the public information officer for a city that relied heavily on tourist dollars. I know a little bit about how city governments work and about how budgets work. So I can really appreciate everybody who's been witnessing all that's happened here tonight. Tonight I want to, and I should mention that the city that I worked for relied very heavily on what they lovingly called the homo tax. It was the hotel motel tax that it received from tourist dollars. Now, I live in Delray, my mother lived here, my aunts and uncles have lived here, my sister owns a home here, I have a number of friends here. My daughter is a 26-year-old black Jewish artist who's moving to Delray in a couple of weeks. She, and before I worked for the city, I worked as a social worker. So I know a little bit about human development and adolescent development particularly. I'm watching my time here. I happen to be a disabled woman. I happen to really like art. Because I'm a disabled woman, it's really hard for me to walk around. I went to Murakami Sunday and prayed to get a really good parking spot. I like being able to drive through places and find art. Now, you might think we're here to discuss number 7H, to talk about art in the sidewalk. Many of you might think it's a gay, lesbian, trans, bi-trans, QIA business. The reality is it's about art. So the question is, do we want to spend our taxpayer dollars spending money to remove art that is actually bringing pleasure to people? And I just want to ask you, if you're sitting in the cheap seats over here, if you believe...
These are the cheap seats up here, I just thought I'd let you know.
Cheap seats, oh, good, thank you. If you believe that art is a good thing because art sells tourist dollars, if you think art is a good thing, just stand up. You don't have to say anything, just stand up. Be with me in this. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. So now here's the deal. If council votes to remove the art, where's the money coming from? Are we going to stop doing Christmas lights during the spirit of the season? Are we going to stop doing fireworks? Like I took my friend from Nigeria to see the fireworks this past July 4th. The bottom line is art sells, and art sells tourism. And I have if you'll indulge me a couple of minutes.
A couple of minutes? I can give you like 30 seconds.
All right. So here's the deal. Bullying is a tactic.
I have to be fair to everybody.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The tactic of trying to get us as a city to remove the art from downtown Delray is just a bullying tactic. It's political pandering. So, and just a couple of statistics here. LGBTQIA youth are 3.5 to 4 times as likely to attempt suicide as their heterosexual peers. Hate speech converts into hate acts, and that converts into hate crime. And I was helpful in getting the hate crimes law passed in the state of Texas. Half of the youth who have been intimidated by these bullying tactics did not have access to mental health care in the past year, according to a study by the Trevor Project a couple of months ago. 45% of trans or non-binary youth and their families considered moving out of state because they're so intimidated by what's going on. So the political attacks that are happening right now on these families led to a 90% of young people reporting negatively being impacted by what's happening politically. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your vote.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commission. Greg Weiss, board member, co-founder of Friends of Delray, 170 Northwest 5th Avenue, Delray Beach. Let me preface my remarks by stating that I'm not an attorney like the good mayor, but I do play one on ChatGPT.
And you do a great job, by the way. You do a great job.
Thank you. My mother's proud that at least I chose some of it.
Her mother had a lawyer. There you go.
So please, fact check anything that I'm putting up here, but I did all the fact checking over and over before I committed to coming up here. My comments tonight mostly reflect the legal aspect of the Pride Crosswalk situation we're dealing with now, regarding FDOT's directive under Senate Bill 1662. As of today, Key West, Miami Beach have announced intentions to legally challenge the validity of 1662, while St. Petersburg and Fort Lauderdale are contemplating legal defenses of their painted crosswalks and streets. Why the challenges, and how do they pertain to Delray Beach? Florida statute 316006 defines jurisdiction as FDOT state roads, but municipalities, all streets and highways within their boundaries except for state roads. The only exceptions in the states are funding grants, obviously from federal governments, access management, permitted use for rights of way, but the one that really is the focus of what we're here tonight is Senate Bill 1662, traffic control devices. Traffic control devices are basically defined as 4 things: signs, signals, markings, and devices. SB 1662 amends 316, uniform sign and devices, to explicitly allow FDOT to direct the removal of any traffic control device that fails to meet statutory requirements wherever it's located without any regard to which agency installed it. While 1662 attempts to create uniformity across the state under the guise of markings of the existing statute, cities right now are contesting that and considering contesting that for 4 key reasons, and they're really critical for Delray to understand. The home rule and local self-governance. The crosswalks are not merely paint. They're viable expressions of local culture and identity. City leaders argue, the ones that are contesting, they argue that the state direction to remove them infringes on the constitutional home rule rights. And if you please give me an additional just to read the other 2 comments. I'll be very quick, I promise. Cultural expression in uniform state controls. The crosswalks represent
Mr.
this.
Weiss, if you could wrap it up, that'd be great.
Yeah. I'm gonna get 2 more points that the other cities are in the similar
I
situation.
understand. I'm trying to be fair to everybody.
Yeah, fair, no, totally. Okay, so basically creativity for the LGBT community. Leaders are emphasizing the symbol's value beyond traffic safety and regulation. Pushback against state preemption. For the crosswalks, the cities basically have invoked, and this is really key for Delray Beach, they've invoked administrative hearing under Chapter 120 of Florida statutes, preparing documentation, safety data, tourism value, accident statistics to argue that the crosswalks are safe, culturally meaningful, and should remain in place despite the FDOT's directive. Delray Beach is and has always been culturally rich, culturally diverse, and a welcoming community. Every Delray leader's need right now is to stand up and fight on behalf of the members of our community that make up the fabric of the rich culture and diversity of this city. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. If we could try to keep it to 3 minutes, that would be great.
Mayor?
Thank you.
And just a reminder, we have a 1-hour time limit on public comment.
Yeah,
So
when is that?
we're almost a half hour in, so.
Okay, we're a
And
half.
if people keep going in
There
excess
you go.
of 3 minutes.
We have a 1 hour, that doesn't look like.
So
there's a-
approximately 30 minutes remaining.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Zolawi, and I'm a resident at 3011 Linton Boulevard, and I'm here today to talk about the Rainbow Sidewalk as well. Mine are really just a series of questions I would like you all to just really consider and contemplate, as I know our city is struggling and sort of grasping the realities of what it could mean if we kept it for our citizens. Is the city of Delray Beach planning on sending an attorney to their FDOT meeting come September 3rd? I also just want to point out and really say thank you for not giving in at the first sight of the memo, which I know that our Vice Mayor Rob Long has talked a lot about, and that it's not just a safety concern, it is very much a political move. I'm also concerned about what this would mean for our city, our people, our incredible community who's out here showing up day in and day out, if it means that we give in to this concern, quote unquote, at any sign of bullying, and what it would mean for future consequences for our city as well. Has Delray Beach requested an administrative hearing to challenge the order? If the street has to be destroyed, will a mural be moved to a wall or to still represent and recognize the LGBTQIA plus community that lives here, that are strong, that are present within our community? And if the issue is that it doesn't comply with official traffic control standards, is there a way to have it comply while still keep it? And those are just the questions I will leave you with. I want to thank you, everybody, all for showing up for this. Thank you so much.
You set a record.
Hello, I'm Marcy Hall, and I live at 1400 Dell Lane in Delray Beach. First, thank you to the mayor, the commissioners, and city staff for your service to Delray Beach. I appreciate the time and effort that you give to your community. And thank you to Rand Hawk, president of the Palm Beach County Human Rights Council, for his continued advocacy. I'm so nervous, but I feel that it's important that I stand up here as a resident that has lived in Delray since 1989. And my spouse and I were married here when marriage equality became law. Delray is my home. I served in the U.S. Army and I've worked in healthcare fundraising. And I've supported the arts here in Delray. My spouse was a nurse here for over 20 years. We've paid our taxes, we've helped our neighbors, and we've done everything possible to be good citizens. But the Florida Department of Transportation is now demanding the removal of a rainbow painted intersection. A symbol of welcoming and inclusion that this city chose to install. And some people ask, why should anyone care about this? And I say, because marginalized people sometimes need a symbol to show they matter. And taking away that symbol says they don't. But is this really just about a painted intersection or just an easy target and a broader effort to control who gets to be seen and heard? I'm 67 years old and I'm tired of having to fight to say I belong and I'm okay, I'm a decent person. Is this really what matters most to state leaders, to all of you? A rainbow on the pavement? The real question is how power is being used not to protect people, but to punish visibility. Let's not pretend it's about safety. If it were, we'd be talking about potholes or dangerous intersections, not paint. Delray Beach made a choice to say everyone belongs here. Now we're being told to take that back, and I understand the city may have to comply with the state, but how you respond still matters. You can remove the paint, but that doesn't erase what it represented. And if we're quiet, don't mistake that for us surrendering. Even if your hands are tied, your voice and your leadership are not. I'm not here to ask for division. I'm here to ask you to stand up, not just for a crosswalk, but for what it represents, the right to feel safe, to belong, and be part of this city. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Chris Rhodes. I have lived in Palm Beach County for now 20 years, and I'm an active member of the Palm Beach LGBTQ community, and I'm a proud member of the Equality Florida State Board of Directors. Equality Florida is the largest LGBTQ civil rights organization, and on behalf of our 1,086 supporters who are residents of Delray Beach, I am here to ask you to defend the value of inclusion, defend Delray Beach's long history of being a welcome place for the LGBTQ residents, and defend LGBTQ visibility in Delray Beach by rejecting this power grab from Tallahassee. Let's be abundantly clear. This has nothing to do with public safety. Governor DeSantis is once again injecting his politics into local communities to silence, censor, and erase our LGBTQ community. What's particularly disturbing is that the FDOT's new directive contradicts actual research on crosswalk safety. A Florida-based study found that artistic crosswalks improve safety, contributing to a 10% decrease in drivers running stop signs and a 6% increase in drivers coming to a full stop at intersections. Again, this is not about traffic safety. This is a brazen viewpoint censorship from an administration that has antagonized and attacked the Florida's LGBTQ community, and it's a blatant violation of the First Amendment. Delray Beach isn't alone in resisting the censorship. You should know this. The vast majority of cities where Pride Street art have been resisted this power grab, the city of Key West and the city of St. Petersburg have publicly voted not to comply with FDOT's memo and to pursue legal ventures. The city of Gainesville committed to replace the crosswalk with public art that would be of equal or greater value visible for the LGBTQ presentation. Other cities like Orlando, where the Pulse Memorial is, have taken no action. For our members in Delray Beach, these crosswalks represent more than a decoration. They are a visible reminder that they belong here, that they are seen, and that the Delray Beach values of inclusion are important. Please do not rush to comply with these political bullying tactics There are several steps you can do and you should take. Exercise your legal right to an administrative hearing. Make them defend why our visibility is unsafe when the data proves the opposite. Demand a waiver for this crosswalk and for our community, because this visibility is a priority. Make them put their bigotry in writing. Challenge this in an unfunded mandate. Regardless of the outcome, commit to the LGBTQ visibility that is of equal or greater visible value. Cities show pride with their LGBT communities in a lot of ways. Crosswalks, sidewalks, street lamps, street signs, murals, public art installations, and band shells. What matters to our members is that they are seen and valued. Commissioners, this vote is about more than paint on pavement. It's about whether we stand firm in the values of inclusion and building a welcoming city. Please vote today for visibility for our LGBTQ community. Against censorship. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Siobhan Baroian, 339 East Atlantic Avenue. I only planned on speaking about parking tonight, but I just want to share my support for everybody who has spoken. I'm blown away. This is the most moving commission meeting I've ever attended, and I have attended many. So I implore the commission to keep the crosswalk and really listen to what all of your constituents are saying. Having emailed the whole commission following the last meeting, I just wanted to thank the Deputy Vice Mayor Burns and Commissioner Casal for corresponding with me, taking the time to meet with me. I look forward to updates on the parking plan, and I appreciate the Office of the City Manager for putting together the presentation and the plan. I just wanted to say that I am honestly disturbed by what I witnessed following the DDA presentation. Laura Simon is the heart of Delray Beach. She buys clothing from downtown stores. She has date nights and birthday celebrations at downtown restaurants. I've worked in this city since I was 16 years old. I've known her since I was 16 years old. She attends every single event. She is the reason why this town is known as the most fun small town in America. It is very disheartening to see the tension between the city and the DDA when she gives her entire heart and soul to what she does. So I just wanted to share my support for her, for the DDA, and reiterate that as someone who attends DDA board meetings, that I agree with the sentiments expressed by Commissioner Markert and Commissioner Casal. This feels personal, and it's really disappointing and honestly very uncomfortable for all of us to witness. So I really hope that this can be sorted out with civility and respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Commission. My name is Brigitte McTeague. My address is 2821 Southwest 13th Court in Boynton Beach, and I've lived there for 33 years. And I'm here also to speak in favor of retaining the LGBTQ crosswalk in Delray Beach. The federal and state directives that demand that all communities paint over their rainbow crosswalks are simply examples of government-sponsored bigotry and hatred, and it's a way to demean and discriminate against our LGBTQ residents. I'm aware that cities refusing to comply are threatened with removal of the crosswalks by the Florida Department of Transportation, a charge for the removal costs, and also, possible withholding of state funds. Despite these threats, I feel that it is important for the city of Delray Beach to show support for our LGBTQ community and for diversity and inclusion in general by defying this hateful law, and to set an example for the rest of the country by demonstrating the courage to stand up for what is right. There's a famous saying that if a law is unjust, man is not only right to disobey it, he is obligated to do so. Or in the words of the late Congressman John Lewis, make good trouble. Thank you in advance for having the courage to say no to this hateful directive and for standing up for our community members who are being targeted by both our state and federal governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Melody Douglas. I'm at 234 Southwest 28th Avenue here in Delray Beach. The Federal Secretary of Transportation reached out to people and cities in all 50 states and the city of DC, instructing us all to remove rainbow crosswalks from our communities, citing safety concerns. Unfortunately, was unable to provide any data that support that concern. As a matter of fact, our traffic fatalities in the United States dropped 3.8% between 2024 and its previous year, 2023. Without any proof, we should not assume that these crosswalks cause accidents. And if the city of Delray Beach has recorded an increase in accidents at that intersection since it was painted, we need to consider that, study it, and present it to the public. While we investigate that data, we should not waste taxpayer money on unnecessary removal. Rainbow crosswalks are powerful symbols of inclusion in our communities for groups of people who too frequently experience hate and discrimination. Rainbow crosswalks enhance the vibrant, artistic, fun atmosphere of our downtowns, and we should keep our Delray Rainbow Crosswalk and the flavor of our local culture. We have abundant rain here in our beautiful state and abundant sunshine. Intolerant folks may try to remove all the rainbows in all our cities and towns, but they can't remove the rainbows from the sky. Just like queer and trans people, they have always been and will always be here, bringing color and beauty to everybody.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Lauren Donald. My address is 12 Wellesley Drive in Lake Worth. And in 2005, I opened a hair salon right here at 25 Northeast 2nd Avenue and Suite 12. So we just celebrated our 20-year anniversary. And over the last 20 plus years now, having opened that space with a baby and a dream, I've parked in the same few lots, and I've walked up the same sidewalks and in through the same doors and out those same windows for the last 20 years. I've got to witness this evolution of Delray Beach and going from this like charming, exquisite, hidden gem into an even more charming and even more exquisite global destination that invites families and foodies and dog lovers and coffee drinkers and smile seekers and artists and art lovers, and it invites all these people in an effort to experience the magic of this inclusive city. And so when one of my favorite things about being here and being in Delray Beach is being able to experience the events and the festivities and the festivals and the parades and the celebrations, the music, the theater, the art, and all in an effort to just celebrate people of all kinds. And I think that the Rainbow Crosswalk is nothing more than a simple extension of those expressions. And anyway, it turns out I'm gay. and my 25-year-old son is also gay. And shout out to my partner, I love you. And so, you know, my heart melts every time the menorah lights on the first day of Hanukkah, and my heart sings every time I cross those four corners. And so I'm just here to ask that if by law it has to be taken down, that we just continue to have these permanent syllables of welcome that Delray has, I don't know, always been a huge part of. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Stephen Gaskill, 3650 Aladdin Avenue in Boynton Beach. I'm president of the LGBTQ Democratic Caucus of Palm Beach County and a past president of the Florida LGBTQ plus Democratic Caucus. You know, in the grand scheme of things, this crosswalk is just a speck, but we know and we've heard that symbols matter and visibility matters. Respect flows from symbolism and visibility, and that was the purpose of Pride, and that was the point of the Stonewall riot, which pulled the LGBTQ community into the streets to demand respect and visibility. The governor has a well-documented disdain, some would say hatred, for our community. He has spent his time in office marginalizing our people, erasing us from public life, and insulting LGBTQ adults and kids. And he's currently backed up by the administration in Washington. There is a sizable LGBTQ community in Delray Beach, in Palm Beach County, and throughout Florida. We are nearly 10% of the US population, according to a national Gallup poll from this past spring. And the size of our community grows larger as the demographic groups get younger. That is why there's a rush to eliminate our visibility now. The other side has seen we can make progress, and that progress is accepted by the larger community throughout the country. Acceptance and visibility pave the way for our community to ensure our civil rights to be treated equally in all aspects of society. We all know the famous poem, "First they came for somebody, I didn't say anything," etc., etc. Well, we've been first for a while. And capitulating now, just giving up and letting an overbearing, unrestrained government, which purports to support local control, but pulls home rule whenever it can over the most picayune issues, letting that government tell Delray Beach who it can recognize on its own streets is absurd. You are voluntarily giving up your power as a governing body. We don't give up our power as a community, and yet you're willing to. So this discussion about a crosswalk is just not about a crosswalk. It's not about public safety. It's not about special rights. It's about being seen. It's about being heard. And it's about being recognized as members of this community with agency over our own actions. My community knows how to fight for our beliefs and what benefits us. It's a shame that Delray Beach is walking away from similar principles.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commission. Before I start, I'm running over a little bit of 3 minutes, but I had 6 very kind people who were willing to give me their time as to yield. It's a little over.
Well, you know the rules, don't you?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay, that's right. So you're going to
Slightly.
take the 6 who are staying in the audience who are not going to get up and
They're
speak.
not gonna speak.
You're
See,
going to go.
I think
Fine.
that's-
You've got your time.
I appreciate that.
So the clock needs to be set for 6 minutes, I believe,
It'll
for
be less than
Mr. Coppola. And after that, Mayor, there's only a few more minutes remaining for the hour allotted for public engagement.
Great. Okay, thank you. My name is Nicholas Coppola, 3930 Lowson Boulevard, Delray Beach, Florida, 33445-561-562-5071. I am currently a board member of PBC-HRC and the former board chair of the Compass Community Center. For me, the simple act of stepping onto the painted rainbow crosswalk in Delray Beach feels like more than just crossing a street. It feels like crossing a threshold into belonging. My partner David and I found a welcoming in Delray Beach that went beyond words and smiles. It was reflected in every gesture and in the very colors beneath our feet. That symbol is not just a mark on the pavement, but a visible reassurance that our differences was not a secret to be hidden, but a story to be honored. There have been times when I felt that courage was necessary simply to be seen. In Delray Beach, the presence of the Rainbow Crosswalk became a promise, a declaration that the city's heart was big enough to hold stories like ours. In moments of uncertainty, when debates flare and decisions hang in the balance, I've learned how easily symbols can shift from comfort to controversy. As Delray Beach stands at a crossroads, figuratively and literally, each decision reverberates beyond asphalt and paint, echoing in the stories and hopes of its residents. For some, these symbols offer comfort after a lifetime of feeling invisible. For others, they spark conflict or confusion. At the heart of all this is a question. What does it truly mean to be seen? For many, it is a quiet reassurance of knowing that their stories matter, their presence acknowledged not just in policy or public record, but in the very fabric of shared life. Symbols, whether painted on pavement or flying from flagpoles, can offer that reassurance. They are not just marks on the landscape, they are invitations to gather, to listen, and to remember who we are to each other. But symbols by their nature spark controversy. They summon forth the unseen and unheard, forcing a reckoning with histories that have often been silenced. And so when these gestures come under threat, the community is called not to retreat into silence, but to engage with better and greater empathy and resolve. The discussions that follow are messy and sometimes painful, but necessary opportunities for growth are always rooted in honesty and care. To honor a symbol is not simply to preserve its physical form, but to carry forward the spirit that inspired it. It is to choose repeatedly to stand with those for whom belonging has always been conditional, and to shape a city where acceptance is not a slogan, but a practice woven into daily life. Only then can a community's welcome ring true, transcending the boundaries of paint and policy. This is why moments that seem small on the surface, a vote in City Hall, a repainting of lines, stand as a catalyst for reflection far beyond the immediate controversy. They compel each of us to confront not only the values we publicly profess, but also the quiet convictions that shape our interactions with our neighbors and strangers. It is easy to take for granted the sense of belonging when it has never been questioned, just as it is easy to overlook the pain of erasure when one's place has always been assured. Yet for those whose histories are marked by exclusion, the removal of a symbol is not just an administrative decision, it's a gut punch felt in the soul, in the daily calculus of safety and self-expression. We all need to be reminded that a city is not only streets and statues, but the daily choices made in the open and in quiet, to welcome, to stand in solidarity, to extend grace when understanding falters. As these debates unfold, they lay bare the unfinished work of community, how inclusion is not a destination, but a practice. And perhaps amid the noise and uncertainty, there is a chance for something deeper, for neighbors to learn how to hold disagreement without letting go of care, to seek accountability without sacrificing compassion, and to create rituals that welcome and endure beyond a crosswalk or a commission decision. I think it's sad to see our neighbors divided, sometimes bitterly, over what should be a simple gesture of inclusion. But that sadness is not the end of the story. It is, in fact, the beginning of a deeper conversation about what it means to truly welcome someone, not just in words or in symbol, but in action and in intent. Some may argue that symbols are fleeting, subject to the whims of politics and budgetary constraints, yet their power lies less in the permanence than in the spirit they represent. Removing paint from a pavement does not erase the lived realities of those who walk there, nor does it undo the longing for dignity and recognition. It asks instead how we move forward, how we recommit to the promises our community has made, even when those promises are tested. So, as we consider what is at stake, let us remember that the measure of a city's character is not found in its ease with consensus, but in its courage to listen, adapt, and uphold the dignity of every resident. The conversations we have now, the decisions we make, will shape not only the physical landscape, but also the emotional terrain for generations to come. Please, fight for us.
Thank you very much. How much time do we have left? How much? This should be it. Okay, no, this can be one more.
Good evening, commissioners, mayor, members of the public. Quickly, someone left their glasses at the stand, so if you did, they're there. I am Mavis Benson. I reside at 800 Greenswood Court. I want to thank those of you, specifically Commissioner Markert and Commissioner Casal, and any members of the public or anyone viewing who attended our town hall last Wednesday. In my humble opinion, it was one of the best town halls since I've been actively involved with the DDA. We were thrilled to welcome over 100 guests, a wonderfully diverse group that included both residents and business owners. The number of residents in attendance was substantially higher than the merchants, meaning we heard directly from a large portion of our district's taxpaying community, people who are genuinely invested in our downtown. It was a really great format. A survey went out earlier asking specific questions, which helped shape the format of our discussion. We did cover things as beautification, parking, events, crowding, and overgrowth. Also presented at the beginning of the meeting was information about the DDA, what the DDA does, and it went through their budget. So for those of you who weren't there, I believe it is available online at the DDA's website. You can see it there. And you should know also that they have the first budget public hearing on Monday, September 8th at 5 o'clock, and then a second and final budget meeting Monday, September 12th at 5 o'clock. Both of those will be held here at the City Commission, I believe. I encourage you to do your due diligence, to go and watch the video of the town hall, to see the discussion by the residents that we had there. And after that, go through the DDA's website, look at what they've done, what they do. You'll see more information about their budget. Do your due diligence, go here first, and then attend these meetings. One or both, be there, ask the questions. That's the only way you as a citizen can feel satisfied, and you will walk away feeling satisfied if you take the time and learn for yourself. Don't rely on social media and comments that are out there. Take it upon yourself to do the research. The DDA is what added to my success for being in our downtown for 20 years. I felt like they were a second partner for us, and they helped me to succeed in my business. So for that, I'm forever grateful.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Rose Jackson, 318 Northwest 12th Avenue. I believe I'm here on a whole different subject as I were planned to. I had to change it because I have a situation where my property was vandalized, and by a city employee by the name of Anthony Crook. I have an iron gate in my backyard, and Anthony proceeds to put up the white gate, cut a big hole in my back gate, and the only way we found out was that particular evening we went to walk the puppy. And it's just been a nightmare, and I just I'm reaching for straws, and I know it's a legal issue, but I feel that employees should be held at a higher standard. You just don't go around cutting people's property. You can do whatever you want in your yard, but when you come in my yard and damage my property without communicating to me, that's a problem. That's a problem. And I can't get any help, and I believe the police department does a little bit more that they can actually do with this. I've had the police called on me twice by them in the content that I threatened them. Now, if you want to say, stay out of my yard is a threat, then it's a threat, and I mean what I said. I paid for that fence. I pay property taxes where I live. I keep my property up. You do your yard and stay out of mine. And that's all I ask. And I think I put a call into the mayor's office, and I'm still waiting on a call back from Captain Martinez, I believe. That's been like over 3 days now, and I just wanted to come here to let you know that you have a city employee that's actually not an upstandard, in my view, of work ethic should be better. It should be much better. I just don't understand it, how somebody think it's okay for them to walk into my backyard and just cut a section out of my gate, a huge section, to put up a fence that they didn't even get a permit for. And I didn't cross those lines yet, but I'm going deeper when I get a chance. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much for the information.
George Long, 46 North Swinton. The question is the FDOT WRONG? That's wrong. Anyway, I was wondering if they were or not, so I did a little research for a whole hour. And one thing that's very obvious, and I'm going to give you a reference if anybody wants to Google this, Asphalt Art Safety Study by Bloomberg Professional Services. It was mentioned earlier there was a study done in Florida that said that these crosswalks actually increase safety. This one goes further. They do 17 different cities all throughout the United States, and they found the statistics are even better than were quoted earlier. Also, there's an article that just came 4 days old in the Washington Post, and Delray appeared in there. We've got a nice picture of our Pride intersection. And the thing that the article that I thought was interesting was that it pointed out that this is a federal, and it's mentioned before a couple of times. I didn't know it was going to be mentioned tonight. This all began in Washington with a federal directive. And I'm pretty sure some state governors, not ours, of course, are probably objecting to the suggestion from the federal government. So let's put some blame up there also if we're doing blame. The one thing that was brought up was kind of interesting, that people are looking for some reason to say it's not safe. And the couple of people, at least one, has mentioned, well, what about these autonomous cars, driverless cars? They're going to get confused. I mean, really, we've got a four-way stop. Can you imagine a driverless car stopping and then waiting for somebody to walk in front of it and run over them? I don't see it. But if this is a concern, I believe it would be up to the manufacturers of these cars to take on the responsibility and ensure us we're not going to be run over in pride intersections. Because once this applies to a lot. These things will stop. I recall very early there was an incident in Central Florida where one of these driverless cars ran across some checker plate on the road, and they just stopped. People crashed into them. But anyway, and also there is a big difference between the asphalt art as, well, this is more important actually, the cultural aspect. But painting I think if you look real hard, in that, I couldn't find it when I came back, in that chapter 18 of the Green Book, changes, there was some wording in there about if the art possibly, and this is probably not right, if it's increasing the safety, then it's not really all that bad. It's actually good. So I'm just wondering about exploring what you could put in the actual crosswalks if you have to take out the intersection. And I say leave the intersection in there like it is, but I mean, that's also a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Hi, my name is Irene Slovin. I live at 13525 Fishtail Palm Court in Delray Beach. I've had my place for 20 years. First it was my second home, and now it's my primary residence. I'm a lesbian woman, and I was at the ribbon cutting ceremony for the Rainbow Crosswalk in 2021, and I even saved a piece of the rainbow ribbon from that ceremony. Every year, my partner and I take pictures at that crosswalk. I've traveled the world, and I take pictures of rainbow crosswalks everywhere we go. It makes me feel welcome and included. Also, the Rainbow Crosswalk here in Delray is probably the most beautiful I've seen anywhere. If you choose to erase our crosswalk, you will never erase our memories or who we are. I ask you to fight, and if we lose, find an alternative. It means too much to too many people.
Thank you very much. Good to see you again, Rand.
Good to see you. Hope everything's been going well.
Oh, another day in paradise. Another day in paradise.
Mayor, County Commissioners, my name is Rand Hawk, and I serve as president of the Palm Beach County Human Rights Council. We are Florida's oldest independent, nonpartisan political organization dedicated to ending discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity or expression. Local government is closest to the people, and I commend you all for your public service. The actions you take affect your residents much more than the actions taken by state and federal government. Yet, state officials continue to chip away at home rule. This administration's directive to destroy the Pride streetscape is one more unfunded mandate infringing on your rights to determine what is best for the city of Delray Beach. The streetscape was not the initiative of the LGBTQ+ community. Former Vice Mayor Ryan Boylston and former Mayor Shelley Petrolier wanted to create a permanent display of public art to memorialize the queer community. and they made sure the streetscape was paid for by the PBC-HRC Foundation and the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, not the taxpayers of Delray Beach. Florida has serious problems such as the high cost of housing and insurance, low teacher pay, and the lack of access to health care. So why is this administration focused on marginalizing minorities? Delray Beach and other Florida cities are being extorted. You have been told that unless queer art is removed at your expense, the administration will withhold millions of dollars in transportation funds needed to repair our aging infrastructure. Florida law prohibits individuals from defacing Confederate monuments so that a horrific part of our history will be preserved. At the same time, the state is requiring municipalities to destroy queer public art in an attempt to erase our community. That is not going to happen. We are here. We are queer. And Tallahassee, get over it. We would greatly appreciate your moving forward with the administrative hearing on September 2nd to uphold home rule and preserve the Delray Beach Pride intersection. While West Palm Beach will now power wash its Pride crosswalks, I indulge you for maybe 30 seconds, great. While West Palm Beach will power wash its Pride crosswalks, it's refurbishing a park using bricks in Pride flag colors to memorialize the gay community. While Boynton Beach has already painted over their Pride streetscape, the city has stated that it is committed to finding ways to honor our community and will consider other memorial options. In the event you decide not to move forward with the administrative hearings to protect home rule and the Pride intersection, we ask that you join the other Palm Beach County cities to find a way, perhaps a mural, to utilize local artists to permanently memorialize the achievements of the Delray Beach LGBTQ+ community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rock.
Good evening, everybody. Sandy Zeller, 209 Northwest 12th Street. I didn't intend really to address any of these issues, particularly the crosswalk issue, until I came here and heard all of the comments, which are very moving. My question to the commission is, what if DeSantis and his band of brain trust said to Delray Beach, we don't like your Christmas tree. We think it's too high. We think it's an unsafe physical barrier. We don't like your menorah. People could get burnt by the candles or the lights or whatever else. Would you even consider the stupidity of that request? Well, that's where this falls as far as I'm concerned. So, I think this commission, if it means fighting the state on an issue, this is an issue that's worth fighting and standing up for, as would be the elimination of that Christmas tree, the elimination of the menorah, and if they said that they didn't like the 4th of July celebration, you need to eliminate that. I think that would be worth standing up for. So let's just do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zeller. Public comment is now closed, the time having expired.
I don't think we've ever done that before. I don't think we've ever maxed it out before.
This is great.
Wow.
Huh? Absolutely. We now have, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda as well, it was been amended, but I need a motion to approve it.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are moving on to 7AA. which is the traffic control device non-compliance. We moved them 7H to now to 7AA. And I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Moore, because you're listed here as the person doing the intro, so.
I am.
You're on.
Thank you.
Do we want to wait 20 seconds while everybody leaves?
Yes.
For those of you who came to speak about this issue, we're going to be talking about it in a few seconds. That's why I moved it up, so you guys could stick around for it. In case that was confusing.
You're just so confused. It's the button. You couldn't find your other one. I'll find mine.
For anyone who came to talk about the Pride intersection, that's what we're going to be discussing right now, folks.
There just won't be any comment. That's all.
There won't be any more comment.
Okay, let's go. Item 7AA, which Mr. Moore.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my interest is to offer a summary in terms of why we are where we are specifically as it relates to the city of Delray Beach, Florida, as well as some context in terms of what issues and potential impacts that might be experienced as a result. First of all, I think it's important to underscore that the overall goal and objective, I think, is to not only offer that background and clarification, but to also enable the city commission to offer a path forward in terms of other opportunities in which we can make available to offer gestures and expressions of being a welcome community, as the city of Delray Beach has for quite some time. Because quite frankly, given the directives at the state of Florida level, we are in an environment whereby we do have to take due consideration relative to the directives having come down the pike. Interestingly enough, I've been questioned about this by a couple elected officials individually. However, I did what I could to update the board of directors as the city commission as to why we are where we are with respect to the need to address the crosswalk intersection. Interestingly enough, a principal specific question that I experienced was the very first written communication that the city of Delray Beach received with respect to any direction to proceed with the removal of the crosswalk. The city of Delray Beach did not actually specifically receive its own direct communication until 4 days ago, that being Friday, August 15, 2025. However, on Monday, June 30th, 2025, the Florida Department of Transportation did distribute a warning communication, if you will, to all cities in general, outlining the direction to remove colored intersections, colored right-of-way areas, etc. However, that was not specific to any particular city. It was to all municipalities. Soon thereafter, that did necessitate a administrative and legal review as to what our obligations are in this regard. Initially, the thinking was because it was a local intersection and not a street designated intersection, there may be some ability to have that under consideration and not necessarily having to respond. However, further analysis indicated that we are obligated to achieve some sense of compliance in that regard, and soon thereafter I did share with the City Commission about thoughts and strategies as to how we will respond accordingly. So, of course, last week the discussion was offered by the City Commission with respect to any specific formal notification from the Florida Department of Transportation. Meanwhile, let's sit tight in terms of proceeding with any direction. So that was the outcome a week ago. 3 days later, as I stated a little while ago, August 15, 2025, a order was sent directly to the office of the city manager, essentially mandating and or directing that we proceed with the removal of the crosswalk color, as well as the fact that we have a deadline of September 3rd in which to do so. So, of course, I immediately shared that with the City Commission, because that being, again, the direct, immediate communication to the city of Delray Beach regarding expectations being made available in that regard. So the inclination at that point was to proceed with some form of follow-up review and analysis in terms of what the impacts might be to the city of Delray Beach if we'd have proceeded in this regard. A big part of that analysis or thought process, ladies and gentlemen, incorporated any considerations to offer other gestures of appreciation and welcome. And frankly, I would like to ask us to focus in that regard, because I will be prepared to offer some considerations at the very next City Commission meeting in terms of what that might look like. The next regular City Commission meeting will be September 3rd, 2025, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow. So working closely with the City Commission, I think that would be an appropriate opportunity to come up with ways in which we can get to the best place possible without having to be subjected to any issues or challenges being directed at the state level. Of course, part of the communication of August 15, 2025 touched on potential financial impacts to the city of Delray Beach if we were to remain non-compliant, if you will. Likewise, I work with all departments, the Department of Finance, notably the Department of Public Works, to evaluate what that looks like. And so this, ladies and gentlemen, the city of Delray Beach over the last several years at least have enjoyed a very productive working relationship with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the Florida Department of Transportation relative to securing various funding agreements for the implementation of numerous projects and programs that are currently underway. The city of Delray Beach has existing funding agreements involving the state of Florida totaling $60,266,026.50. We're very accurate in our calculations. Grants and allocations to this effect are divided among a variety of programs with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the Florida Department of Transportation. Of this $60 million and change amount, Florida Department of Environmental Protection grants provide $39,190,744.50 that are utilized as part of our beach shore protection projects and funding assistance, as well as stormwater management projects through the Resilient Florida program and the Water and Springs Restoration program. As far as the Florida Department of Transportation, grants in the amount of $21,075,282 for mobility improvements, including roadway, sidewalk, lighting improvements through the local agency grant program, administered in coordination with Palm Beach County Transportation Planning Agency. These dollars, which are very significant to the city of Delray Beach, are passed through via the Florida Highway Administration. So there is a direct connection at the federal level in terms of how this works and why we are where we are. Part of the analysis, ladies and gentlemen, did take under consideration, well, Terrence, I said to myself, in what way would the city of Delray Beach have the ability to offset or make up for any potential loss of funding or any other adverse impacts that come down the pike? And the answer to that effect, ladies and gentlemen, to the commission and quite frankly to the public, is none. That is nil. Therefore, professionally, I don't believe the city of Delray Beach has much choice at all. What you do have a choice, and I look at the city commission as well as working closely with staff, is to think of ways in which we can offer some other form of a welcoming gesture and appreciation for the diversity of community that has been made available here in the city of Delray Beach, Florida. So likewise, ladies and gentlemen, that is where we are. Where do we go from here? The capacity to proceed administratively does exist. As referenced in the top of my PowerPoint presentation, it is an approximately $12,000 project for a sandblasting alternative, which can actually be initiated sometime next week, and it will take about 1 to 2 days to complete. Again, we have to prepare accordingly. This is where we are, and given the current momentum relative to numerous projects and programs in collaboration with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the Florida Department of Transportation, of which all involved has worked extremely hard to cultivate those relationships and yield significant outcomes that otherwise may not have become possible, is something worthy of consideration and serious thought. Likewise, I will be happy to offer recommendations or suggestions as to how we can keep offering gestures of support, a physical presence of welcome without compromising ourselves in a manner that we currently face. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, specifically Mayor and City Commission, that is where we are, and I hope that does provide a great deal of clarity and context in terms of why we have to take the matter seriously. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, but respectfully, I'm not going to focus my commentary on a conciliatory gesture at this point, given that there is still an option in front of us, an option offered to us by the FDOT to go to an administrative hearing. I think we would be remiss to not have a discussion. Please. We'd be remiss to not have a discussion about pursuing that option before we pivot to a conciliatory gesture. So first of all, I don't think I've ever seen this many people show up to a Delray Beach Commission meeting. So, and for those of you who came to you, but I'm going to still go into it a little bit. So on June 30th, FDOT issued this statewide memorandum warning cities that painted intersections and decorative crosswalks were out of compliance. But let's be clear, no law was changed, no bill was passed. FDOT simply decided to reinterpret the rules and suddenly declare our Pride intersection as illegal, despite the fact it's been in place for years without issue. And while the legislature did pass Senate Bill 1662, which was alluded to earlier this year, that law didn't ban decorative intersections or change the federal standards. FDOT is acting entirely on its own reinterpretation. So then, on July 23rd, our city manager informed us that an administrative decision had been made to remove the intersection without this commission's approval. And I don't blame the city manager or our staff. Their job is to protect this city from risk, and they do a great job of that. But our job is different. Our charge is different. We're here to represent Delray Beach residents. So at our meeting here last week, I asked for a consensus to hold off until FDOT gave us formal notice. 4 days later, on August 15th, we got that notice in writing from FDOT's district secretary. And we should all, up here and out here, be outraged at what it said. Quote, if the pavement markings are not removed by September 3rd, 2025, the Florida Department of Transportation will remove them by any appropriate method necessary without further notice, end quote. So if we don't comply, the state says it will march into our city, onto our city-owned and city-maintained streets, and destroy one of our symbols of community, then bill us for it. And if we resist, they'll withhold state funds. This isn't a notice, it's an ultimatum. For a state agency to announce they will destroy something we lawfully installed without our consent isn't just government overreach, it's trespass, destruction of property, and an unlawful usurpation of the authority we as elected government were elected to exercise. This is one of the most extreme abuses of power I've ever faced up here. So why does this matter? You guys said it pretty well, frankly. It's worth remembering we didn't go looking for this. We didn't go picking a fight with Tallahassee. We're down here minding our own business. Our intersection has been federally compliant for years, and it still is, by the way, and I'll get to that. And now the state is threatening to erase it. That's not just heavy-handed, it's intimidation. I understand why some might say we should just comply and avoid the risk to our funding. It's a fair point. But how much are we willing to be pushed to stray away from our city's values? What if next time it's our historic districts? They're already threatened by the Live Local Act, which overrides local zoning and strips away our ability to protect our neighborhoods. What if they decide to shut down our MLK March? Or say we can't light a menorah or put up 100-foot Christmas tree anymore? Sounds outrageous, but the legislature has already tried to dismantle our CRA, attack public arts funding, and limit our ability to regulate sober homes. All these bills nearly passed last session, and they will be back. In today's climate, even discussing diversity and equity has become so charged, we haven't been able to talk about the disparity study we paid to conduct. That's the kind of chilling effect that we're up against. So I'm going to take this a step further. FDOT's directive isn't just overreach, it's contrary to federal law. The 11th edition of the Federal Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, effective January 18, 2024, explicitly allows decorative pavement markings in intersection art as long as they don't obscure official controls. By law, under Florida Statutes 316-0745, FDOT must adopt a uniform system of traffic control devices, quote, consistent with the system adopted by the Federal Highway Administration, end quote, and contained in the MUTCD. That means under federal rule, which is a controlling rule, and it supports us. Do not obscure official signals. Do not create driver confusion. FDOT's stricter position is an overstep of their authority and an unlawful attempt to impose a standard beyond what federal law requires. This is exactly why we need to pursue an administrative hearing. FDOT's own letter outlines that right, though it also makes very clear it won't allow exemptions or waivers, stacking the deck against cities. That makes it all the more important we take this challenge as far as it can go. Then we'll discuss alternatives. So what's at stake? The Pride intersection is not a safety risk, we know that. It's not a driving hazard or danger to anyone. It's simply a symbol of love, of belonging, in remembering those we lost after senseless violence at Pulse nightclub in Orlando. It's a joyful reminder that love is love and that in Delray Beach you are seen and accepted. This state's demand has no grounding in safety, law, or fairness. It's rooted in culture wars that do nothing to make our city stronger, safer, or better. Almost done. And it's bigger than one intersection. It's about whether Delray governs itself or whether Tallahassee can invade our streets, erase our culture, and dictate our future. Other cities, Orlando, St. Pete, Key West, to name a few, have said enough is enough. We've led before in Delray Beach. When we took on PFAS, for instance, our leadership, along with our rock star city attorney, helped secure billions in settlements statewide and a windfall for our residents. This is another moment to lead. Other cities are watching what we do. Key West got the same notice we did, and they are already pursuing the administrative hearing. The decision before us is simple, in my opinion. Do we quietly comply and allow the state to erase a piece of our culture, or do we hold the line against this incursion? This is about standing up for our residents, our values, and our right to self-govern. I'm asking this commission for consensus to request an administrative hearing per the option outlined in the FDOT letter. Thank you.
Commissioner Casal.
Thank you. And I appreciate what you're saying, Rob, and I share your view in a lot of what you're saying. But when I look at the number, $60,266,026.50, and that doesn't include, money we may need from FEMA. That's just what we currently expect to get, not what we may need in the future. Now, Julie, resident, grab your sign and fight. Julie, commissioner, has to look out for the entire city as a whole. And I sat up here, Mr. Frankel as well. We implemented the crosswalk. Adam Frankel, Commissioner Frankel, was here. Mayor Shelley Petrolia, Julie Cassell, Shirley Johnson, Ryan Boylston. We did it, and we were very proud of that moment. It was exciting for everybody. We are an inclusive city. That doesn't change if we move the Pride crosswalk to the sidewalk at Old School Square. That's our property. Maybe we can do that. Paint the whole Old School Square in a rainbow. Because, listen, we know we could sit here and say, well, if we poke the bear, are they going to take the money? I would say to you, that's a really good chance. And you've resigned. You're not going to be here next year.
I still live in this city, and it's going to be part of my district, so that's not...
Okay, but you're resigning, and we'll be taking care... Thank you.
We'll be handling the budget shortfall of over $60 million if that happens. And I want to remind people of something, if I may. There are other things to consider that are critically important. We had a very quiet situation going on in Delray. We were protecting our Haitian population, and now we do have reports that ICE is in town. A friend of mine sent me a photo from an area off of Linton Avenue because we've drawn attention to ourselves instead of flying under the radar. Yes, we have.
That's a reach.
No,
That's
it's
ridiculous.
not. I
That's a
disagree.
reach.
We're all over the news,
Come on.
all over the United States.
Order.
Thank you
I
very
won't have
much,
it.
Mayor. We have also other people in the community that we need to protect. All of our nonprofits, the Arts Garage does a ton of programming. They have lost their funding. They are looking to us for funding. If we don't have money, we can't give it to our nonprofits. I think it's critically important that we keep the inclusion. I think the idea of moving it is a great idea so that we don't lose unnecessary funding of over $60 million. I'm not happy about this. This isn't a great decision. This is a hard decision. This is a challenging job you have to do when you sit up here. But our general fund budget is about $180 million, and that's half of it. So where are we going to get the money? And that's just the bottom line question.
I'm going to add something real quick. So by taking the option that the FDOT has offered us as the next step, there's no evidence they're going to withhold $60 million from us for simply requesting an administrative hearing.
It's not 60 million, guys. I mean,
or 39 million, whatever the number is.
Add it all up, baby. It's way north of there. I
Okay.
mean,
Regardless, there's
Mr.
no
Market, the
evidence.
total's at the top.
There's no evidence. There's that by simply going to the hearing, the option that they offered us to make them explain their position. It strictly says if we're uncooperative. Well, I'm not suggesting we go set up barricades in the intersection, right? I'm suggesting that we take the next step of the process that they offered us. Period.
As a lawyer, please, as a lawyer, and not one who just plays one on TV, Mr. Weiss, but as a lawyer, my question is, and I've always believed in exhausting administrative remedies first. What is if we opt for the administrative hearing, we're essentially saying we're trying to exhaust our administrative remedies prior to our making a decision. I don't believe they would act to do anything as long as we're within our rights to do an administrative hearing. Now, if we lose that hearing, we're going to have to face the situation of what we're going to do, and maybe we adopt Commissioner Casale's thing. We find a sidewalk, or we find some other method to do it, as Mr. Hawk had mentioned, and do it that way. I mean, nobody wants to lose the funding, and these are largely capital improvement funds, which we certainly don't want to lose capital improvement funds. But what is the issue? I mean, I'll ask our city attorney this. What is our legal risk? And I'm not seeing it. That's why I'm asking generally. If we decide to pursue our administrative remedies first and wait till those are exhausted, and then we would say we would have to maybe implement what the city manager says we have to do in order to protect our money, which everybody wants to do, and then we sit down and we figure out what's Plan B, and then I'm a Plan B person, to see where we could adopt, whether it's a sidewalk, they say pavement in English, but a sidewalk or some other mechanism to address this and to, as a compromise, so to speak. So if we go through the administrative route, as was suggested before we make the decision, what are we risking?
I mean, you have a right to exhaust your administrative remedies. You have to exhaust your administrative remedies before you could ever go to court, as you know.
Right.
So, I would assume that unless the administrative court judge makes a ruling on September 2nd, the deadlines would be told until, a decision is rendered by the court, and then they would have to give you time to come into compliance. And so I don't see a legal
because that's not really litigation. We're not doing litigation at that point. We're not suing the state. We're pursuing an administrative thing to allow and that could take a 30, 60, whatever, I don't know how many day process it is, but it certainly seems it would toll their enforcement provisions, because we're pursuing the administrative remedy. And I think that is a...
My understanding, looking at that, was they're coming in. When is the hearing? What if-
September 2nd at 10
And they
o'clock.
want it out by when?
The next day, September 3rd.
But I don't
Well,
think...
I think that would be if you didn't
I think
pursue.
they would have to stay that action pending the outcome of the
We have
administrative
2 weeks
hearing.
from the date of the letter to essentially put them on notice that we are seeking the administrative remedy.
Yeah.
We have to submit information. They've already indicated that there's 2 types of administrative remedies. There's a formal and there's an informal. If you disagree on the facts, then you would go forward with a formal hearing, which is, that's much more complicated. They've indicated in their correspondence that they believe this is an informal hearing, meaning that there's only legal issues at stake. And so it's a much more compact hearing, so
Could
to
I
speak.
ask a question? Has anyone gone to one of these hearings? Have you seen a
I don't
hearing?
think so.
We have no idea what this hearing
Key
entails,
West voted to go to the hearing
but they
Yeah,
haven't
I
gone
think-
yet. I just don't know why
because
we
it's
don't
not. It's
agree to
scheduled.
move it.
It's scheduled for the 2nd and 3rd. Those are the days that the hearing is
I'm
scheduled
asking
for
if
everyone.
other cities have
Yeah,
experience.
I'm saying that they're all scheduled for the
Okay,
same
I
day in
understand.
Orlando.
But my surmise is that if we decide to exhaust the administrative route, be it formal or informal, and I think it's probably, I don't think the facts really are at issue here. I think it really is a question of law,
Right.
and as to whether or not the state has the right, and whether or not federal law preempts, or all these other questions that we're raising here.
Yes.
I think that because it means so much to so many, we should at least go through the process of doing the administrative.
The only thing I'd like clarification on, I don't know, Lynn, if we can get it. Are we out of the woods if we do this? I mean, are the 60 million, there's no risk to us if we decide to go further?
So the letter is daunting and it's threatening. However, there is a prescribed procedure in Florida statute. They simply can't just withhold the money. So you essentially have to not comply, willfully not comply, and then they would send notices about the withholding of monies.
But
Now,
pursuing an administrative hearing is not willfully not complying.
no. It's pursuing your administrative remedies that are given
Which
to you
they
by Florida
outlined,
law.
which they gave us an option in the letter.
Can we verify with them that our assumptions are correct?
So, okay,
It's a legal,
I think it's a legal process that's
understand,
defined by
but-
Florida statute. But again, you also have to be mindful that, the governor does have veto power. And
Yes.
so that's not going to be in the Florida statute. And we've seen that with many of our funding requests.
To be fair,
So-
the governor vetoes most things that come to Delray
I'm not,
anyway.
I understand.
He does.
Not actually. We've
But
gotten
I'm
a lot of
I'm just
money.
saying, just because it's not listed in Florida statute, there is another mechanism where your request might be denied. So we will be ready to go forward on September 2nd. It is in Orlando. I don't believe that there would be witnesses or anything because it's strictly going to be a legal issue. Does the Florida Department of Transportation have the legal right to mandate this from a municipality? And there are home rule questions. It's a very complicated legal issue. But what it boils down to is whether or not Tallahassee knows what's best for your city. And it's a far reach, and that's really what the argument
And we
is going
can't
to be.
control, we cannot control that, but what we can control is at least our approach back, which is saying, okay, we're going to follow the law, we're going to follow the option that was given us,
Mm-hmm.
and exhaust our administrative remedies. And if we lose that, which we may lose, we can then decide, and then we know when we lose, we can then decide whether or how we would next, whether it's
Comply.
the
Or
type
go-
of way
or
that
take it
Commissioner
to the next
Casal
level.
suggested, or some others have suggested, whether there's another avenue that we could pursue to address, the removal of it, and do we have to do something else and whether it's a sidewalk or something, I don't know.
Right.
But
We can do something amazing. It's
I mean, I just think I think there's other options there, but I think that because there are so many people that are, I just always believe we should exhaust administrative, even if it was something I wanted to do, I would still say we want to exhaust the administrative remedies. I just think that that's always the way to go, and make it final, and then we can deal with, what our plan B should be. And that would be my recommendation. So I don't know where everybody
Well
feels
said, Mayor.
about this.
I didn't speak yet.
I worry about the repercussions. I mean, listen.
I mean, look. The governor can probably do whatever he wants to do, but
And we've been seeing it.
generally
Everybody's
speaking,
making noise, but we're seeing it here every
generally-
single day.
Well, what I'm saying is,
SB
generally speaking,
180, we're seeing it every single day.
Which
and
we
the
took a
residents-
stand on. We took a stand on SB
All
180.
I'm saying is,
but-
generally speaking,
We weren't
if you
afraid
pursue
then.
an administrative, generally speaking, if you pursue an administrative process which they allowed in the letter, their enforcement would be told until such time as that administrative process is over. That is typically the way it works with the state. It works with the Department of Environmental Service, with all of the state, the financial service, all of them. If you exercise the right to go to that process, that is usually the way it pursues. Now, whether the governor decides, the hell with it, I'm going to go all speed this way, I don't know. But at least we will be doing. We will be following the law.
And in the meantime, can we direct Mr. Moore to start looking at other locations? Because I'm going to assume that we know
Look, I
how
think
this
it's a
is
long
gonna
shot
turn
that we
out.
win, but I
Right.
don't think it's just because I think it's a long shot of winning doesn't mean I don't think we should at least
Listen, we
exhaust
can
that
do it.
administrative
I hope
process.
there are no repercussions to the residents financially. And
Oh,
in the
sorry.
meantime, if we
Are you
locate
still here?
another spot, then we can transition quickly.
All right, Commissioner, I didn't know Commissioner Burns was still here, so
Really?
I'm sorry.
I try to be quiet.
You are. I mean,
But it will only last forever.
You're the only one.
I just want to thank everybody for coming out, who came out and spoke so passionately about this. And I know that this set walk has become a meaningful symbol of inclusion in our community. We are a welcome city. I understand being marginalized. I've come from one of those communities where I've been marginalized. And I know this is not an easy decision. However, we have to realize the consequences of this $60 million. However, I am prepared to support exhausting that hearing. It's about home rule, and as Mrs. Zeller said, what's next? This is just, the excuse this time is the Pride sidewalk. What is it going to be the next time? So I am for supporting going through and taking it to the end. I am also in support of another location. However, we need to exhaust this first option first.
But we want to be sure to address the Commissioner Casal and Commissioner Marker's position that we should verify. I mean, I don't know whether, as I said, the governor can do what he wants to do anyway. He can order people in here to do it today without even asking us, and
Right.
that's just the way he operates. And that's the way the states generally operate. I mean, governors have that power, regardless of the state they're in. All I'm saying is how it typically works in the state of Florida. If you invoke your right to go through an administrative hearing, the other aspects they essentially tolling, which means they sit back and they don't do anything until such time as their decision rendered. And typically, after your administrative hearing, they would say you have 5 days to comply, you have 1 week to comply, you have 2 days to go. I don't know, whatever they say. But at least it would allow us to go through that process and have them tell us once and for all, which is stronger than a letter, once and for all, okay, you got to move it.
Right.
And at least we'll have the chance to have legal arguments. And frankly, I think there's going to be a lot of other communities developing good legal arguments too. So there may be strength in numbers, so to speak. So
They're
that's all
waiting
I'm
on
saying.
Delray.
They're doing it on their own.
Many are.
A lot of them are.
So, do we have? I mean, with the caveat that you're
Yes.
going to double check that by understanding of the way the administrative process works in Florida, do we have a consensus to try to go forth and do the administrative hearing first?
If Lynn gets a yes, I'm on board.
Fine.
If Lynn gets a no, I'd like us to reconvene.
Well, the problem is our next meeting's not till September 3rd.
Well, no, we can
so-
do the little thing.
There's that.
I can do a special meeting. I can do that.
I'm not concerned about the tolling provision because.
Which is great.
I believe
Because
that's-
then
I
it would
believe-
render the whole
which is
administrative
great.
process meaningless, so I'm
Right,
not
we just
worried
need a
about that.
consensus, right?
Right,
So
so-
if,
I'm comfortable moving forward with our attorney's expertise on
Fine,
this,
well,
frankly.
which attorney?
You too, both of you, both of our attorneys.
Thank you. So, Mr. Moore, I think what we're asking is to just the letter gave us the ability to have an administrative hearing. I think we want to be able to present our case as to why we think, as I said, I think it's a long shot, but
Yeah.
not to do it is,
So,
and
ladies and gentlemen.
we're operating in good faith here. So let's just.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, there will not in all likelihood, there would not be a presentation during your September 3rd meeting relative to alternatives in that, because we'll still be involved more than likely in this administrative proceeding process, because that may take coming days, whatever the case may be. So until the results of that come back, the very next city commission meeting will have an opportunity to proceed accordingly.
But I would just say we should plan on it, because my guess is
that's where I'm
It's going
going.
to happen. You know
that
it's
we're going to lose.
And if I may, ladies and gentlemen,
It is.
I will be, ladies and gentlemen, if I may please, I will be prepared accordingly, much like I was prepared this evening. We'll simply pivot for the time applicable.
Maybe we'll win. So who knows? I mean, let's give it a shot. Got a gavel here.
It's in the wrong spot.
Anyway, so so we've got consensus, right? So we're done with 7AA. We're now moving to 7BB, which is formerly 6H1. Approval of resolution 178-25, award agreement to Architects Design. And this has been pulled.
I pulled this one.
Ms. Barlett, why don't you, we're going to wait a second till you all leave, because you're.
It was 681.
Well, hold on quickly. We're going to have a quick meeting, quick resolution. Commissioner Casale, go on.
Let's do it.
6H1.
Gotta get some chips. I need some chips.
A little testy. I get a little testy. Low blood sugar.
All I'm saying to you is,
I know. I'm not saying that. No, I still have a variant. I'm good.
and they said, oh, you're against
No, I'm allowed to have your opinion. We're all, that's why we're all here.
Oh,
No.
sounds like you fear losing federal funds. Does Florida control federal funding? I can't read this. Janet something. Well, yeah, we do get some federal funds in dollars. So I didn't see who put this in. That was you?
That was me.
All municipalities get federal funds through various sources of revenue sharing and things such as that. I'm not.
You did.
The issue is it's a very complex issue. It's a very complex issue.
I heard you this afternoon.
And I know about the funding.
So, but let's. I want to get to the administrative hearing first, and then we can.
All right. Good. Thank you.
Got somebody in the audience I want removed. They're sitting there complaining the meeting's going too long. Oh yeah, no, not you're not that lucky, Missy. We're not going to remove you. Complaining about how long things are taking. We had an hour of public comment. People are allowed to speak. I know. What did I say before? Democracy's a bitch. Well, it is. There you go. Anyway.
So I'm the one that pulled this. I'm happy to just quickly go over why before we make Missy do a whole presentation. So I pulled it because, as we know, this is part of the $100 million bond referendum that our residents approved for the new police headquarters. This is a design of that facility. I think it's one of the most significant projects that we will see up here as a commission. Certainly I will. So as we've gone over before with bigger projects like Pompey Park, I believe for something of this scale and importance, the public should see how we're making our decision, and they should see the presentations, I think, from all four applicants that went before the selection committee, rather than us just accepting the committee's recommendation. And I do just want to note, and this is not a critique on anyone or any of the committee members, but this was a very small committee. It was only 3 people, 2 folks from Public Works and a lieutenant from PD. And I just think for a decision of this magnitude, a selection should involve director-level leadership and ultimately should still come before the commission, but maybe a more useful reference point if we had a larger committee with more director-level leadership. I only say this because I know we're going to have the GC for this coming through soon, the build. I probably won't even be here by then, but I would just recommend that for that, and maybe it's already planned that way, that it's more senior staff and it's a larger committee. But regardless, If I am still there, I'll still want us to make the final call on that too, frankly. I just think in terms of our reference, it's more helpful. But in any case, point is, for something of this scale, I just think that we should see the presentations.
I am just going to jump in here because for the same reason I thought we should do it, as you mentioned Pompey Park, I know I've mentioned it, and with the water plant and everything like that, this is the contract to build like $100 million. I mean, this is a big project, and I think that, I mean, I'm sure all these, I don't know, I don't even know who's on the list, quite frankly, but I do think that we should have the opportunity to talk to the architect being selected that's going to be building this project. So, I mean, it's just, all we're really asking is to see whether or not you can orchestrate, I know you can, some kind of where they could come to us like they've done before for other projects and just give their pitch as to why they want to be the chosen architect and what they bring to the table vis-a-vis what somebody else might bring to the table. And I think they're probably all qualified, and I'm sure the selection process was not easy. But, that's all I'm saying. I'm not going to concur. I was just twice I concur with you tonight. It's getting scary.
About 1,000.
So similar to what we did with Pompey Park, is that what you're asking for? You'll have the presentations come before you.
Yeah, you give them each whatever it was, 10 minutes, whatever it was, they come in there. Because pitching construction is a little different than pitching architectural services, but I still want to know what methodology is in their architectural services and how much, because a lot of this is going to depend on these architect firms, whoever is chosen, interfacing with our police department as to what the police department wants to see.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to make sure that everybody is kind of on the same page in that development, because ultimately we'll all benefit by that. That's just, I don't want to dominate here, but that's just my view. So
I think 4 10-minute presentations.
If I could interject, we're a little bit farther down the road than selection. What is before you tonight is a negotiated contract with the top-ranked firm. So had we been given this direction earlier in the process, then we would have brought you the presentations from the 3 or 4 top-ranked firms. I can tell you that the firm that was selected by the committee has a wealth of experience in designing public safety facilities. They've done many, many, many of them in South Florida, and they are a very well-respected firm. You will have an opportunity to interact with them at the end of the first phase. The first phase is what is before you tonight, which is where they will actually go back over the space needs analysis that was done in 2019 for the police department. We will update that to what today's vision is for the police department. They will develop a number of different concepts, and they will bring those back to commission. And you'll have an opportunity at that time to interact with them if at that time you do not like what you see or what they've brought you, then you have the option to not go forward with that firm, and we can pick up with the information that they've gathered at that point, and we can move forward with a different firm and bring the new firms to you to interview.
We're losing a lot of time that way.
Yeah, why is this the first time we're seeing this on an agenda? Do I miss
This
something?
is how all of our contracts have been brought forward to you.
Is it?
It is. Yes.
Usually it's on consent and we approve it. I
Right.
thought.
This was on consent and it got pulled.
Right, but usually it's while we still have a chance to see presentations. I thought.
No, it's not. We bring you.
Am I missing something? I mean.
This is how we always do it.
Okay, but the
Okay.
solicitation does allow, almost like a release valve for the commission, the City of Delray Beach reserves the right to accept or reject any or all proposals in whole or in part, with or without cause, to waive any irregularities or technicalities, and to award on such coverage and terms it deems that we will
Okay.
best serve the interests of the city.
Well, my apologies for misunderstanding the process, Missy. I think given that this is a bond-funded project and given the public nature of it, I do think that we should exercise that right and see presentations. Again, I think this is too high
We're
profile.
not using the bond for this, are we? I didn't
Yeah,
guess.
this is the
How
bond.
much
This
was
is
the
part of the
bond?
project.
Proceeds. This is,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this
development.
is the design of a $100 million bond-funded project, and
Because we're using
my
CRA
apologies for doing this late in the game. I didn't realize, or I would have brought this up earlier in the process. But that being said, I still think that we should be seeing presentations.
Well, what's
I'd like to move ahead with this. Project has slowed down for a long time. The last time we talked about this, what we can do when we see it, if we want to, is pull it and then request a presentation. I do not want to do that at this time. And I think that practice has always worked. When there's things of concern, you pull them, we see the presentation.
I'm sorry, but we had 3 people making this call for a $100 million police station. Only one lieutenant from the police station was involved in the selection committee process. I just don't think that's enough oversight, in my opinion, to make this decision. And again, I would have brought that up earlier had I known that we weren't going to have a chance to see this. You know, people went out and voted for a $100 million bond for this project. They deserve to see how this decision's being made. I don't want to be stuck with something and then have to tell people we never really got a say in it. I'm sorry, but I think that I think this is a big deal. I think we need to be part of this process.
Do you mind me asking, Mr. Long? And I apologize, I stepped out, and for some reason I thought you were talking about Pompey Park for some reason, but excuse me. The question does make sense if Mr. Long is correct. Is that the case, that there were 3 lower level employees? I mean, I would assume if you're in charge that this was done correctly.
Yeah, with respect to the selection committee, were there any department heads, or were you part of the
There were not
selection
department directors. There were engineers and a lieutenant.
Okay, well then
and
that's
an
better than the
assistant
department
chief
director.
from the police
Thank
department.
you, Missy. Yes, no, I know, I realize that. I have to go to the bathroom and I got this now.
To me, I think that for something of this size and scope, it requires director level oversight and knowledge. And frankly, I think it requires our oversight and knowledge as a commission. This is something that is going to be public facing. This isn't just like a lift station or something technical, right? If that was the case, I'd say let the engineers make the call. You know, my background's in engineering. I have an engineering degree. I understand when engineers are better suited, when we should defer to their expertise, and I respect that. But this is our police station, and it's something that people voted to spend their money on. We as their representatives need to be involved in this process. And you're talking about what it looks like in our community and how we're going to interface with the team that ends up building it. I just think it's critical that we have more of a say in that. And again, I apologize for screwing up the process here and making your life harder. I wish I'd have known earlier. But that being said, I just think we need to be involved in this selection.
Give me the timeline if we were to say we would like to have presentations between the time of those presentations, because there's a period of the negotiation period is a considerable. I mean, how long have you been negotiating this contract?
We've been negotiating this contract for several weeks, a couple of months. The other proposers have been notified that they did not win the contract. And we can go back to them and see if they're willing to come and give a
Could I ask a question,
presentation.
Mayor?
Sure.
The scale, when you do these, there's a scale. We have
Yes.
called people in front of us when there's when it's 1 point off, because we say, well, that's remarkably close. And what
Yes.
was the factor? Because sometimes it's community engagement and you think, well, that's irrelevant. I mean, it's not irrelevant, but irrelevant to the design, for
The
example.
scores and the firms that were involved are on the agenda cover sheet.
Can
If
you
have
relay
that-
them to me?
Yeah, I don't have it with me.
I have it.
I have. You have it. You want
I do. The scores were, Architects Design Group ADG LLC was 273. Wanamaker Jensen Architects 266, Harvard Jolly 266, and Netta 257. So there was a 7-point difference between the first and the second.
Okay. And then how much from the second to the first?
How much from the first to the fourth?
16 points
16 points,
between the first and the fourth.
which is less than 10%. Because if they're 270, so it's a 6% variant or 7%
I
variant.
mean, if we're talking about 10 minutes, why would we not just watch all 4 if we're going to do it? Right?
No, I would
10 minutes
expect
apiece.
all. I mean, look,
You'd have to have all 4 and
I
start the
would do
process again.
4.
You can't do 2.
But I'm also conscious of Commissioner Casal's point about not delaying this process too long.
And-
On the other hand, I mean, again, I think it's a fair question about that Commissioner Long brought about the process of when this commission is engaged in something or not. And regardless of, that's usually a way to do it, I don't believe the city negotiates a heck of a lot of $100 million contracts. This is for a $100 million construction piece.
Lately, you'd be amazed.
I know.
would be amazed.
I was gonna
Okay,
say,
I would be amazed.
All right, look, it sounds like
Well, I'm, you know, look, I just,
Just so you're aware, if you review the agenda cover memo, it looks like staff started the process just of issuing the RFQ on December 2nd. So that's how long it's taken just to get to this point. So
December 2nd?
December 2nd, 2024.
Yes.
Well, yeah, but we have.
That's when the RFQ was issued.
Yeah, but we have
We're
four
not redoing
respondents.
that
I mean, we
part.
have.
There were
have-
8, and then they narrowed it down to four firms for presentations, and then they went from there.
Well, I'm just gonna say that I was aware of the process, and the only reason that we saw the one from Pompey Park was because they were 1 point different. That was the only reason that came to us. So this has been the process all along, so I'm for moving forward with it. Because this is just the design, so.
Okay. Commissioner Casals?
I'm looking for this documents
Meanwhile, back
for
at the ranch,
specific
Commissioner
I would vote
breakdowns.
to move forward.
Okay.
I would remind you that this is phase 1 of this effort. There is a stop-go point before phase 2. If you are unhappy with the product that's presented to you, I feel very confident that you will not be. But if you are unhappy with the product that's presented to you, you have an option at that time to go back out to market.
I knew all but one of those names, and they're all quality. I mean, they're all quality groups, so I'd feel confident if any of them did it, frankly. But are you-
Okay, so
Yeah,
there's
I'm just
two move
surprised
on
by
and
this-
two
by this.
let's see it. Are you a let's see it or a move
No,
on?
I mean, I think I don't want to delay this, but I do think that if we can have a, you know, I'm of two minds. I just think this is such an important project that I would have liked to have kind of figured out who was going to design it. That was all. But, you know, whatever the commission's, I'm not, you know.
Well, you have to say one way or the
Well,
other.
I think I'm going to probably side with, see if we could have a presentation, because it falls in line with my
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Transparency Act.
I know, I'm noticing your Mr. Transparency Act lately.
I do think that it's bond funded. That's not a typical thing. So I understand this is the typical way we do it, but how many projects do we do here that are funded by a general obligation bond
Hang on,
that
can I just
people
look
vote
at this
on?
chart for one moment, please,
You
while
may.
we're having this discussion?
I just think we should have an additional layer of
Reorder and
transparency. Maybe we
food.
should have made that
No,
clear
I'm
up
looking
front.
for I'm looking for the grading
Should have made that clear up
scale.
front.
You're looking for the grading
I
scale?
didn't-
It's in the,
Frankly, we did talk
No,
about it.
I don't want the
didn't
full
realize.
number, I want the breakdown of the number of the grading scale.
oh,
Do you know what I'm
I
saying?
mean the
Missy?
factors, the components
You're
of the
looking
grade?
for how they scored?
Yeah,
I don't think
the
that's
pro-
on there.
That's what
the-
I'm looking for, because the total score
The
doesn't tell me anything.
RFP is attached also to the agenda item, and it has the score sheet in it.
No, but the complete.
She
Do
wants
you
the
have the
final.
matrix so we
For
know,
the
like,
individuals.
you know, each one of the categories,
The
the rooms they
completed
derive the
score
total score?
sheets by each of the
Okay.
committee members is not attached.
See, that's somewhat relevant, because there are some factors in those that I would think are not persuasive for me individually, right? And that's the thing.
So just with Pompey Park, that was for construction, right? So that was different. And I understand Commissioner Long's concerns, but any design that comes out of this is not going to be decided by staff, right? So the designs will always come before the commission. They'll go before the public. That's not going to be done. This is really just your subject matter experts determining which architect is best suited based on their qualifications. That's really all that this is. So I see both sides of it. Pompey Park was a little different because it was just to accept the rankings and negotiate an agreement. This one, there's actually an agreement. So I think I'm comfortable that our RFQ protects us, that you don't necessarily, you're not put in a position where you have to accept this because the agreement's been negotiated and partially executed. But we are pretty far down the timeline that, and I guess that's why you need to hone in on what the concern is, because if it's, what it's going to look like, number one, you're going to have input on that, the community will, and those designs always come before the city commission, I'm sure.
I guess, because some of when I see these selection things, to which, the matrix to which Commissioner Casal referred was, you know, I like local as opposed to, I mean, foreign. I like, you know, this, I mean, depending on what, I give those a higher grade if you know, depending on what it
By
is.
I know, but we can't do
statute, we're
local.
not allowed to do that.
Local
by
preference is
statute.
gone.
So
We're
let me
not
ask,
allowed.
didn't they present design concepts at all during their presentation?
No, they did not. They were chosen specifically on qualifications.
This is an RFQ. The criteria was experience, methodology and work plan, organizational structure and capacity. That 50 points was awarded for methodology and work plan, and the other 2 received 25.
Yeah, we got 2 and 2. Yo, up to you. What's your pleasure? You love that word consensus. I'm giving you, you know, letting it be consensus.
I think I'm going, do you mind, I'll entertain the gentleman on that, because I'd like to see the matrix, and here's why. I'm just recalling a conversation I had with somebody, that they said that there was something involved in this discussion that they felt they did poorly on, and now it's coming to me. And it related to something unrelated. Do you want to comment on that?
I would very much like to
Go ahead,
comment
please.
on that.
Thank you, because that just came to me.
Because I haven't heard anything. I don't know who the
I
people
apologize,
are.
I'm being
We
cryptic.
need to be mindful.
I know,
and
I'm
At
sorry.
the end of the day, I listened to the audio and I didn't have concerns.
Okay, then if I'm going to go with the, we're going to move forward as you've selection if you feel like
We
that
have
was fine.
consensus.
Thank you, Missy,
Well, you
for
need
that.
to vote. You have to vote on the contract.
Okay, well, then I need if someone would give me a motion to
How do I
approve-
structure that motion?
Resolution number 1725, 1708-25.
178-25.
That's what I just said, right?
Oh, I heard an O.
Thank you.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes. I'm a no, so there we go.
Oh, wait. What? I don't understand how.
Wait, they're
Are we
voting to
rejecting-
approve going forward.
Oh, wait a minute.
Voting to
Okay,
approve
wait a
the
minute. What are we
contract.
agreeing with?
Yes, we're,
You're saying you want to go right, you're going to want to go to this contract, is what you said.
yes, Missy answered the question that came to mind, and I.
Right, so then you made the motion
I made a
that you were going to
motion to
accept,
approve
to pass this resolution,
With the
approve.
fellas.
Yes, but then Missy addressed the question that had come to mind when Ms.
So I was confused.
During the
Okay.
conversation,
I'm in the affirmative for going
So you're a
forward.
yes.
We'll do over. Okay, I need a motion
Start over.
to approve resolution
cancel that last
178-25,
motion?
which is going to do the contract of 239, 630,
Motion to
58.
approve resolution number 178-25.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No. Good. We got 3-2. We're going to, so it's, Missy, you got your marching orders. We have consensus. Actually, we have a vote.
Well, it was actually a vote.
I'm sorry. No, I'm just giving Commissioner Casal a hard time. Item 7A, the resolution to, well, you can read, you want to do the resolution?
Resolution number 167-25, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, approving an agreement with Mills Plus Schnoring Architects for professional architectural and engineering design and construction administration for the Crest Theater Auditorium renovations pursuant to the request for qualifications 2025-019, authorizing the city manager to execute any amendments and or renewals thereto, and to take any and all actions necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution, providing an effective date and further purposes.
Thank you very much. Missy, you're still up.
I am still up in a similar situation. We are talking about the award of the architectural design contract for the Crest Theater. So the contract components in this are to initially evaluate the ability to accommodate a variety of performance types and community uses, to provide a set of options for renovation. The architect has agreed in this contract to bring a base option, the much talked about cheap and cheerful option, and then with two additive options, which would be an upgrade from cheap and cheerful, and then the final option would be all the way to the refined and elegant option.
I know that's what I called it, but I mean.
It depends on how that hearing goes.
Just saying. So once this initial phase of this contract is done, the architect will be bringing forward all three of those designs for commission to look at and to choose between and approve moving forward with the second phase, which would be the actual design of the chosen alternative. The conceptual design for this project, it's confined to the interior of the auditorium, the stage, the dressing rooms and related restroom facilities, and the rooftop mechanical units. The first phase of design for this, the design cost is $236,862, and the final design cost will be determined once the commission has chosen the alternative that they want to move forward with. I love to put these fancy charts in here to show you how much work goes into between the notice to proceed, which we expect to happen on or around September 1st, which I think is Labor Day, so it'll probably be September 2nd. And when we expect to be back before commission to bring you the three alternatives to choose from in January.
I just want to say thank you, because I was the one complaining at times that we hadn't looked at all the alternatives. So I think this is great that we'll have three alternatives to choose from as a city, and let the chips fall where they will. I think this is great.
Thank you.
Were there any public meetings for this, with this?
There have been a number of public meetings for the use of the Crest Theater. We don't normally do public meetings before choosing an architect to design something. We've taken most of our direction directly from commission during public commission meetings.
How is this different from the one that we just moved forward?
The scale of it, for one thing, the scale of design for the Crest Theater is very small and limited. It's just the auditorium area, and there has been a lot of commission discussion on exactly, how much is this renovation going to cost? What is it going to look like in the end? But there's not been a lot of consensus that was provided back to us. So it's different in that way. The initial design dollars are smaller. The police department is a public safety government obligation bond that was approved by the voters, and it's a much bigger project.
I just want to make sure that we have a great, with a lot of options. We have a small theater. I want it to be the best it can be for its size and what kind of shows it's capable of getting, and because it is on Main and Main, and when I remember the Crest was first done, it was a very high quality thing, and they were very successful over the years. And I just want to keep ourselves having options to do all different kinds of stuff. So, but we'll have a chance to look at that when he comes back.
Yeah, I will say that this architectural firm has renovated historic theaters all over the country.
Right.
It's really their primary thing, and they were very complimentary of how great our theater is. They're very excited about doing the design for us.
Well, if no other questions, I need a motion to approve 7A,
So
Resolution
moved.
167-25.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're good. 7B. Now, 7B, 7C, and 7D, if anybody's here for those meetings, I'm going to be asking you all to stand up and be sworn, but I'm going to first read you the quasi-judicial rules. These three will be quasi-judicial hearings. These hearings will be conducted in accordance with the quasi-judicial rules. The applicants in the city shall each be allowed 15 minutes to present their case. The public will be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, or a maximum of 6 minutes if a person represents an organization or a group of people who are present but agree not to speak. The city commission and staff and the applicant may be allowed to cross-examine a witness. The city or the applicant will be allowed to offer rebuttal testimony. The decision to approve or deny an application or appeal may not be legally made upon personal views as to whether a project is a good project or not, nor may a decision be based on the numbers of citizens who support or oppose a particular project. The law requires that all decisions must be made on the basis of whether the project meets the requirements of law, the comprehensive plan, and the land development regulations. All of you, if anybody who's going to be speaking on this, if you could please rise and be sworn by the clerk.
By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, I am going to be asking for ex parte communications as it relates to each individual one, so when called. So we're going to be starting with 7B, Resolution 150-25. Has there been any ex parte conversations?
Not
that I'm aware of either.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, hearing none. If Ms. Santhi,
Do you want me to read the caption?
oh yes, would you please read the caption?
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, approving a waiver to Table 7.1.7D of the Land Development Regulations to allow a seawall to be constructed above the base flood elevation for the property located at 1019 Lakeshore Drive, as more particularly described herein, providing an effective date and further purposes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Santhi, if you could enter the project file into the record.
Yes, Anthea Janiotis, Development Services Director, and I'd like to enter file 2025-210 into the record. And Ms. Gonzalez is here with an overview of the request.
Great. You're on.
Hello, my name is Eileen Gonzalez. I work with Seaside Marine Construction. I'm here with Peter Bilbo, and we are representing Paul Stadfeld, which is the homeowner for 1019 Lakeshore Drive. We are currently in contract with this client to build a new seawall at this property, and we are seeking a waiver to Section 7.17D in order to raise the seawall above the current base flood elevation. Do I click it myself?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm a low tech person, so
Okay. So, purpose of this request, as I just said, is to raise the wall above the base flood elevation.
Sorry, what?
The current
presentation on the screens.
Do we not have presentations on the screen? No, can't see. Oh, we're fixing. Stand by.
Okay.
We'd like to be able to. Some of us can't read that far. We have to look at the screen because we're old and kind of.
Keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
Oh,
Yeah, you may as well keep going. We'll watch this. So let's
All
not
right,
slow you
so
up.
basically, Section 7.17D limits the height of a seawall to the base flood elevation of a property. The base flood elevation for this property is 9. The existing seawall for this property is already at about 10. It ranges between 10 and 10.65 NABD, so it is already above this base flood elevation. It is in poor condition, so we are seeking to get a waiver for it. But this is a breakdown, essentially, of everything. Existing site conditions. So existing seawall is between 9.67 and 10.10 NABD. The adjacent upland is higher than that, at 11.6 to 11.93, meaning that when you look at a property, it has a pretty significant downward slope, which creates an unsafe drop-off from the yard to the waterway, reduces flood protection and resiliency, and this particular homeowner does have young children, which creates an unsafe environment when they are in that backyard. Here you can see the drop-off, the slope. You can see the property slopes down, existing seawall. So we are proposing to raise the seawall to 12.6 NABD, which is slightly above the upland elevation, and this will avoid any extreme drop-offs, create a safer environment for the young children, enhances storm protection. A lot of municipalities in Palm Beach County are actually taking away their maxes and making it so that you can raise your seawall up to whatever height you'd like, as long as it's not obstructing any neighboring properties' views. So the main concern with this is just the fact that the seawall slopes off. Everybody around Palm Beach County is wanting to raise their walls. Tides are rising, and it is an inevitable fact. So that is why we are proposing that, and it would be approximately 2.5 to 2.93 feet higher than what existing seawall elevation is. We do have approval from the state, the FDP. We have approval from the Army Corps of Engineers, and we also got approval from Palm Beach County. They reviewed our plans, and they said they had no objection to our design. So basically, with this installation of this new seawall, there are no adverse effects on neighboring properties. We are actually doing both of the seawalls at the end of this road together, and we're putting them at the same elevation. There are no unsafe conditions created. If anything, we are making a safer environment. It's no special privilege conferred. Relief is based entirely on existing site-specific elevation conditions, and any similar property facing the same grade disparity would require similar relief. And no diminution of public facilities. All work is within private property boundaries and does not interfere with utilities, access, or public infrastructure. Here you can see, this is the neighboring property, and you can see that their wall, the existing seawall for this particular property, 1019 Lakeshore Drive, is at about 10, ranges, but around 10 NAVD. You can see that the property right there is significantly higher, and I think even a little higher than what we are proposing. We didn't shoot the elevations for that property because it isn't our property, but you can see based on what the existing elevation is that it is significantly higher. This is kind of just elaborating on what I just said, that by us raising the seawall to the elevation that we are proposing, we are protecting the property against any storm surge protection. A lot of properties down here in Palm Beach County, whenever the king tides come, the whole backyards are getting flooded. It's a fact. It's coming all the way up to the seawall with a lot of properties, and that is why universally a lot of municipalities are raising their codes. So these unique grade differentials make strict compliance unsafe and impracticable, and as I mentioned before, it just creates an unsafe environment when you are in the backyard of your residence. By completing this project, we are creating a long-term shoreline protection, which reduces erosion, kind of just building on to everything that I was just saying, but there's a lot of seawalls in Delray Beach that need to be replaced and repaired, and a lot of people are doing either seawall cap elevations or brand new seawall replacements, and by raising the seawall and of course you're just protecting your property against a storm surge and a bunch of tidal flooding. So essentially the proposed seawall elevation of 12.60 NAVD meets all waiver criteria under section 2.411B. Necessary to address unique site conditions, ensure safety, and enhance storm and tidal flood protection. Fully consistent with modern coastal engineering principles and supported by state and federal approvals, and we respectfully request the city to approve the waiver as submitted. I don't know if Peter would like to add anything.
Pretty good. Yeah, I mean, pretty much, the walls like this, we want to bring it up pretty even for a safer place for the kids.
And even if we did confirm or comply with the base flood elevation, we'd be bringing the seawall down, creating even more of a slope with the property. It's already above the base flood elevation as it is. And that's essentially it.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
To the city.
Okay, so the basis of waivers are on the individual condition, and I think that we permit seawalls that are being raised all day long that don't require waivers. So the code is not necessarily the issue, it's the application of the code for you to consider on this specific property. And I think just to provide a little bit of visuals, and I would pay attention to this property as well for the next item. So in this specific area of Lake Ida, ultimately the section of the code we have is meant to apply the rules consistently to everyone, but not everyone is at the same starting point. So the base flood elevation, and I'll just remind you of some of the fences and walls we've had to deal with when people fill their entire yard instead of just lifting the house. And so you can see the house should be here, and the yard should slope away from the house so the water doesn't go in the house, and then ultimately there's a seawall. The issue with this one is that the existing conditions on the site do not work at all for the rules that we have, right? They are in the AE zone, which is a 9-foot elevation, which means you should be at 9. The seawall that is there is at 10. The finished floor of the house is at 15. So that's why you're seeing that drop off down to the 10 feet. It's hard to see pictures sort of flatten them out, right? So they're simply asking we don't want everyone to fill every part of their yard. Typically, it interferes with the floodplain and things like this. But the condition here is more that there's this slope. It's a very short, steep slope. And ultimately, they're asking to replace the seawall at a 12-foot, 6-inch, sorry, here we go, 12-foot, 6-inch NAVD. So you can see here, the yard as it exists now is this line, so it's coming down. The existing seawall cap is lower. They're having to fill a little bit behind it, but not a lot. So based on the existing conditions of this lot, the existing conditions of the property, the flood zone that they're in, and the improvements that they want to make to ensure that the property is resilient over time, the request that you're seeing in this particular condition is reasonable. It has DEP approval with the caveat that it meet our local rules. And then this is something else as well. There's approval of a marginal dock, and Palm Beach County in the last recent year has begun to repeatedly tell staff that we cannot permit docks in the water parcels that are under their control. I've taken this all the way to the Assistant County Administrator, Mr. Rutter. I understand, obviously, they're under different leadership now. I'd like to revisit this issue again. This has been an ongoing issue, not just for this property, but just as a side note. We have plenty of Delray Beach residents paying waterfront taxes. Many of their neighbors have docks and seawalls, and they expect to have the same. So I just wanted to throw that out to make you all aware of it, because at this point we're telling them to call their county and city representatives. But I shall take a run with Mr. Brusso or something to see if I can't get some movement on it. For this particular case, though, that what they're asking for is a 2.5 foot waiver. So they want to build the new, the highest point of the seawall would be at 12 feet 6 inches. The resolution that was posted online said 12 feet 5 inches. I know none of you are going to go out there and double check it for the inch, but we do want the document to be accurate. So I just want to say it's the overall 12 feet 6 inches. And the waiver standards, I think you've gotten a good overview from the applicant. So I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anybody who wishes to speak on this file, please come to the lectern, give your name and address. You will each have 3 minutes. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there any cross-examination between the city and the applicant? Okay.
Damn if I got anything wrong.
This is it. I mean, this is it. You got that. She already missed on that 1 inch. I mean, there could be other stuff there. So, to the commission, Mr. Long.
I mean, this seems super reasonable to me. I'm going to be in favor.
Mr. Mark.
In favor.
Commissioner Casal.
Yes, I'm also in favor, thank you.
Commissioner Burns.
In favor.
I'm in favor. I mean, we're going to be seeing more of this as these houses having to be built up, and this is just going to be a fact of life. I mean, when the other people are doing their seawalls, they're going to want the same thing because of the same slope. I mean, because FEMA has already said 9 feet, and maybe next year it's 10 feet, and who knows. So I'm in favor of it. Well, so I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
I need a roll call vote.
Commissioner Margaret?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Cassell?
Yes.
Deputy Vice Mayor Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Carney?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. 7C.
None of us are moving.
While you're still there,
I would like
is this
to-
is this the same presentation, same
It
but
is.
different
It's
house?
the
Is
house
that what it
next
is?
door.
Presentation, different house.
Okay.
And
I
in
need
the
to ask.
interest-
I need to be formal here. Were there any ex parte communications for anybody on this file?
No.
Seeing none.
Do you want me to read
Okay. Please enter
Caption.
the file into the record. I'm sorry.
This is file 2025-211.
I'm going to read the caption.
Please read the caption.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, approving a waiver to Table 71.7D of the Land Development Regulations to allow a seawall to be constructed above the base flood elevation for the property located at 1020 Lakeshore Drive is more particularly described herein, providing an effective date and further purposes. Mayor, because it's the same, it's essentially the neighbor. If both parties agree to the previous presentation with the modification that it's
I was actually
different
going to say the
address,
same thing.
and
because
just open it up to
because the
public
meeting's going
comment.
so quickly that if I could.
We just need to open
lengthen
it
the
up for
time.
public comment.
Is there, this is a public meet, are we both in agreement that we're just agree, okay?
Yes, and this resolution would also be 12 feet 6 inches, just to be 100, that last inch.
Not
is
5,
important.
okay, just I want to make sure it's correct.
The house is tad lower, but it's otherwise almost identical.
I'm going to trust staff on this.
Yeah.
This is, if there are any members of the public wishing to speak, please come to the lectern, give your name and address. You will each have 3 minutes. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there any rebuttal back and forth? I'm going through the list. They gave me this list. I got to go through the
No
list.
rebuttal.
Okay. To the commission.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Cassell?
Yes.
Deputy Vice Mayor Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Carney?
Yes.
Commissioner Markert?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay.
Are there any more of these on there? It'd be great if this
Thank
was
you
a
so
bunch of
much.
these.
You like seawolves?
No, I just want this agenda to be over. It's like endless.
Item 7D, this is a quasi-judicial hearing as well. So I'm going to ask, because there was a little lull between the times, is anybody here who's wishing to speak on this who has not been sworn? Could you please stand and be sworn? Seeing that everybody has been sworn, I'm going to ask the city, has there been any, well, this is a rhetorical question, has there been any ex parte conversations on this matter?
Yes, is this 46?
This is 46 Marine Way.
Yes, I spoke with the attorney.
I spoke with Commissioner Casal?
Oh, I spoke with Mr. Chard a long time ago. I spoke with Ms. Finn as well on this, sort of more on not specific project as much as maybe procedure, but about the project.
I don't
met
think
with
ex parte
Ms.
includes people from the public, right? We're allowed, I think ex parte is,
No, it's anybody.
Anybody?
Yeah,
It's anybody
everybody.
you've spoken to
oh,
about
anyone
this
you speak to,
particular
okay,
project.
okay,
Yes.
that's fine.
I'm trying to think. I got an email from Preservation Trust, and at some point might have spoken to somebody. I think that I've gotten everyone, and the email server communications were attached to our email this evening.
Commissioner Burns.
Yes, I want to add Mr. Patton to my conversations, and then I got a couple of emails as well from neighbors.
Commissioner Long?
I think I spoke with Mr. Schiller, or maybe Ms. Jarjura briefly about it when Neil's traveling or something. I think that's it. Those are the only two people I talked to.
Commissioner Marker?
Mr. Schiller and I did have some email communications as well.
Well, I have an email communication as well. I spoke with Mr. Schiller. I spoke with Mr. Miller. I spoke with Mr. Chard. I spoke with, staff doesn't count. I'm allowed to talk to staff. I spoke to several members of the Historic Preservation Trust. A couple of them are here. I don't need to mention names, right? Did I give names?
I mean, typically, yes.
Okay, then I spoke with Ann Whitehead. I spoke with Gail Clark. I spoke with who? Roger Cope. That's right. I spoke with him.
You know what? May I? I think I have.
You're allowed to amend. This is just.
No,
as,
I'm
yeah.
trying to think. Who reached out to me on this?
I spoke with Sandy Zeller, who I saw here earlier. I guess he's still around.
I spoke with Jim Chard too. I just remembered seeing him here.
I did not speak with Mr. Patton. He did send me an email, but that's on the server. We've mentioned that. So
Yes, all the emails
let me
that
get
were
the
on the
phone book
server.
out. Let me go through the whole
Yeah,
list.
right.
Can I spoke with a lot of people. I think I covered them all.
Do you want me to read the resolution caption?
Yes, would you please read the captions and shut me up? Thank you.
Resolution number 135-25, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, affirming the Historic Preservation Board's approval of a certificate of appropriateness, relocation, variances, and waivers for the property located at 46 Marine Way, as more particularly described herein, approving a vertical relocation pursuant to Section 4.5.1 E6B1 of the Land Development Regulations, LDR, approving variances to LDR Section 4.3.4K to reduce the front, side, interior, and rear setbacks for the structure, and to LDR Section 4.6.15 to reduce the side interior setback for a swimming pool, approving waivers to the visual compatibility standards in LDR Sections 4.5.1 E7A1, 4.5.1 E7J2, and 4.5.1 E7M6, providing an effective date and for other purposes. Mayor, because of the number of variances and waivers, I did reach out to Mr. Schiller and staff, and they will have 40 minutes each to present.
40 minutes each?
Yes, sir. It's because of the volume that's.
Anyone for death by pizza in the room? Just checking.
You want a 5-minute break?
I'm going to make the
before we
lawyers
start?
pay for it. Don't worry. We're not. All right. Well, I'm hoping that we don't need it, but okay. So each side has 40 minutes. Okay.
I'll do my best to cut it down, Mr. Mayor.
Well, please, you've entered
Yes,
the. Please,
no, I
have you,
need to.
please enter the case file into the record.
Good evening, Anthea Geniotis, Development Services Director. I'd like to enter file 2024-133 into the record. Mr. Schiller is here with an overview of the applicant's request.
May I begin?
You may begin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Honorary. I can't even talk right now. Honorable City Commission. It's very late in the night, as I'm sure you guys know and experience too. Before we start my presentation, I do have to do one thing to preserve the record of this proceeding. On July 15th, I sent the city attorney a letter asking that Commissioner Casal be recused from this hearing based on comments that she made on the June 17th, 2025 meeting, where it appeared that Commissioner Casal cannot be objective and therefore be violating my due process rights. I'm making this request to preserve the record. I'm not expecting any action on this request, but it is here to preserve the record in case we need it in the future.
Is that all we need to do? Is that what all he needs to do?
Can I speak on that?
I mean, technically, it should have been done when ex parte disclosures were made because we've now started the hearing. But I think my letter is self-explanatory. But if Ms. Casal wants, or Commissioner Casal wants to address it, I think
Okay.
she should have a right to for the
Thank
city's
you.
preservation of the record.
I think this whole thing, look, first of all, I think we should look at bias as, does it go both ways? And I, like you, Neil, we'll be talking tomorrow. Everything's perfect.
Sure.
But, it's about avoiding the appearance of impropriety. I pulled it. I read from the 103-page report. A project of that size should come before the commission. It should not end with the Historic Preservation Board, which is an advisory board. But if we're that concerned, and this is no disrespect, Mayor, about appearances of impropriety and biases, you've got emails from the architect to the mayor on the project, both his personal email and also his city email. You have, no disrespect, I met the applicant, he's a lovely gentleman, $15,000 into the PAC that you were utilizing during the election. That is 100% true because I spoke to
I'm
the
not saying,
gentleman.
I'm just saying it's not
Thank
illegal.
you.
I don't know what
It's
why-
not illegal, but we're talking about who can be biased and appearances of impropriety. You have a seasoned developer in our city.
Maybe you can be bought for $15,000.
No, I
I know I
can't.
can't. So.
But you have a seasoned developer in our city who never used your title services, who after the election began using your Crystal Title Company, the applicant. You have a letter in opposition that came to the city of Delray Beach, to us, and within moments, the applicant was threatening the individual who sent the letter. So someone told the applicant that that letter came in via email. And you have a text out there, and there has been multiple conversations like this where people are saying, and here's a quote in the text, he controls enough of the city officials to influence them.
Who's that?
Your applicant. So
I didn't know if you were accusing me of something else. I mean,
I'm not accusing you, but I'm saying if we're all concerned.
I did because I knew what you were saying. I did go to the ethics board, and the board itself, not just a rendered opinion, the board itself voted.
They said you don't have a conflict, but you know what? Someone called me from the county and said that it's not about a conflict. It's about the appearance of impropriety
have no appearance
and
of
how that affects. I disagree based on that list, I would say to you,
Okay,
and
so-
how that affects the
I'm gonna resent this.
taxpayers'
I mean,
trust.
Come on.
Okay,
I'm
Come on.
sorry,
I'm not going to have
but-
you accuse me of that. I mean, please,
I'm
don't
not
get me
accusing
started.
you of anything.
You are.
I'm
You just
saying
did.
there is an
You want to read back
appearance.
the record?
Point of order.
Appearance is appearance. It's subjective.
Point of
Yes.
order. Okay, so back to Commissioner Casal. Can you be fair and impartial in this matter? Yes or no?
100%.
Okay. As to the mayor, he did secure an opinion dated July 29, 2025 from the Commission on Ethics, which went to their board, and he's correct, it was ratified, and it basically allows him to vote today. So I think we just need to move forward and allow the applicant the opportunity to present their
Thank you so much. And again,
I
no
understand
disrespect to
completely.
anybody. I have
I
a
don't-
job to do to represent
I
my
don't
client.
take it that way at all. Thank you.
you so much. I appreciate
Absolutely
that.
not.
And thank you so much. Now everybody's awake. We're here to talk about the appeal of 46 Marine Way. This is the project location highlighted in yellow, south of Atlantic Avenue, right across from the Intracoastal on Marine Way. Here is a sort of a streetscape view that I took from across the Intracoastal Canal. You can see the subject property outlined in yellow. This is, if you haven't been to Marine Way, I think many of you have been, this is the street of Marine Way, 18 feet wide, which I do have to say is a substandard street in this city. Alleys, for instance, are 20 feet wide. Other local streets are 22 feet wide, and all other streets are 24 feet wide. I bring this up because this affects the perception of streetscape, and we'll get to that. Just some other additional photos of the property and the surrounding properties. Beautiful car there.
Your car.
This is the front of the property, and I have this slide here to show you how the street, Marine Way, is higher than the grade. It's higher than the grade of the property. And this gets into discussions that are important about elevations and the proposed elevations of this project. And the reason that there is a 9-foot elevation requirement is because of this. The significant water damage that is in the structure, the structure has experienced through the years. This is the foyer. This is, I don't know if it's a foyer, but it's a bonus room with a patio. That front door is really a patio door. You can see the step up inside. And I do want to make the point here that the applicant is seeking to protect and preserve this property. They're not seeking to demolish the property. They've invested a significant amount of money into the property to preserve and protect it. Here's another photo of inside the home. It's about a 2 foot, maybe a little bit more foot step up into the main floor of the house. And this is the main floor, the living room of the home. Beautiful stone fireplace. Again, that will be protected and preserved along with some of the woodwork. And here is the rear of the property, and I pointed out the steps here because you can see the steps up into the property. The house isn't sitting at grade. Okay, it's important to know that, which is why we're not elevating the house just 9 feet. It has to be elevated a little bit higher to protect and preserve the house, and our architect is here to explain that. Oops, sorry. This is, here we go. This is another view of the rear of the property. You can see the pool house, the accessory structure, which recently in public hearings said there was very little, if any, historic value of that pool house. The same one here, and this is the rear of the main structure, and you can see the pool structure. This is the proposed site plan, and I put this together to show you how small and tight the property is. You have 53 feet of width and about less than 100 feet of length on this property. And remember, we have this requirement to go up 9 feet. I think it's also important to note that this property, based on its size, does not meet today's standards. If this site were vacant in a different district, a developer or applicant would have to come in to seek special permission to develop or build on the site. Here is a proposed rendering of the new structure, the preserved structure with the addition. You can see the structure very clearly up front with some terracing on the front to mask some of the height. The third floor where you see the pool structure towards the back. And this is looking east. This is looking somewhat southeast. You can see the driveway and the entrance to the garage, and you get a little bit different perspective here. So how we got here. We were at the March 5th Historic Preservation Board meeting and took significant direction from their concerns. They had concerns about the appearance and scale of the raised porch and patio in relation to the front facade. Well, we revised the front facade, and I'll show you in the rendering. The visual impact of the third floor, we revised that front facade and the visual impact of the third floor. The structure and the streetscape were revised as well. Applicant further revised the front facade to reduce the front variance sought. So, from March to June, you can see the changes that were made, especially on the front. You can see a tiered terrace instead of a straight forehead wall, as I called it, and the third floor has been significantly reduced, as well as the overhangs for the roof structure on the addition have been reduced a little bit. From June to July, you again see the change what we made from June to July, where we took out a portion of that front facade to basically, it was at the neighbor's suggestion and request that we take that out so they would have a view corridor of the water. We were happy to do that. This is the FEMA flood map that is causing all of these problems and concerns. You see that the zone AE has an elevation of 8 feet. However, the Florida Building Code requires you to go up an additional foot from the 8 feet. So now the new base floor elevation is going to be 9 feet. This is some documentation that shows something really interesting. The annual flood insurance premiums decrease every foot above the base floor elevation. So 4 feet above base floor elevation is estimated to receive a 50% discount in annual flood insurance premiums. Why? Because the structure is higher and less prone to flooding. With that being said, here's one of our first slides about elevation of structure. I'm going to call up Huy Nguyen from Affinity Architects to walk you through what all of this means and why we're elevating the structure to the height we've proposed.
Good evening. Before I walk you to the elevation of the building section, I would like to have a minor opportunity to discuss the nature of the project and how we got about getting involved in this very important project for us and for the client. The first meeting that I met with our client, Dan, as usual, as you can see from the previous photo, the state of the existing building that we call historic structure, due to our research and the fact that the building is in the district, is in a very bad state. It is falling apart. It has not been occupied for a long time. Without knowing the scope of the project, I asked Dan what his goal is for this property. And this is one of the first time I've seen the passion in a client with regard to a structure, in Delray. A lot of people would say, yeah, I would tear it down in a split second and build something new if that's the code that would allow me to. Dan said that I want to preserve everything on this project. I want to preserve the building. I want to preserve the feel and the flavor of the historic aspect of it, and I want to preserve, the look from the outside and the inside of the building. So that's very significant. He wanted to preserve the outside and the inside of the building, and there are structural implications to doing that accurately, historically, structurally, including the amount of budget that we have to be involved with. So that's the nature of our first encounter on the property. So if you look at the slide, the blue building, or the section on the slide there in blue, that is the cut section of the house, of the existing house. And if you notice, the front section is actually about 2 feet lower than the main section of the house. And as we were saying, we want to preserve all of that. Now, come to play is the 9 feet 9 feet NAVD requirement. What NAVD means is that is about the height of the elevation above the seawater level. It's a way to measure the height, vertical datum, That's the technical term. It's North American vertical datum. So we are not raising the house 9 feet from grade. Existing grade is 2 feet or 2.5 feet. So we are raising the house up 6.5 feet. Okay, so to preserve that, the existing structure that Neil was talking about is sitting not on grade itself, but on some falling apart structural elements. So we raised the structure up to a point where the bottom structure of the existing elements, the building, is going to be clear from the flood elevation that is required by FEMA. In addition to that, we want to preserve the exact state of the building where there are 2 feet difference between the front and the end of the house and the back of the house. So that's what explains the 9-foot difference or the description that we keep saying, we are raising the house 9 feet. We are not raising it 9 feet, we're raising it 6.5 feet to meet with the FEMA elevation. The back of the addition, where we're asking for the new addition behind the house, is also complying at 9 feet. So we are not asking for more than the FEMA allowed. So that's...
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Wei. I'm going to get into what we're asking for tonight because the list is long and distinguished. Certificate of appropriateness, relocations for the vertical relocation of the existing home and the guest cottage, variances on the front side, rear, and side interior setbacks, waivers for secondary and supportive and visual compatibility standard, building height plane visual compatibility standard, and scale of a building visual compatibility standard. Seems like a lot, and we're going to dive into it. Certificate of appropriateness. So you have findings here that have to be consistent with objective HPE 1.4 of the historic preservation element, section 4.51 of the historic Delray Beach Historic Preservation Guidelines, and the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation. So 2.4, the objective HPE 1.4, that is to implement appropriate and compatible design and planning strategies for historic sites and properties within historic districts. Then sub 1.4.1 says that continue to require the Historic Preservation Board to make findings that any land use or development application for a historic structure site or within a historic district is consistent with the provisions of the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation and the Land Development Regulations and Delray Beach Historic Preservation Guidelines. Well, happy to report that that happened. The Historic Preservation Board made those findings previously. Secondly, the FEMA Florida Building Code requirement to raise 9 feet impacts the preservation of structures, not just on this property, but on every property in the Marina Historic District. This property is an existing non-conforming lot and is extremely small and constrained, so the options are limited and to come into compliance with today's standards as well as to save and preserve the home. Section 4.1 of the LDRs talks about carports and garages. I know staff has a lot of consternation about the garage. Well, garages and carports are encouraged to be oriented so that they may be accessed from the side or rear and out of view from the public right-of-way. Ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly what we did by designing the garage to be part of that 9-foot elevation required by FEMA to go under the structure. It's not visible from the public right-of-way, and unfortunately we can't have any access to the rear of the property. It's fully developed, as well as the side is so small can't really fit a car through the side. So this is what we chose, and we think that this is a creative way to meet the standards of 2.4.12A5. Oops. Secondly, with parking. So we understand that, again, parking shall strive to contribute to the historic nature of properties and districts. I believe that somebody even proposed that we have all of our parking on Marina Way, which is, again, I remind you, only 18 feet wide. So having parking in front of Marina Way really isn't safe or feasible. which is why the garage is important. And if you look, locate the parking adjacent to the building or in the rear. Well, we're under the building because we can't really go adjacent or to the rear. Screen parking so it can be viewed from the right-of-way, it is. Utilize existing alleys, there are none. Construct new curb cuts and street side driveways only in areas where they are appropriate or existed historically. Well, we have done our best to provide access to the site and feel that this is a very appropriate location for the driveway. Use appropriate materials of the driveway, of course, and the driveway type should convey the historic character of the district and the property. Then we get to your Delray Beach Historic Preservation Guidelines. And I'm going to go to hurricane preparation, which is actually, this isn't working, but it's called, it's on one of those slides. I'm going to read what it says. There's a balancing, it says specifically, owners of historic buildings are subject to a balancing act in which they must weigh disaster preparedness against the overall goals of protecting the character of the historic property itself. Okay, it's a balancing act. It is not a hard, fast, stringent to the rules, sticking to the rules. This is a balancing act when we're dealing with hurricane preparedness. And the Secretary of Interior even goes on to say that. I'll show you that in a second. So when we get to the standards, there are, I think, 6 or 7 standards that are applicable. Standard 1, the property shall be used for its historic purpose, The property was used as residential. It will be continued to be used as residential. So we meet that standard. Standard 2, the historic character of a property shall be retained and preserved. Removal of historic materials or alteration of features and spaces that characterize a property shall be avoided. Again, all buildings are being preserved and protected here. The property is in the Marina Historic District, which is characterized by various styles of architecture, including Mediterranean Revival, which this is. Buildings are being preserved, not demolished, I already said that. And the elevation of buildings, we understand, is causing the concern that we're 3 stories and not 2 or 2.5 stories, as is the Mediterranean Revival. But I will have you remember, because you will remember this at the end of this presentation, we are being forced to go up 9 feet. We're almost forced to be going up an additional story already. So between 2.5 feet plus the 9 feet, 2.5 stories plus 9 feet, we're exactly where this building is, 34, 35 feet tall. Standard 3. Each property shall be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken. So we aren't proposing to add any conjectural features or additional architectural elements to the building. We are proposing an addition to the building, as you all know. People have said that it is large and massive, and maybe to you it is large and massive. However, there is a point to the addition. It is enough of an addition to make the property useful as a single-family home, as a residence. Because right now, the property does not seem even that habitable. It's not even habitable, but the living spaces are so small that I don't think it justifies the value of the property. Additionally, our goal is to preserve and protect the buildings. We've never even asked about demolition. We've took design cues and intent from the preserved structure, and we'll get to that in a second. This is another graphic of the elevation, but I think Hui wants to talk about this elevation graphic very shortly so we can make through the presentation.
Okay, so as you can see, the blue section is the existing house, and the portion on the left is the addition. If you look at the first floor, that is at 9 feet elevation, and that again is a 9 feet NAVD that we have to do, which is 1 foot above the flood zone that is required at AE8. In addition to that, as we were mentioning earlier, if you look at the lighter finished floor underneath the blue section of the building, right now we are showing that to indicate the floor structure of the building. But realistically speaking, you cannot support the existing structure with just, there is no possibility, structural engineering wise, to support the existing building with 8-inch or, less than a foot of structural member that are already falling apart. So the rationale for the space above the cars, that people are saying, why are we having a garage underneath that building? The fact that we have to raise that building up to preserve it from the future flood is one of the requirements. The second thing I want to add is the ceiling of that garage is going to be at 8 feet. That is as minimal as you can get for a garage structure for ceiling. So that is the main reason why we have the elevation set the way it is. The last thing I want to make is on the addition itself, the highest level, the roof deck of the highest level on the 3rd floor comply with the requirement in the city and every other city in South Florida, which is 35 feet. So we're not asking for any more than the exact requirement that the city is allowing us.
Thank you, Hui. Let me get back to the Secretary of Interior Standards. We have Standard 9, which I'm going to highlight. The new work shall be differentiated from the old and shall be compatible with the massing, size, and scale architectural features to protect the historic integrity and property and its environment. Again, as far as Standard 9 is concerned, the new work is compatible with features to protect the historic integrity of the property. Preserving the house for reuse requires a larger than normal addition to bring this property and home into today's standards while maintaining the historic integrity and preservation of the home. Again, I want it to be very clear. FEMA reviews has created this issue with the going up 8 feet plus the 1 is 9. They review flood maps every 5 years or sooner if there are events. So in 5 years or less than that, we could be talking about 10, 11, or 12, and this district would be subject to that. There are more standards related to natural hazards. I can't even read my own handwriting in here, but you can see that we believe we've addressed the recommendations and addressed some of the not recommendations to show how our project complies with that. This is my slide. This is the slide that I really enjoy because I looked at the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, and they did a guidelines on flood adaptation for rehabilitating historic structures. And in the foreword of the text, it says, and I have it highlighted here, treatments described here are a means of preserving historic properties located in flood-prone areas and making them more resilient to flooding hazards. Flood events can be particularly destructive to historic buildings and therefore may require greater adaptive treatments. While many of these treatments can be undertaken with minimal effects on the historic character of a property, some may require more change than would normally be acceptable. Commissioners, we are not saying that the changes proposed to this structure would be acceptable in a historic district away from Marina Way that weren't subject to a 9-foot height requirement or increase, excuse me. We're saying that because of the flooding, because of FEMA, that the changes that we are proposing are more than normal, and everybody will agree to that because they're necessary. And the Secretary of Interior said, yeah, that makes sense. If you're in a flood-prone area, you may have to take more action than is normal when preserving properties. They go on to say adaptation treatment should further reduce the risk of flood damage as possible, but it should do so without destroying significant historic materials, features, or spaces. There are property considerations in the middle. I'm just going to read the top highlight, which says the size, scale, height, and massing of a building will affect how much change in height may be acceptable without impacting the historic character of the property. Establishing a universal standard or a measurement for how high any given building can be elevated is not possible. All right, so with that being said, we looked at some of these guidelines and highlighted the fact that, identifying and retaining historic massing, size, and form and proportional relationships. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the district is getting increased by 9 feet minimally due to the flood, to the FEMA regulations. The design, next one, designing a new foundation that preserves the historic character of the building. We're doing that. Using existing attributes and features such as large lot size, tall building height, visible foundation, porches or terraces, and steps, stairs and steps to minimize the impact and alterations to the historic character of the property. We're doing that. Not recommended, elevating a small scale or one-story building to heights approaching an additional full story. Well, unfortunately, we have to do that because FEMA's requiring that 9-foot increase. Again, new foundation, constructing a new foundation that is compatible with the historic character of the building. Our foundation doesn't impact the historic character of the building. It actually makes it better by allowing cars to park under the building. Using creative design techniques to minimize the perception and change in height and appearance of the foundation and historic building where compatible. Terracing out front and the garage, the terracing is very reminiscent of Mediterranean Revival. Designing new driveways and parking areas or patios so they are not obtrusive or possible. We're doing that. You get the flavor. So I want to get to visual compatibility standards. I have like 13 minutes to do so much stuff. All right, so long story short, as far as height goes, the structure is within the 35-foot height limit, and as you know, we're going up because of FEMA. Our neighbors to the north and our neighbors to the south both support this project. Windows and doors, modifications to windows and doors have been made to address FEMA and to address our historical context as best as we can. The rhythm of solids to voids, again, we have embraced the tiered terrace idea from HPB into the design. There are other visible compatibility standards. I want to get, with the last remaining few minutes, I want to get to the waivers and to the variances because I think those are important. The relocations, again, I have responses to all the different criteria. Your staff made a very thorough staff report. Some of the stuff we didn't love, to be honest with you, but we read all of it and digested it and have tried to synthesize it as best as possible. I want to get to the variances. So there are 4 variances requested. Some continue what is existing, some do not, and I'll get to all of them. Here's the front setback variance. That is what is shown on the site plan. And you can see we are proposing 9.8 feet to 12.7 feet of feet, whereas the existing is 17.7 to 20.6. Again, this is the smallest variance necessary to comply with the FEMA requirements and the site constraints in order to preserve the property, which I think is everybody's goal here tonight. Special conditions do exist because we are in a FEMA floodplain that requires the elevation of at least 9 feet, as well as the lot is extremely small. It's probably smaller than any other lot on that block. The garage is a creative solution, and that is that. Oh wait, hold on, one more. Yeah, that's that front setback variant, the front setback variance. Now to the side setback variance, or the south setback variance, which is 2.3 feet, and we're proposing to, that's the existing setback, we're proposing to maintain that line after conversations with staff at the beginning. So, criteria, it's necessary to maintain the historic character of the property. Again, we're complying with FEMA to go up in order to preserve the property. The site constraints require us really to go up in order to preserve the building. The site is so small, the building is so small, in order to make it feasible from not even a living perspective, but just a development perspective, we need to go up. Special conditions include the small lot and site constraints, the existing nonconforming south side setback, and again, the FEMA requirement. Does literal interpretation of the provisions alter the historic character of the historic district or historic site to such an extent that it would not be feasible? We believe that the south setback is already at 2.3, which is a non-conforming. Adding this to the existing setback line doesn't increase the non-conformity. Additionally, the neighbor to the south, as I told you, expressed to me personally and to the client that he is in full support of this project. Differentiation from, or that the variance requested will not significantly diminish the historic character. So differentiation from old to new is not feasible on the south side. The existing structure currently sits at 2.3 and is if the current structure is already at 2.3 and is considered historic, how are we diminishing the historic property if the regular building, the rest of the building goes to 2.3? It really doesn't make that much sense. This is the setback that was established with the building, and we're proposing to continue that setback. Okay, where are we? The rear setback, which is the west setback, which there's already an existing nonconformity at 6.8 to the rear. We're actually proposing 8.4 in the rear, which is an improvement over the existing structure setback. I think that one's a no-brainer because we're actually making the situation better. We're improving the nonconformity here. So there's that. Yard encroachment, variance 4. Sorry. This is for the swimming pool. Maintain the variance is not, the variance is necessary to maintain the historic character of the property. Again, the proposed swimming pool is set back 7.6 feet from the north property line. The new pool will be elevated to 9 feet. The new pool at grade is 7 feet 2 inches from the north property line. Again, we're elevating the pool due to FEMA. And the existing pool is not seen from the street. There are special conditions. Again, they exist for all of these variances of the FEMA requirement and the desire to preserve and protect this property. 7 minutes left. Let's see. Literal interpretation. The variance improves an existing legal nonconformity. The pool is elevated again from 9 feet due to FEMA, and the existing pool won't be seen from the road. The requested variance is necessary to accommodate appropriate adaptive reuse of a historic building or structure or site. Again, it is to elevate the pool 9 feet and make this property somewhat marketable. Waivers. This is a big one. So building height plane, I guess, is in place to limit height and massing on historic properties. However, the building height plane doesn't take into account the requirement of FEMA to go up 9 feet minimally. You can see the existing property right now encroaches into the building height plane. With a 9-foot FEMA elevation, more of the structure would violate the building height plane. This is the intrusion into the building height plane with the addition and with the 9-foot requirement for FEMA. Again, FEMA impacts this not just because we're raising it 9 feet, but every other property along Marina Way, if they improve their lots by more than 50, or improve the structure, excuse me, by 50% or more, will have to raise their property up 9 feet minimally. And in fact, we know that the 2 properties to the south of us are already in for application. So the criteria here shall not adversely affect the neighboring area. Again, the historic streetscape will be raised a minimum of 9 feet to preserve the historic structures, and we know that the 2 structures to the south of us already submitted applications. Shall not significantly diminish public facilities. Obviously, this doesn't. Shall not create an unsafe situation. The waiver doesn't create an unsafe situation here. Does not result in the grant of a special privilege. So the elevation of the structure is the minimum necessary to meet the FEMA requirement and preserve the structure. All the other properties in the district, in this floodplain, will have to raise their structures a minimum of 9 feet again. Waiver 2, additions shall be secondary. So again, shall not adversely affect the neighboring area. This addition is being constructed to preserve the property. We've raised the pool house 30-something feet in order to preserve the pool house, which again is a creative idea in order to preserve that structure. Shall not significantly diminish the provision of public facilities. There's not the claim that this will, nor will it create an unsafe situation. And does it result in the grant of a special privilege? So the elevation of 14 feet, which I will submit is maybe one of the elevations, but don't forget the front of the house is being elevated to about 12.16 feet. And as you heard from our architect, that's in order to preserve the house the right way. So we don't believe that it results in the grant of a special privilege. And then just the scale, same arguments again. The south setback is an existing nonconformity. Furthermore, everybody in the district is going to have to go up 9 feet. All right, with 4 minutes left, I'm going to cut this off, but I'm going to remind you of a couple of things. What the Secretary of Interior said to do in situations like this. The treatments here are a means of preserving properties located in flood-prone areas and making them more resilient to flooding hazards. Flooding events can be particularly destructive to historic buildings, as we have seen with this structure. While many of these treatments can be undertaken with minimal effects to the historic character of a property, some may require more change than would normally be acceptable. This 9-foot elevation and the desire to save the buildings, has led to the elevations as proposed and has led to the additions as proposed. Marina Way is a very narrow streetscape with a perspective that reflects that. As staff said, a third story wouldn't necessarily be felt at grade. We agree with them. We believe that, I'll save that for rebuttal. It's easier to demolish the existing main structure and existing structure than to preserve them. It just is. It's cheaper. It's better. But we're not choosing to do that. We've taken the hard road here. As you can see, I don't even know what time it is. It's almost 10 o'clock. And then lastly, the elevation is the lowest possible to meet FEMA and the Florida Building Code while preserving the structure. I know that this is larger than normal. I know that this may make you feel uncomfortable because of the size, and I'm happy to have a discussion about that. However, know that this is before you, and we're proposing all of these to save the house. Okay, I know that's what all the historic preservationists would want to do. So with that, we thank you for your attention, and do you have anything to add? No, thank you.
Thank you very much. To the city.
Okay, so while the city presentation comes up, I'm happy to have Michelle Hoyland, who's the principal planner in charge of historic, who knows this project and can hopefully explain it faster than I can. I would also like to recognize Michelle Hewitt, who has worked diligently on this as well. This has been a big project. It's been in the office for a long time. I do want to just say one minor thing while the presentation is pulled up. There it is. We spent a lot of time talking about the elevation, the difference between the metric of the elevation and the 5 feet that is required at the physical lifting. And I'm hoping that the graphic staff will help maybe clarify that. That's the hardest part to grasp about this project. But the other thing I do want to point out is that this is an existing 1,328 square foot 2-story residence with a small little cottage that is less than 300 square feet. And what is being proposed is a series of additions that bring the entire property to 5,457 square feet. 4,922 square feet of that is under air. So it isn't just about the elevation, it's about the size of the additions. And I'm going to turn it over to Michelle to provide a good overview of the project for you. Thanks.
Hello, good evening. Michelle Hoyland, Principal Planner for the record. I do note that I'm starting my presentation just before 10 p.m. With a 10:30 stop time coming up.
Huh?
Okay.
No, that was when he is gone. That's when Commissioner Franco was here.
Okay.
Huh?
It's
still 11.
Okay.
I couldn't get that changed.
All right. So thank you for having us this evening. The project 46 Marine Way involves a certificate of appropriateness, variances, waivers, relocation of a historic structure that sits on the west side of Marine Way in the Marina Historic District. On the east side of the property is the Intercoastal Waterway. For those of us who know, we have a multi-million-dollar capital improvement project on Marine Way to improve and thwart the sea level rise flooding and dry flooding and wet flooding that is occurring on this road. So here's a summary of the variances, waivers, and the project overall. As Ms. Giannotis indicated, the square footage already. This is a 1926 Mediterranean revival style structure. You can see it here in this photograph. It's blue. I did not take this photograph. I believe I took this from a Realtor.com listing. On the right, you can see a newer structure, and on the left are two other structures in the historic district that are considered contributing or historic. And also, as a matter of note, because I may bring this up as we go along, those two projects are also in the process for renovation, which is going to include vertical elevation and additions. They are in a holding pattern. They've advised us as staff that they're in a holding pattern waiting to see what develops from this request. So I'm going to move quickly through our photographs here. We can always come back should you like to see them. This is a photograph of the rear of the property. Staff did tour the property. It is in, there has been some flooding occurring to the structure, but surprisingly, we were quite impressed with the condition it's in compared to other structures that we've seen throughout our historic districts that have been subject to flooding and some that have not. This is the front of the structure, the front facing Marine Way. This is just a quick graphic should we need to come back to it, but this is a reminder of the project the city is embarking on to do the improvements to Marine Way in relation to flood resiliency. That project, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, does account for some on-street parking. This is not a suggestion or requirement, but it's a design option for owners who may not have parking associated with their properties. So here we have the existing site plan for 46 Marine Way. It contains a two-story, 1,300 plus minus square foot structure is the main structure, and in the rear is an accessory structure that's being used as a cottage. When it was built, it was originally designed for a garage. We believe both of these structures faced north, where Lover's Lane once existed. I have a graphic you can see later on. And not necessarily their fronts facing east, facing Marine Way. Lover's Lane years ago was closed, and the property was divided amongst this site and the property to the north. There's also an existing swimming pool that's on the north side of the property that's proposed for removal. Here we have a quick graphic that's showing you a general picture of the overall improvements happening to this site. The addition to the front of the structure, the addition to the rear, and then the guest cottage, which is being adjusted and elevated up to the third floor from grade. Here is a rendering of the front east portion of the building. What's in red, you'll notice most of my graphics show what's new in red and what's existing in blue. So that's what you're seeing here. Red is the existing and blue is red's the proposed and blue is the existing. We can come back to this should you have specific questions on the square footage, but this is a provision of every floor plan. I have all floor plans, some slides hidden with a screen here or a screenshot showing you the area calculations for this building. I do want to touch on what the requirements for these projects and historic districts have to comply with the City of Delray Beach land development regulations, visual compatibility standards, Secretary of the Interior standards, visual design guidelines. This sounds like a lot to absorb, but our seasoned professionals with experience in preservation can move fairly quickly through the process because they've utilized these code sections, and as staff we're here to provide support to the property owners and applicants and how to apply these standards. I do want to address that there's been some discussion amongst board members and people in the community that the Secretary of the Interior standards are recommendations. While it's true, the recommended and not recommended approach in the Secretary of the Interior standards is a recommendation. They are designed to show the applicant how they can come into compliance with the 10 required Secretary of the Interior standards. So this is what can you do? How can you design your project to be in compliance with those 10 standards? Here we have one of our standards, which is new additions, adjacent, related, new construction shall be undertaken or will be undertaken in such a manner that if removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the main structure, that historic property, shall be unimpaired. Well, one might say, why would we be worried about this? This happened with the Paul Rudolph. Over on Seabreeze and Vista Del Mar, there were 1980s additions that occurred to that building that a future owner came along and removed so that they could re-envision the historic structure. If those additions were designed in such a way that they couldn't have been removed in the future, it would not be in compliance with this standard. This brings me to the section drawing, which is, and I'm going to do my best to stay in this 40-minute window, and I'm going to touch on the most imperative or important topics. What we're showing you, which is a lot of info on this one section drawing, is where the historic structure exists in the proposed plan. You can see it here with the blue versus the red. There is concern that placing the historic structure on top of a new garage addition, that garage addition couldn't be removed in the future without affecting the historic structure as it is and will become its new foundation. The other structure that we're concerned about is the guest house, which is being taken from grade level and elevated up to the 3rd floor. We did have discussions with the applicant and suggested that they could make an application for demolition. As we advise all our applicants, they're entitled to due process. We have respect for private property rights. I don't know that that would have been such a terrible request, but that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at moving that guest house up from grade level to the 3rd floor. You can see what's in red here on the left side of the blue structure is the new 3-story addition, and there is a new patio open porch that's terraced in front of the existing structure. Here's a photograph of that pool house. And you can see it does have the screen or sliding glass doors in the front that were designed in the opening of what was the original garage, so that it's still read as a garage. These are additional standards, Secretary of the Interior Standard 9, we've already discussed 10. 9 talks about new additions, exterior alterations, and related new construction, not altering or destroying historic materials, features, spatial relationships that characterize the property, and that the new work is differentiated from the old. So again, reminder, here's the front of the existing structure. This is the proposed rendering. This is again the front, looking down the side. Here is the front rendering with a south view of that wall, which we'll talk about in a little bit, is including a variance request to allow a 2-foot 3-inch south side setback to continue for all of the new addition. This is the front east, looking at it from the north a bit. What's somewhat obscured in this photograph and kind of difficult to see is the ground floor garage that hooks around the terraced area and is underneath the home. I'm gonna flip through these. This is just too much information. I think I've got 80 some slides. We can come back to these, but these are proposed and existing. So existing is on the left, proposed is on the right. And the main thing that we see here, you can see a little animation happening, is that guest structure moving up to the 3rd floor. These are those 10 standards I mentioned, where the Secretary of the Interior guideline book with the recommended and not recommended approaches, that very long written book, those are designed almost like a Cliff Notes version of how to get into compliance with these 10 standards. The standards we have concerns with are 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, and 10. They're highlighted and discussed in the staff report. And things that we're concerned about is the increase in finished floor elevation. So, to cover the FEMA requirements, yes, FEMA did increase the maps in 2017. This was a major update. There had not been a major update for, I want to say, decades. And we knew it was coming. And then we had another update that happened in 2024. So the idea that they happen every 5 years isn't really the case. It should be the case, but it's not. So we had two major jumps in our minimum finished floor elevations sent out by FEMA. We are at 8, AE8 here, with an additional foot for the building code. So 9-foot finished floor elevation is required for this structure. And if I could come back, let's go to this. The image on the right, you can see there's a dashed line here. You can see this dash line here. That dash line essentially represents the 9. That's where the structure is required to go, the minimum. In this case, the structure is going up more than the minimum requirement. I will save some of my discussion for rebuttal, but it's actually going to 12.16 and 14 finished floor elevation from 4. So that is an increase of about 8.18 to 10 feet. We'll talk more in rebuttal. So this structure is increasing significantly. There's freeboarding happening. And part of that, as the applicant indicated, is dictated by their design, their architectural design. So that triggers concerns with the Secretary of the Interior standards about the continuous wall along the south side, which is the variance, the open patio in the front porch. It's a decent design in that the terracing is an approach that the Secretary of the Interior would recommend to transition alterations in height elevations that occur as a result of FEMA flooding requirements in the finished floor elevations. But at what extent is too much is what needs to be reviewed by the board. What impact is that having on the streetscape? What impact is that having on the historic district? There's concern that the proposal will create a false sense of historical development with the structure sitting up in the air as much as it is, somewhat being engulfed by the addition that is proposed around the side and rear of the structure underneath it. These images indicate how alteration of a site with regard to massing could have a negative effect on visual compatibility of the whole streetscape, not just the structure. I know this is so much and it's so late, and I'm so sorry that there's so much information to cover. I'm going to move a little bit quicker here. So I want to talk a minute about these Secretary of the Interior flood standards. So the Secretary of the Interior standards that we apply with these recommended and not recommended approaches to compliance of the 10 standards. The National Park Service, when FEMA increased the maps, put together a webinar, a training, and a new guidebook to provide people with guidance on how to be flood resilient. And there are several different approaches. Elevating a structure on its foundation is one of the last approaches per the training that an applicant should take, but sometimes is necessary. Abandoning the lower floor, almost creating moats around a building, some digging trenches around a building. There's several different approaches. But the idea is, yes, there is going to be some adjusting that has to happen when you're in a flood zone, but the treatment selected shall always be the one that minimizes the changes to the historic character of the building. In this image, you can see on the left is the existing historic structure, and on the right is after the structure was elevated, which was deemed in the guideline book to not meet those standards. This is another image where there's an entire floor put underneath the structure and parking is there, which was deemed to not meet the standards because there's an alteration occurring in the features that define the space and prominent locations of the way the building's designed. This meets the standards, and you can see there's an approach here with some terracing. There is one level of terracing from grade where you see some hedges on top of a terrace wall. That building has been increased and meets those requirements. We also have a hidden slide if you want a word-for-word information on the visual compatibility standards, but these standards are designed as a guide to the applicants of how to come into compliance. These requirements dictate or determine in the regulations height, front facade proportion. They're giving the applicants the method by which they can be in compliance with historic preservation of the district and that structure. The proposal does not meet the requirements for some of our visual compatibility standards, and that is for the waivers, and we're going to talk about them after the variances. I'm going to move through some of these visual compatibility standards and come back to them because I want to talk about the variances as well before we lose out on that opportunity. So the proposal involves 4 variance requests. We have a front setback variance request. Right now, the structure is non-conforming and the request will increase the non-conformity on the front. The south side, there is a non-conformity and the proposal will continue the non-conformity for all of the new addition. The rear, which is the west side, has some non-conformity as well, and the proposal includes a variance request to not comply with the 10-foot rear. And then the north side, there is a pool proposed on top of a 9-foot tall structure that also does not comply with the minimum requirements for a pool setback. One of the benefits of the Historic Preservation Board, or in effect this board making a review and decision on an application, is that the incentive is that the boards can approve variances and relief mechanisms in the spirit of historic preservation or preserving a structure. Along with that comes a different set of findings. So a lot of the requests that you look at, 2.4.11A5, are more traditional variance findings. For historic, they are geared, there's a different set of findings and are geared more towards ensuring the historic compatibility and character is preserved. So here you can see those 5 standards that exist are largely focused on ensuring that the character of a building is maintained. If special circumstances or conditions exist, that they're reviewed, that might be in location, historic setting. Literal interpretation of the ordinances would alter the historic character of a building, diminishing the historic character, that the variance, will not diminish the historic character, and that the variance is necessary to accommodate an appropriate adaptive reuse. Adaptive reuse is that the building can still be used for some function, whether it's original or some other function. So variance 1, which is the front setback east, there are concerns that have been addressed in the staff report. Construction of that garage, which we've already discussed, and the raised patio in the front is increasing the front setback nonconformity. That the addition could be accommodated without encroaching or further increasing that nonconformity on the front. The variance could diminish the historic character of the site and the district, the Marina Historic District. It creates a concern with the project's ability to meet visual compatibility standards, which I'm going to come back to. Additional waiver and relief requests are required in order to have this variance, and that it may not be necessary to accommodate adaptive reuse. This is essentially the situation with all 4 variances. So we've got a 2-foot 3-inch setback on the south side that exists for the historic structure. You can see this little, not to scale graphic, but representation of the building immediately to the south at 48 Marina Way, which sits at 6 foot 3 inches. This is a combined 8 foot 6 inch distance setback between those two buildings. It is fairly narrow. We've gone out and done site inspections and looked at this condition. The entire addition, so an additional 50 linear feet long of the building in the new addition, is also proposed for a 2 foot 3 inch setback, which is very small. There's concerns that could diminish the historic character of the site. Again, the design of the project creates concern with the ability to meet the visual compatibility standards, as additional waivers are required in order to achieve that proposed design. This is the rear setback. The variance will allow for portions of the new 3-story addition and accessory structure to encroach into the rear setback, which may not provide historic context to the site, may not be necessary to maintain the historic character of the property, and could significantly diminish the historic character of the site. Again, more visual compatibility standard relief requirements have to be sought in order to aid with this standard. I'm just regrouping here.
Take your time.
Sure. I feel like this spends a million words a second. The accessory structure could also remain at its existing current setback and location. Variance 4, which is for the pool on the north side, that this, it's not unusual that the board would, or the commission potentially would approve a variance for a pool, sometimes in the front setback in different locations, because it's a ground level improvement. So they tend to be less impactful on a site. But in this case, as you can see in the graphic here, the pool is actually increased 6 foot 6 inches from grade. So it will be up at the 9 foot NAVD finished floor elevation, not a grade level. So as you're swimming in the pool, you're potentially, neighbor can have a different view of you than they would if you were at the ground level. Of course, that could potentially be mitigated with landscaping and things like that, but there is concern that the pool being closer to the property line and on the elevated structure could have a negative effect on the historic district and the site. I say could because this is your decision to make on deliberations. So waiver requests, and forgive me, but I am going to roll back several slides. We have waivers for building height plane. We have waivers for scale of a building. And we have a waiver for secondary and subordinate of the addition in the rear. So we have a lot of information here for you, but I'm going to start here. The City of Delray Beach Visual Compatibility Standards outlines minimum height, maximum height requirements, and this building height plane situation. And these are massing controls, so that the structures that are being designed or added onto in the historic district are in compliance and compatible with other structures in the district. So we don't have, tiny houses versus McMansions. The existing historic contributing residential structure in this case is a 2-story structure, and the proposal involves a 3-story structure, which in effect from grade to the top of the 3rd floor is 42 feet. We have to account for the fact that there's some freeboarding happening with that finished floor elevation, so the height of the building is 35 feet, but it's starting much higher than grade. And that will happen in the district. And here you can see what's on top is the existing structure, and what's on bottom is the proposed in relation to the surrounding buildings. This is a graphic, and I'm just going to kind of flip back and forth. You can see the big difference here are the structures to the left or south of the structure, which are in progress, not approved, but waiting review. These are their proposed drawings, which could potentially change. There's nothing set in stone. Visual compatibility standards regarding windows and doors. There's concern on some of these windows that they are not in size compatibility with the existing structure. The image on the right here shows you that there's, you know, a plate glass or sliding glass door from the guest cottage that's being retained, along with an awning window. That really could be changed, so that there's some compatibility with the windows and doors of the overall structure. Directional expression of the front elevation. So we've talked already about that we believe the building face north. There's nothing we can do. We wouldn't recommend that they turn the building. They could ask for that, but they haven't. So that what we're seeing as the front is technically the original side of the building, but that adds to the historic integrity of the history, the telling of the history of this site. Directional expression of the front elevation, more so here is when we talk about rhythms of solids of voids and, you know, the overall height, the proposed garage, these things having an impact or potential impact on the project's ability to be truly cohesive with the existing architectural style and historic streetscape bring up concern. The little image on the left here, just for a matter of note, is the Sanborn maps from the 1920s that show the house in its original location where Lover's Lane once existed, facing the front of the house facing north. And then some photographs here are taken again from the internet, the realtor.com listing, when the home was up for sale, and one of our photos on the bottom right showing the existing conditions. This is more about the recommended and not recommended approaches for visual compatibility in concert with the Secretary of the Interior standards. The recommended approach is to identify, retain, and preserve entrances and porches and their functional and decorative features that are important to defining the overall historic character of the building. The materials themselves, including masonry, wood, metal, those features, doors, transoms, windows, are all important to defining that character. This is the another item that we're going to talk about in a moment with respect to the waiver. With respect to the addition, so there's 6 standards in the visual compatibility standards that talk about how do you achieve compliance with visual compatibility. The concern here is that the addition's massing is so much larger than the existing structure, so we don't necessarily see a clear means to meeting the secondary and subordinate standard. What does secondary and subordinate mean? Your addition should not overwhelm the massing of the existing structure, should be smaller than, more diminutive. And here are some photographs or some images, graphics from the applicant's presentation, again, highlighting the additions. So I'm going to move forward here to the waiver request. So we have 3. The first waiver request involves the building height plane. Your findings are the same findings for any waiver within the city of Delray Beach. The ones that are probably the harder ones to meet are A and B, which shall not adversely affect the neighboring area, and D does not grant a special privilege. While yes, we do say that there are no precedents, this is one of those relief standards talking about that this request does not create a special privilege, and that the same waiver could be granted under similar circumstance or on other property. So building height plane. This is a design mechanism where an invisible line is taken from the front property line intersection with grade and extended at a 2-to-1 ratio back. This is what you see in this dash line. Anything above the dash line is the no build zone. In this instance, this building is probably the existing historic structure, which in this case is shown in red. There's no way it wouldn't not be in the no-build zone because of the FEMA finished floor elevation requirements. So we could see where a waiver would be supportable for the existing historic structure. The question is the waiver necessary for all of the additional addition area on the second and third floor up here? All of this is in the no-build zone. So that needs to be reviewed, and then here are your waiver findings and justifications from the applicants, in the staff report. But a lower elevation of the finished floor elevation would reduce the overall impact of that building shifting into the no-build zone. The secondary and subordinate waiver, which I just mentioned about the massing being more diminutive of the addition to the existing historic structure. So in this case, we're looking at what's red. Is this massing appropriate for the historic structure? Again, the proposed waiver, creates concern with the project's ability to meet this standard and could potentially have a negative effect on the historic integrity of the existing structure. A more appropriate addition should not overwhelm that one-story and especially two-story structure in general. Waiver request 3 is particularly applicable to the south setback. So this is scale of a building, another massing control. Focus here on the image on the right. This is a calculation that's done when a building is greater than 50% of the depth of the overall lot, that additional articulations are supposed to be created pushing part of the building in additional setbacks when it's above the one-story measurement. So your second and third floor should have articulations that push in. And what you can have in these areas are balconies or balconettes or some other method of creating less impact of that massing on the adjacent properties. In this case, there are 0 articulations proposed along the south side of the building. So not only do we have a 2-foot 3-inch setback along the south side, but the overall massing of the entire building, which is sitting at 42 feet from grade at the top of the building, has no side articulations. There's concerns that we are triggering again with these minimum waiver standards, that the building could overwhelm the historic residents, have an impact upon adjacent properties. I do want to note that with our Marina Historic District in the 90s, 2000s, there was a run for large additions and massing and new structures that were all built south of Southeast 3rd Street along 7th Avenue. A huge couple handfuls of really beautiful new modern homes in the historic district. When the consultant came through to reassess the integrity of the historic district, staff doesn't do this, we engage a consultant to do a look back every 5 to 10 years. They said that the entire, all but 2 properties, south section from 3rd Street to 4th Street was completely inappropriate in size, massing, architecture, in complete juxtaposition with the historic district, and they suggested we remove that entire block. So that's what can happen, right? What's the effect of approving a project like this? It's the domino effect, that we could have this property, the next property, the property next to it, all 3 of them come through, because the next 2 are going to say, well, is this really not granting a special privilege because you granted a waiver on another property, that same waiver could be approved on my property. So it kind of creates a snowball effect. That's the protection of the streetscape. These are high altitude looks, and we've been down in the details of these of this proposal. It's a lot of technical review, and as the applicant even said, here's the big one. So the relocation criteria is here. This again is both structures are vertically relocating. So we think relocation, that we're moving buildings around districts horizontally. We apply the relocation criteria when vertical relocation happens to ensure that we protect the soundness of a structure, that there's no negative impact. We can utilize the bond requirements should anything get damaged in the transition of the move. If you're interested in seeing a successful completed in progress move, we have one at 1019 Nassau Street. Roy Simon was one of his last projects he worked on for the Danklers. You could drive by and watch the progress of that one. It just came down. So vertical relocation is a requirement that the board has to approve. In this case, again, the concern is the amount of vertical relocation that's happening here, elevating this building on a new foundation, we've mentioned, with that garage underneath. I'm almost done. Very close. 2:49. All right, so here's a few images I've put in just in case the board wanted to know what would this building look like without a third floor. This is the building rendering as proposed.
No, we're not considering any revisions to what was presented to the HPB.
Okay,
So,
I'll move past it. So that's not there. Pretend like I hid those. So here's the rendering. The applicant did submit in their presentation a slight adjustment to the front terraced area. I just want to make a note that that was not part of the submittal. It's a little different than what went to HPB. And while that might be something that's, to be considered, this request, as Ms. Jellin just indicated, is what we have here. So we can't really consider that adjustment that was proposed on their plans. This concludes my presentation. I can't believe I did it in 40 minutes. Thank you.
Did it in 38 minutes and 20 seconds, actually.
Thank you for your attention, and I'm really sorry I went on for so long, but it's the record.
A lot of information.
Those are the certificate of appropriateness findings, should you need to refer back to them.
Okay.
public comment? Public comment?
Oh, no, yeah, I'm getting to that.
I'm sorry.
I'm just slower than I was earlier in the evening.
Same way, Mayor.
This meeting is now being open for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on this application, come to the lectern, give your name and address for the record, and you will each have 3 minutes. Seeing many. Oh no, I see a few.
Good late evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Price Patton, 1020 Tamarind Road. I'm here on behalf of the Delray Beach Preservation Trust. We're a 501c3 nonprofit, and as the comp plan says, we're your partners and we're your advisors. To listen to the applicant's discussion of the project and the city's discussion of the project, I thought they were talking about different projects. They were, the applicant was praising how they're saving this historic structure, but when you read the 36-page report, it notes that if approved as is, it could, quote, create a complete loss of the historic integrity of 46 Marina Way. So they're not really saving an historic house. They're destroying it with all the additions. Mr. Long, I think you had during your eloquent approach earlier today, you're talking about the state taking away home rule rights. And it's in our rights to protect our neighborhoods. I contend staff is trying to protect this neighborhood from inappropriate additions. These are small lots. I've developed 3 or 4 houses on these historic houses on these lots in this neighborhood in the last 10 years. That's what I did after I retired. We need waivers. We need variances. But when we did the waivers and variances, we made an addition of simply 800 square feet to a 2,800 square foot bungalow. We took 2 small townhouses and 900 square feet. We made additions to make them livable up to the modern day. We added 60 square feet to each of those. We added another bathroom, so we could have 2 bathrooms. we built an infill house. It wasn't even historic, but FEMA said raise it to 8 feet. We raised it to 8 feet. We didn't go to 12 feet or 13 feet or 14 feet. So we are not opposed to waivers, variances, and the building floor height plane. But to this extent, I mean, I don't know how many of us live in a 5,800 square foot house. I'm perfectly comfortable in a much smaller house. The house is just too massive. And if you listen and you read the report, if you read the staff report, you can't come to any conclusion other than to deny this. Thank you. And may I make this a resolution part of the record? I know I sent it to all of you.
Yes, go ahead.
part of the record.
Huh?
Thank you
It's
very
already
much.
part of the record.
I have a question for you, though, because
Yeah.
I'm going to ask each one of you the same question. We have this historic house here. It's gone through a period of, lots of different changes and machinations, and different boards looking at it, different staffs looking at it. I understand why you don't like it, but what is your proposal? So I'm trying to figure out what is your proposal? I mean, if you don't like this, what is your proposal? What are you saying that you would do different?
We've got no problem with lifting the house to 9 feet. That's what FEMA says. We've
Okay.
got no problem with an addition.
It could be 10 feet next year. It could be. I mean, it's whatever
got no problem.
lifting the house up.
I don't think
is-
we started at 15
Mayor?
feet or something.
Mayor,
Well-
I think we need to be careful. Staff and the applicant have the ability to essentially,
Rebut.
well, cross-examine witnesses. So everybody should know that if you're going to testify, you are
Never
subject
mind,
to
Mr. Patton.
cross-examination.
Thank you very much for
I
your
just
time
want to
and
keep
your
the
comments.
impartiality of the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. It's getting late. I'll try and be brief. But to answer, Mr. Mayor, your question, it's really not up to the public to redesign this building that they're proposing. But my name, as I stated before, is Sandy Zeller. I live at 209 Northwest 12th Street. I formerly lived at 126 Marina Way in the Marina Historic District, and for 13 years. And while I was there, I was the president of the Marina Historic District Homeowners Association, and I still have a big interest in protecting the integrity of the Marina Historic District, and that's why I'm here tonight. I read the staff report, the 36-page staff report by Department of Development Services. There are professional planners, including the director, including the historic preservation planner, including the senior historic preservation planner, and I fully concur with all of their comments and findings that were placed on the record here tonight and their conclusions. They're all very well stated. They're all specifically detailed as to each aspect of this application and how this application fails to comply with the mandatory requirements of the city's LDRs, including 4.5.1, the comp plan, including the mandatory obligations of the historic preservation element, the mandatory provisions of the Delray Beach Historic Preservation Design Guidelines, and the mandatory provisions of the Secretary of the Interior standards that were placed on the record. That report spells things out specifically and indicates their concerns and reasons why this application should be denied. The question tonight to ask yourself, I believe, is who do you trust here? Whose report are you going to give credibility to? Are you going to give credibility to your own professional planners who have the obligation to protect the public's interest regarding the development that goes on in the city, and who properly and accurately advise the city commissioners as to what the circumstances are concerning each development and what's acceptable about a development and what's not acceptable? Or do you trust the developer who has made their presentation, who wants to maximize their profits, build the largest monstrosity of a building that they can possibly build, that's out of character with the Marina Historic District, and fails to follow all those mandatory requirements.
Mayor.
Yep.
This,
Mr. Zell, it's 3 minutes. Thank you, sir.
I'll wrap it up then. The applicant knew what they bought when they bought it. They knew that. They knew what the requirements
Thank you,
are.
Mr. Zeller.
Okay, thank you.
Carolyn Patton, 1020 Tamarind Road. I spent a lot of years living at 65 Palm Square, and I, like Mr. Zeller, I care a lot about the Marina Historic District. Some context. The Marina District was first established in 1988 by the Historic Preservation Board and by this commission. And since that time, families like mine and countless others have spent hours and dollars to maintain the integrity of the district. Federal authorities agreed, and in 2014 they placed it on the National Register of Historic Places. This project at 46 Marina Way cancels all that. Its height and mass belies our historic ordinances. The staff has done a fantastic job outlining that. Please deny this. Please listen to your staff.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, commissioners, manager, attorney, and city clerk, who doesn't get enough attention. My name is Jim Chard. I live at 401 Southeast 4th Avenue. And I had the honor of serving this city on the Historic Preservation Board for 4 years. And 2 of those years were as chair. I would say that this decision of all of those that came before us was perhaps the hardest. It is a very challenging property. When you hear that it's 800 square feet, you really have to be there and see how small 800 square feet is. And when you see the water line from frequent flooding up to 2 and 3 feet, you realize that this is a building that's going to need a lot of work. I had the mixed pleasure of renovating a pre-Civil War brownstone, so I know what it takes to go from one period to another. And when you look at our Marina Historic Districts, when you look at our historic districts, including the Marine Historic District, there are substantial increases in mass. If you look in, for example, Delray Park, there are many little cabins that were 800, 1,000 square feet, and are now 3,000 square feet. But that's really what it takes in order to be able to afford renovating a place like 46 Marina Way. The building needs to be, or the entire parcel needs to be up to modern standards in terms of kitchens, living space, bedrooms, and so forth. It is going to take a lot of money to save this building and to actually put it in a shape that somebody would want to buy it or live in it. And we do know that there is something called demolition by neglect. And we have seen that in this city, most notably at Sunday Village. That could happen here too. It's not only active demolition that would occur, it could be demolition by neglect. So the HPB board spent something like 4 or 5 hours on this. They had 2 different sessions. They turned it down. I'm almost as bad as Neil on my tongue-tiedness tonight. Turned it down the first time. They came back with lots and lots of changes to our recommendations. And I think that something needs to be said about that kind of responsiveness, of trying to accommodate what the city is asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chard.
Hi, my name is Dan Edwards. I'm the owner of the property. Sorry I'm dressed this way. I flew in and got caught in Dallas on a delay, so I rushed to get here by 5 o'clock. I guess it was early. Michelle, may I borrow your streetscape video real quick, please, if I could? When I bought this property, I've got about $4 million invested in this. I have 4 choices. One, I could go and demo the property. That wasn't my choice from day one in buying the property. 2, owning the property now, I could let it sit and rot, and that's what it's doing. It was rotting before I bought it. I'm a series of basically 3 dumps. I'm the first one, unfortunately, and I hate to say that. I live in this community. When people get on the Atlantic Lady and go under that bridge, this is what they see, and it's horrible. And if I can point out, right, this property right to my north, Gina, who's in favor of my project, has the ability to go 9 feet up with FEMA. Picture, raise that 9 feet. It's at the same height as my property. We're not asking for 1 foot higher than 35 feet.
You have to go to the mic.
She can go up 9 feet. And I talked to Gina, and she is totally in favor of this project. And so is the property to the south. Unfortunately there, I didn't use the architect that they're using, and that was a negative. But I spent 2 years with the board, the historical board. I'm a member of the Historical Society. I am trying to preserve this house. I'm doing everything I can to preserve it. It's going to cost me several extra millions of dollars to do that. The 3rd floor, the height seems to be the problem, but the house to the north can, by rights, can go to FEMA and be at the same height that I am, by rights, under FEMA. The house to the south can raise 9 feet if they choose. The house second to the south of that can go 9 feet if they choose. So we're talking about, I understand I'm the first one in this project, but it's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Sorry if my eyes are bloodshot. I'm like, I don't even know where I am now. Kristen Finn, 102
We're
George.
not sure where we are either.
George, I know.
We're already in the Finn.
It's late. I swear I've not been drinking. 102 George Bush Boulevard. So I live in Delray Park Historic District. I live in a 1925 house. I had the honorable pleasure of serving on the Historic Preservation Board for 3 years. I am good friends with Dan, and I am all about preservation in Delray. I'm acting secretary on the Delray Beach Historical Society. I did an addition to my historic house. I only added 600 square feet, but that was what I wanted. I don't think that when you buy in a historic district that you should be subject or penalized. Like we're talking about height. They're not asking to go above the height that is allowed in this district. If you had a chance to go and look at this property, I was able to consult with the Historic Preservation Board, and every member that came and looked at the property and saw how small it is and how, once you go and look at the property, you can see that, yes, this is a rendering. Architects do the renderings, and I don't know if they do them so they look huge and they look great, but if you were physically on the property, you would see there's not enough space between the existing property and that little pool house to make it this, monstrosity that everybody's portraying it to be. Dan is all about preservation. He wants to make Delray Beach and preserve properties. He's not a developer, like somebody who's coming to take over. He is passionate. You heard the passion. That's not an act. He is passionate about this. He wants to preserve it. I personally walked in the property and I said, what are we preserving here? Like, literally, this should probably be knocked down. He's not going for demolition. And I wish that all of you had had the chance to go and physically see the house, because it is in disarray, and it's not by his neglect. And it's an older house, and, yes, you're right. The gentleman said he knew what he was buying. But you should not, when you buy in a historic district, you should not be penalized and say, oh, well, you're allowed to go to 34 feet or 35 feet, but we don't want it because of the streetscape. Like Dan said, the house to the north, if they want to raise their house, they can do it. So the streetscape is going to change. The other 2 houses to the south are already in. I implore you guys, to realize that if you don't allow him to do this, this house is going to float into the intercoastal because it's already been flooded and the pictures are there to prove it. Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you very much. Yes?
can I just make a couple points, please? I think we need to be really mindful. Oh, I'll let Mr. Cope go and then I'll make my points. I thought we were done. Go ahead.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you. For the record, Mr. Mayor and City Council, Roger Cope, Cope Architects, Inc., 701 Southeast First Street, which is about a half a block away from this site. Everybody in this room is passionate about historic preservation, first of all, or we wouldn't be here 5.5 hours, 6 hours after we started at 5 o'clock today. So
Don't say that.
I just want to say to you that there's good architecture, there's average, mediocre architecture, and then there's architecture that just doesn't hit on anything. This thing doesn't hit on anything. I am so confused after the third time listening to their presentation on how the heck they got to 14 feet when FEMA is at 8, the city of Delray is at 9, their lowest finished floor elevation, which is the front edge of the house, isn't being set at either one of those. It's up at 12 point something too, which puts the finished floor of the main house at 14. That's 5 feet above, that's 6 feet above FEMA, 5 feet above where the city of Delray wants it. So is it an insurance issue? Because Mr. Schiller started out with his presentation about insurance, and so if that is the issue, maybe there should be some clarity with that. And why the heck are we all sitting them at 9 feet then, when we should be sitting them at 14 feet? I mean, that's a huge question. This thing is 5 feet higher from its base than it needs to be. So the rest of the thing is 5 feet higher than it needs to be, adding to the fact that it's over-designed anyway. So the massing is exacerbated by even that 5 feet. So that's one point. The second point is Architecture 101. Why the heck is the garage underneath the most important front edge of the facade of this house when it should be in the back? The pool is where the garage should be, and I guess part of the logic on the 14 feet is that they've got to jam the garage underneath that front edge, and so that's maybe there's some structural rationale that they're using there. Not quite sure, but the garage is awful, and on the front of the facade of the main facade of the house, which is exactly where it shouldn't be. Then they're coming in from the side, big deal. Of course they wouldn't be allowed to come in from the front. And then the rationale that the front, moving forward of the already non-conforming front edge of the house is unprecedented in the city. And so I don't understand how they are even allowed to bring that to the table. To take a non-conforming issue and make it more non-conforming.
Thank you, Mr. Cope.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr.
I could talk for another 5 hours.
So, Mayor, can I make a
Please
couple?
don't.
Mayor, can I just make a couple points?
Yes.
According to our local rules, it is now 10:57 p.m. So if you want to continue,
10:57? No, I go by that clock.
well, the point is you have to make a motion if you want to go past 11, which we're in the middle of an agenda item. So I think we just need a motion to continue.
I'll finish this, Ryan, do anything else. I'm done after this item.
We'll deal with that. I mean, the 8A and 8B are a promise, like they're quick.
If we sprint through it,
We will. The rest of the items aren't that bad, but I think we should.
We can defer the appointments if we have to. I mean,
I think you need.
I don't care.
So can we get a motion to extend past 11?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, I'm not really
4-1.
opposed.
Okay, couple things. We can't consider hearsay. So people can say that the neighbors don't object to it. That should not be something that you should be considering today unless the neighbor actually came here and testified to that effect. This is quasi-judicial, so you're acting like a quasi-judge, and that's not acceptable. So any references to what neighbors said or what people might have said when they looked at the property, you should not consider those today. In addition, the other houses in the neighborhood, that should not be considered. So things that are coming during the application process, this application stands on its own. It's not going to create a precedent. It's not going to do any of those things that you worry about, but it's got to stand on its own today. And so I need you to also disregard what the streetscape's going to look like once those others get developed and all those references. And then the last thing is each side has rebuttal, but it's limited to 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, I know. Would the applicant like to rebut the city? You will have 3 minutes.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Mayor, we'd like to perform some rebuttal, not necessarily all about the city's comments, but some of the public comments too.
Okay.
And we're going to start with our
Would
architect.
you wish to cross-examine any member
We're
of the
not going
public?
to cross-examine anybody. That's
Okay.
too formal for this time of night, but my architect does have some things he'd like to say.
Okay. Please start at 3 minutes now.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the staff for a lot of assistance through the 2-year process that we, Affinity Architects and the client and the staff went through for this project. I just want to reiterate that the Historical Board approved this project after those submittal that we went through with difficult and a lot of consideration to the design. Contrary to what Mr. Cope was saying, the house is not set at 14 feet. The main addition is set at 9 feet NAVD, which is 6.5 feet more than the existing grade. So I just want to clarify that. And the other thing I want to add is we really want to stress that this project is not as big as it seemed, graphically speaking. If you visited the site, it is a tiny little lot. And what we had done for the massing of the job is to move the second floor and the small third floor addition to the back of the building, so you will not perceive it at all. The one last thing I want to add is if we had put the garage or the driveway further into the property, we would further degrade the property and increase the nuisances of cars and automobiles to the neighbors, to the north, to the south, and to the west of it. So I just want to say, we spent 2 years studying this, working with the staff to make sure that this project, is in accordance to what the recommendation of every party involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schiller?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And briefly, a couple of things. First, when we talk about historic preservation, and I know that a lot of people like to ascribe motives for my client, but you heard it from him, and you heard the sincerity in his voice that he wanted to save and preserve this house. You heard about the adaptive reuse and what it takes to perform a successful adaptive reuse, and what saving this house actually realizes when you see the addition and you see the house. Just like the Secretary of Interior said, when you're dealing with flood-prone areas, you may have to do more in order for the preservation. Tonight's vote is you guys having to do more to preserve this house on Marina Way, which we know is substandard and floods, because I have the damage in my home that shows it. And not doing anything is just going to make this problem persist and persist and persist. We're here. We're happy to take any advice, suggestions. If you want to see some revisions, we'll be interested in those too. So thank you so much, and we
Thank you
appreciate
very much, sir.
your discussion.
Just a quick point of order. There's no revisions that are contemplated. This is all or nothing.
No.
So
I
just
got
want
that.
to be clear, and
I
Mr.
got
Schiller
that.
knew that as well.
We're not going to do that.
Yes,
Go
it's
ahead. I
all or
understand.
nothing.
So I do think that we keep. Do we only get 3? All right, go ahead and go.
Okay. So I just want to do my best to try to address some things that I'm hearing that are not consistent with how we understand this. But the application specifically shows that the bottom of the first floor of the existing house, goodness gracious, right here, this right here, this is at 14-foot NAVD. It's set 10 foot 6 inches above the floor slab of the garage. I'm hearing this opposition that it's not at 14, and I'm sorry, I don't know the architect's name. Yep, he's new to me. I'm sorry, we were working with someone else. I apologize to you, sir. It is at 14 feet, okay? The proposed addition is at 9. That's correct, which you can see in this terracing. The existing house, portion of it does sit at grade. Mr. Schiller also testified that the road is higher than the house. That's not the case. I double checked the survey in the interim. The average crown of road is 1.53. The grade on the property is 2.5, where the house sits at 3.73. So that factually is not accurate. There is more than 6.5 feet of raising on this house. The architect indicated there's no more than 6.5 feet. That's not accurate. The raising of the house is at a max of 10 feet from the existing grade, 3.73, or it's rounded up to 4 on the survey. At the 14, that's 10 feet, and that is the max. So that fundamentally is not the case. The garage is visible from the right-of-way. We had discussed demolition. I already mentioned the ceiling of the garage is at 10 foot 6, not 8. The FEMA flood maps don't review every 5 years. This statement, I don't have time to pull their slide up, but the idea that changes have to happen, I've heard this a couple of times. If you read the sentence prior to that, it says, and I quote, the treatment selected shall always be the one that minimizes changes to the building's historic character. So you don't have to have more changes in order to be flood resilient. Remember, we're at 9 foot finished floor elevation. It doesn't need to be at 14. That's the design that's dictating that, not the flood resiliency requirements happening here. It's not smaller than any other lot in the block. I looked at that too. In the interim here, there are other lots that are smaller. I haven't heard from the neighbor to the south that they're in full support. I'm not saying that they're not. I just haven't received that. I have 2 more things here.
Thank you very much.
May I do my last 2? No?
I really have to be fair to both sides.
Understood.
I apologize.
Thank you, sir.
Can I offer a point of clarification that is not a rebuttal? Just so that you understand the way height is measured, that BFE.
I beg your pardon, say that one more time.
So just so that we're clear on how height is measured, this isn't a rebuttal. This is a clarification.
That's an LDR interpretation. Go ahead.
Okay, so the way that when you're in a flood zone, you have to lift it up. The BFE plus the 1 foot from the floor to building code in Freeport becomes the new 0. So the 35 feet maximum for anywhere in the city, this isn't unique to historic, you're zeroed out there, and then it's 35 feet. If you decide to elevate beyond the freeboard limit, it comes out of your overall height. Do you see what I mean? So I'm just trying to make sure you understand. And everyone is agreeing.
So you're saying that the way the LDRs are drafted, if you go 14 feet, if you're allowed to go 35 feet and you choose to go 14 instead of 5, you lose that 5, so you can only be
out
30
of the
feet.
overall
Is that what
height.
you're saying?
So for example, the older building, the original building is elevated higher, which this seems to be the debate.
Understood, yeah.
But it is still below the 35-foot height limit because it's a 2-story building, it's able to absorb that extra elevation up within the limit.
Okay.
The new part isn't elevated as high, and so the 3 stories fits.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that's just the way it works anywhere in the city, not unique to historic.
Gotcha. Okay. To the commission. Mr. Mark.
I'm probably not going to be in favor of this. I look at this, I went over and looked at the lot. It's a postage stamp sized lot. The house is enormous that you're trying to put in. It goes up way up in the air. I agree with Mr. Patton said. It doesn't seem to fit to me.
Okay. Mr. Long.
So I'll apologize in advance. My comments might be a bit punchy because I'm hangry and I'm sitting here at 11:06 under fluorescent lighting. So I'm in a bad mood right now. And I'm in a bad mood also because we just spent 2+ hours talking about something that should have been approved on consent, in my opinion. If I were the applicant, I would have demoed this property by now. I would have demoed it. And that's frankly what we're incentivizing you to do, which defeats the purpose. I commend you for making the effort to save this tiny little flooded property, to try and save any semblance of this at your own expense. I give you credit for. I frankly don't want to talk about this anymore. I don't think that it's up to us to design your property for you or give us our insight on if we think it looks good or not. It's your money, it's your property. You could demo this tomorrow if you wanted to. He could have already demoed it.
There's a process, but it's probably eligible.
Okay. It's
There is a
probably
process.
eligible.
Well, there's an argument that,
Well, I would have pursued that process, especially at this point, if I were you, frankly.
there's a process that you
I just think we are de-incentivizing people from actually doing adaptive reuse when it's this difficult and when people get villainized for trying. So I'm frustrated by this. I'll leave it at that. I'm going to support moving forward. This should have already moved forward. That's why we have a historic preservation board, by the way, with qualified people on it that are mandated to be qualified to be on it.
Do you want to go next? Or I was going to let Commissioner Casan go.
Okay, I do would like you to just explain the demo process, if you don't mind, for anyone listening. If one of you would, please.
In a historic district, there's 3 types of properties: contributing, aka historic; non-contributing, aka non-historic; and vacant land. A contributing structure must meet the application requirements, which includes structural reports, repair, projected costs of repair, and appraisals. Appraisals are the cost of the structure as it exists, the cost of the structure as it repaired, and the cost of the property in the district without that structure in existence, so demolished. You have to have justification. That's justification statement, but you have to document that the condition of the structure is beyond repair. There is a public notice requirement to notify everybody within a 500-foot radius when demolishing a historic structure. These things are in place to protect the overall integrity of the district. As structures get demolished, and sometimes they do, they're primarily the non-contributors, non-historic, that get demolished, running the risk of demolishing historic structures and removing structures from a district. You don't have context or legitimacy for a district if those buildings are no longer there. So it could not be demolished tomorrow, but an application could be made for demolition. And
I mean,
that
I was being a bit hyperbolic. Like,
No, I
I
understand,
think
but
that's
for the public, I just
understood.
wanted-
But I do
I
want to
understand,
clarify one thing you say. When you talk about cost of repair, once you do a certain amount of repairs, you're required to bring it up to code. So you're including in that cost of repair, they would also have the requirement to raise the house, whatever it is, So there would be a cost involved of raising this 800 square foot house, if you want to, regardless of what,
That's
so that's
correct.
included in your cost of repair.
Yeah.
So whether you want to save an 800 square foot house.
And then there's requirements for demolition by neglect that in 2018 the City Commission adopted by LDR. So if a structure is not being maintained, and there's specific standards in the code, 451E9 is that section, should anybody want to go look at it. Those standards are protection against termite damage, wood rot from water damage. So basically we're telling our historic homeowners, or the city is telling them, you have to maintain your structure. This best example, and they I'm sure won't mind that I am bringing it up, is Swinton Social. This is the property across the street from Sunday Village, where there was some demolition by neglect occurring. If a homeowner, property owner allows a structure to be demolished due to their neglect, the Historic Preservation Board has the authority to restrict permits for not allowing reconstruction on that property for 5 years. It's called the scorched earth policy. The commission, the board, the public all deliberated very carefully about this when these LDR requirements were chosen and put into the code. So code enforcement can go and do an assessment and cite somebody, which they did on Swinton Social, and Swinton Social came through and repaired their buildings to protect from further damage.
Thank you. And to also, just for the residents, if anyone is still listening, even if this is demoed, this property, the gentleman, the applicant, can't build what he's proposing here today.
Any new construction would be required to
Exactly.
meet the setbacks and
Right.
all of the standards within
And
the
this-
code and
that's
receive board approval.
where we are.
And also
And-
be elevated.
Right. So, look, I wrote a ton of notes about the variances, the relocation, the waivers. I mean, the one variance that's very concerning is the 2 foot 3 inches. If you're elevating the house to that extent, that's 2 foot 3 inches right there. That's something that's concerning. The relocation, 14 foot versus 9. The guest cottage on top. And then the LDR 4.5.1 about the secondary subordination. The report notes the original structure is its placement within design is absorbed with the larger massing of the additions, and neither can be reverted to its original appearance, which I believe is a requirement. So, and you're talking the original structure being 1,644 square foot with the 2.
1,330 square
Oh, I
feet,
apologize.
and then the guest
Going to
cottage is 296.
3,800.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, and then I made other notes regarding the building height, plane, and the scale of the building, but I think you've said a lot, and it was very informative. I appreciate the report and all the information we got. And I think fundamentally, we ask people to follow our rules, and yeah, there are exceptions, but these are a lot of exceptions. And we saw that many have successfully redeveloped historic homes, even in adding additions and the like, and they've been beautiful. I think, Ms. Hoyland, you did a lovely presentation for us just recently. I think there's a house in Delray. I don't know if there's three total that have been done, and so it's possible to create a beautiful home for yourself, a lovely home, right now, and still keep within our requirements. Okay. If this project goes through, there are 2 similar following. I know we're not supposed to discuss that, but what happens is you're opening the door to those applications.
No, we're
You
not
can't be that-
discussing
okay.
that.
Sorry, you
We're
can't.
not discussing that.
Right, I'm
That
sorry.
should not
Waivers are
factor into
considered
anybody's
individually,
considerations right now.
understood. But if you look at the LDRs and if you follow our comp plan and the Secretary of Interior standards, you really have to deny this. And now that we look at the state and they are starting to regulate what we can do, like we just discussed with SB 180 and its impact, now is the time more than ever to embrace and protect the integrity of our historic districts, because we may never have another one. We have to protect what we have. So the Land Development Regulations, Section 2.4.1.2A5, prior to approval, a finding must be made that any certificate of appropriateness is consistent with the historic preservation purposes pursuant objective HPE 1.4 of the historic preservation element of the comp plan, the provision of section 4.5.1, the historical I'm doing it too, Mr. Chard, preservation design guidelines, and the Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation. The current proposal is incompatible with our goals, our regulations, our land development regulations, and positive findings cannot be found based on our staff report. And I do appreciate, Mr. Edwards, that you want to preserve this house. I truly do, and I mean that with all my heart. But I want to preserve this historic district and all the others. And that's, thank you. So I think this proposal risks the integrity of our historic district, and I will be denying. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Burns.
Yes, this is a lot. And it's late, and I'm not going to make any excuses. I do have about 3 pages of notes and questions. However, I'm really concerned about maintaining the integrity of the historic district. We only have 5 historic districts in our community, and we need to, I'm very careful about making sure that we maintain those. And I appreciate the fact that you want to save this house and create, a safer environment for it. However, there's just so many questions and so many things that don't work. And I do appreciate staff, your 36-page report, I read it, and it is very obvious that you're trying to protect this district as well. But this, like 5 of the standards for the Secretary of the Interior were not met. And then we have this, which is very confusing, but staff, thank you for clarifying that the addition is at 14 feet and not 9 feet. The other way around is at 9 feet, not 14
Got
feet.
what you meant, yeah.
The lines, I know these are diagrams, but it really helped me with your perforated lines. And then the maximum 10 feet, not 6 feet. And then the 10.6 garage, not 8. It's like there's so many things that are not connecting and not making sense. It's just too many of them for me to say that I can support it. I don't see anything that was minimized to change the historic structure. I think it does exceeds the massing controls. It keeps going. I can just keep going on my pages here. So.
I see where this is going. Let me do this. I had a conversation with Anthea earlier today. It's always to him. It always comes down to you. It's always you. And having been on both sides, and I have I have some real problems with the side setback going all the way back. I think new construction needs to be set back, comply with the setback rules. I got some issues with the 3rd floor and putting that thing up there. But overall, I think it's important that we try to save the structure. And I don't think, oddly enough, we're that far apart that there can't be certain changes made.
We're not allowed to do this.
Would you listen? Let me finish, please. Thank you. What I'm suggesting is that we don't act on this tonight and we recommit it back to you, because otherwise they lose a year. And I don't think that's fair to the applicant who's put so much time and effort already and appeared so many times in front of it, and see whether or not they can work something out before it
Our
comes
city
back.
attorney is shaking her head no.
I'm
This
sorry?
is so unusual. We keep on making exceptions to the rules. This is out of control.
I'm asking the people to, so they don't lose a year.
Every applicant is going to ask for the same thing. We cannot make exceptions like this to our rules.
Okay, well, we're also not taking that into consideration. However,
We should take that into consideration. How do we
I-
keep bending the rules randomly?
I don't know why asking someone to be recommit to go back because they
have
put
to
all the
deny
time
it.
and money. I know you'd like them to. You want them to.
Don't make a personal comment like
I'm
that.
saying
to me.
you're obviously saying you.
You're
want-
making Miss
Okay.
Jelen, would you?
I'm just
Commissioner
saying.
Casal.
I'm speaking. I'm asking the commission to so that they don't cost this applicant a year, who's by all accounts here has spent some millions of dollars. I don't know what that number is, and an amount of time, whether it was 2 years or 2.5 years or a year and a half. All I know is that if we deny this, they can't even come back for a year.
What?
And
No,
meanwhile,
that's
this-
not accurate. That's not accurate. That's only rezonings.
Oh no, well, we're talking about
This is not a rezoning.
We're talking about a variance.
There's no time limitation. They can come back, they can submit an application tomorrow if they wanted to.
Well, I think what I would like to do, rather than deny them, is to have them go back and see. I mean, as I said, I share the same view about the side setback as it relates to the new structure in the back. I think that, if they moved it to 7 feet, they'd lose 150 square feet in
We
the
have
project.
to take action
Okay.
on it this evening.
So I think rather than deny, I would rather see them go back and try to fix, because I think it's fair to them because of all of the time and effort and money they've already put into it. I don't think that's an unfair thing to do because they seem willing to make changes. That was the last remarks out of the.
Well, they did. They made changes twice for the Historic Preservation Board,
Well,
and now
maybe
they're
they
here.
need to make it 3 times.
So
Maybe they need to do it 4 times.
we had this issue in the past, and the commission had a policy. It wasn't this commission, but there was a policy that when these applications come before you, especially as an appeal, the commission needs to just decide on the limited issue before you, which is the appeal.
Right.
So if the applicant wants to take your comments and submit another application, that's well within their purview. But again, that's akin to redesigning from the dais,
Yeah.
and we need to veer away from that. Because what happens is, and this happened before, it goes down back to the other board, and either the applicant doesn't want to make changes or that board doesn't want to consider it, and then it'll come back before this board with the same
Okay.
thing. So
Understood.
I just, you know, Mayor, I completely respect what you're saying, and I understand you.
Anthea and I both agreed that this was what we should.
Well, I spoke with Anthea about that, and I reminded her that that is not permissible. And I'll point you all the projects in the city that were decided late at night and with a commission that wanted to work with an applicant, and that doesn't always work out. So respectfully, I feel that what is before you is an appeal. And either you approve the appeal
Fine.
and approve a certificate of appropriateness, or you deny the certificate of appropriateness. But they will still have to go through the entire process again, TAC, HPB, and potentially commission, because whatever changes are going to be made, all those committees and boards have the right and the duty to review.
I understood they would have to go back to all those boards. That I did understand. All right, then
Do you want me to make a motion?
you can make a motion.
Motion to deny resolution number
Hold on 1 second. I'm
135-25.
sorry,
This is board discussion.
Yes.
There is
I
no
can't-
basis
I
to
mean,
come up.
I can't-
Motion
I
to
can't.
deny resolution number 135-25.
Second.
Call the roll.
Commissioner Casale,
Yes.
Deputy Vice Mayor Burns,
Yes.
Mayor Carney,
No.
Commissioner Marker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Long.
No.
Motion passed.
Okay. And my no is based on the fact that I really wanted it to go back, not whether or not I think the place needs changes, which it clearly does. Hoping they come back to that. I mean, that 2.5, I was never going to support the 2.5 feet. Well, no, we talked about it. You
I
said.
know, but Mayor, they're not here, and we
Oh, I'm
probably
sorry.
shouldn't be discussing
I'm
this
sorry.
outside their presence.
I'm sorry. You don't want to stay for the appointments, Rob?
Deferring the rest of the agenda? I don't have any anyway. I have a 5 a.m. flight.
I understand.
I'm appointing you to everything.
It's really just 2 appointments, in 8A and 8B. I don't think Mr. Costello is going to do presentations. It's really just me reading the ordinance,
There's
opening
3
up for
appointments.
public comment. Yes.
It's the first reading. Okay. So we're not doing the appointments?
Can you defer on these appointments?
Board of Adjustment would be great if anyone's prepared, because it takes us super.
It's Board of Adjustment is the mayor and Commissioner Burns.
I mean, I can make my Board of Adjustment one.
Okay, so why don't, want
If
to
you want to
defer?
fly through them, let's do it.
I mean, these are quick.
They are quick, please.
Yeah, let's do it while
Okay.
we're.
They're quick,
let's
please.
get it
7E.
done. Thank you, Ms. Hoyland.
Okay, what's the first one?
7E.
7E is.
Affordable Housing Advisory Committee.
Okay. All right, we have, this is the nominations for the appointments of the Affordable Housing. There are 3 regular members to be selected. First is made by Deputy Vice Mayor Burns, second mayor is Mayor Carney, and third is Commissioner Markert. So, Vice Mayor, Deputy Vice Mayor.
I have a question. So, I appointed Danielle Lands for an appointment that she said that she didn't want to be. Did she want to take her name completely off, or just that board? No, completely off. Thank you.
So she's off this one too.
Okay.
Is that correct?
No, she is.
She's on.
Danielle
she's
Lands,
on
I'm
the
looking at
list.
her.
Yeah.
Qualified
She's on
applicants.
the,
Qualified applicant on the Affordable Housing Advisory
Oh, no,
Committee.
she's saying she's not on this.
Okay, okay.
She's not on this list.
Oh, I'm sorry, she's
not
on the,
there.
on the
She
sheet,
is
but she's
not
not on
there.
that, okay.
So
She's
I'll
not there.
nominate Rosanna Tortero.
Tortero.
Second.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. This does not, this one, I can do an at-large as well, right? I'm going to appoint Nicholas Coppola.
No, I think he was just appointed
on the list.
to,
What do you mean he's not on the list?
He's not on the list.
He's on this list.
No.
Right,
No.
but he was appointed last.
to
No, no, no.
Oh,
Sprague
he was
or
appointed,
Planning.
okay, then I don't, well, then, okay. Who is it?
We had all of the people.
Yeah, I remember. And you said Michelle, is Michelle Dadish still available?
She's available.
Okay, Michelle Dadish.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, okay, those are two. Now, the
Me.
third is you.
Steve Pasovsky.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm just happy you can pronounce it. That was great. 7F, this appointment for the Site Plan Review Board, Appearance Board. This is mine. I am going to appoint Jose Alvarez, reappoint Jose Alvarez.
Second. Oh, yes. Agree.
You can just second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're done. And the last nomination for the appointment of the Board of Adjustment. There are two appointments on this. The first is to be made by Deputy Vice Mayor Burns. The second is to be made by me.
Don't stir
Aura
it up.
Ramirez.
Yep.
Second. Sorry.
Aye.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and we're going to have Suzanne Donahoe as the at-large on the Board of Adjustment. Any
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are finished those. Now, public hearings, second readings.
First. Oh,
I'm sorry?
no, these are first readings.
I know, but I
Sorry, I'm
said
just
second
flying
reading
through.
first. I hadn't gotten to the next page yet, but it's under second readings.
Can I read them both together?
Just saying.
Confusing.
First readings. Would you please read the ordinance?
Ordinance number 07-25, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the City of Delray Beach Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, zoning regulations, Article 4.4, base zoning district, Section 4.4.21, community facilities CF district, to modify the purpose and intent of the district and to allow and adopt regulations for the adaptive reuse of historic places of worship as single-family residential use, and amending Appendix A definitions to adopt a definition for place of worship and historic place of worship, providing a conflicts clause, providing a severability clause, authority to codify, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 08-25, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending a comprehensive plan amendment pursuant to the provisions of the Community Planning Act, Florida Statute Section 163.3177 and Section 163.3184 by amending the historic preservation element and the neighborhoods, districts, and corridors element of the Always Delray Comprehensive Plan to adopt policies for the preservation and adaptive reuse of historic places of worship, providing a conflicts clause, providing a severability clause, authority to codify, and providing an effective date. And these are both public hearings, and I believe the applicant and the city will not be making presentations.
They're
Is
both
it-
privately
Do we do a
initiated, and so first reading transmits then
Yep.
to the state review, and then to be determined on when second reading and full
Gotcha.
presentation would
All right,
happen.
staff will not be making a presentation, but this is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? Please get up and, please come to the lectern.
I know.
Please remove yourselves from your chair.
Okay, motion to
Mosey over
approve.
in this direction and say what you want to say.
Close it up.
Hearing none. Public comment is closed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 0725.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to approve ordinance number 0825.
Second.
That's a similar subject, right? That means on the
Yes,
same
same
one,
one,
so
yep.
we got a second. This is also a public comment. Okay, good. Public comment's closed. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's great. No first readings. Comments by the city manager?
None.
Comments by the city attorney?
Just kidding, no.
Comments by the city commission? Mr. Marker?
None.
Miss. Comments by former commissioners? No, you don't, okay.
I'm just going to quickly thank everybody for being here. Staff, this was a long night. Our lovely clerk, our IT department, thank you. And Mayor, can we now considering it is after 11:30, talk
You're right, we
about
should
this
start our
4
meetings
o'clock
at-
start time.
We should start, no, this is one thing. Otherwise, I was
No,
thinking we should go to
seriously.
6.
No. Listen,
I'm not
I'm
gonna do 4. I
totally
can't do
serious.
4.
Why?
Because I can't do 4. I'm glad it's
Everybody
convenient
else,
for you.
is
'Cause
can you do 4?
I would not like to do 4.
there you go,
This is
that's 2.
but it's our staff is here
Yes,
at
I understand
11:30
that.
at
I
night.
don't, we've said this before, and I'll repeat it again, I don't work for those people. I love them, but I'm not working for them. I can get here at 5.
Anyway, and let's not forget, because the
She
chief
knows.
is here, let's run with the chief Saturday morning. Woohoo, I can't
Thea
wait.
knows it's a standing thing that I say, so she's, please.
Oris looks like he's gonna kill you.
Oh, I don't.
Are we done?
No, comments by city commission. Are you finished? Are you?
I didn't start.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to commend the Ocean Rescue. Ocean Rescue had their accomplishment in winning their 4th consecutive rowing championship, which received national recognition. So I just wanted to say congratulations to that team of folk out there on the beach, Ocean Rescue.
Great. I wanted to make it clear, just because all this comments with DDA, that it's somehow a personal matter with me. It's not. I'm looking after taxpayer dollars, and so I don't like when I talk about the DDAs, everyone says, well, you're taking on Laura. I'm not. I'm taking on a government agency. I'm talking about the spending of a government agency to protect taxpayers. So I just want it quite clear, because everyone seems to think it's against. I mean, I had that same issue years ago with the CRA. They said, well, you can't criticize them because you're criticizing the then executive director. And I said, it has nothing to do with the executive director. It has to do with the body and their
We
paying.
all want to embrace your concerns, but we kind of don't know
Well,
exactly what's
you're
going
gonna get
on.
them. You got a little bit today. And secondly, I don't like being accused of, when I go get ethics opinions, that.
I didn't accuse you
Excuse
of
me,
anything.
you said you did the appearance of
I
impropriety.
said we don't want to
We'll go
have
back
an
and play the
appearance
tape.
of
We'll go back,
impropriety.
when my lawyers
Play
go
the
back and play the
tape.
tape. But anyway.
Well, get your lawyer. I'll send me a
I
cease and
meant me.
desist.
Don't do that.
I don't care,
No,
Mayor.
I mean,
You're
first
sending
of
them
all, I'm
all
not
over
worried
town.
about, I'm just saying, I don't, the appearance of impropriety because someone gives you a.
I said we don't want to have an appearance of impropriety,
Right,
and
well,
we
that's
don't.
not quite what you said. You said
Well,
there's also
you know
the-
what?
Okay,
Listen.
never mind. You know, you're right.
All
You're
of
always
those
right.
things I said are true and can be proven, so tell your lawyer to send me the letter.
No, I don't talk about a lawyer. I'm
You
talking
just
about,
said I'll contact
I'm
my
the
lawyer.
I am saying, you brought up that my brother
I
had
think-
a title company with him? What, you're
I
talking
didn't
about
say he has a title company with him. I said your brother the gentleman is giving your brother a title company business, has he
Excuse me,
not?
He's giving him, he's an escrow
I
agent.
just said
for
appearance of
7
impropriety.
He's an escrow agent for 7 property owners, and he wasn't even contacted by this guy.
Okay,
It was the
this
other
guy,
property owner.
okay. Mayor, honestly,
And I
there
spent
is
a
an
lot of time
appearance.
getting
I'm
this thing-
sorry. It's my opinion and I'm entitled to it. In my
You're entitled
opinion,
to a
there's
wrong
an
opinion.
appearance and I'm
Fine.
bringing it up because you asked them to have me removed from voting, which questions your,
I
you
didn't
know.
ask you to be removed from voting.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna drop
What
it
did
at
I
that.
say?
You didn't say that they should remove me from voting on that?
When did I
And
say
ask
that?
me to
Did
be
anybody hear me
recused?
say that?
Oh, Mayor.
Did anybody hear me say that?
No, you didn't say it in the meeting. I just know that
Oh.
you said it.
I see. Okay. Well, now I don't know.
Okay, well.
You make up so many things to
I make
blame
up things.
everybody else to justify
Let's talk
yourself.
about
Okay, we
making
are
up
adjourned.
things.
Thank you
Okay,
all.
no, I'll go through the list next week of all the things. Like when you said you got a consensus
I'm
and you
adjourned.
didn't.
Oh yeah, we did.